All right. Hey guys, how's everybody doing? You ready, buddy? Yo, man, you're climbing into a windy roof. Wish you luck. Hell yeah, man. Like, got more balls than me. It's weird, man. Like, I can do like big heights. Like, I can do like, what do you call them? Like Ferris wheels. I could do high towers. Wow. But you put me on a roof, man. Like, I straight up get vertigo. It's bad. Which sucked too, because with my whole siding fiasco, it required me to get up there, and that's also how I knew it was like really bad. And I didn't give it. I didn't respect it, man. I fell. Oh, Kirk's goes. Well, that was quick. Damn. Well, call OSHA. Damn. Oh, by the way, man, I hope you got my messages over on Discord. I just inquired about what happened yesterday because I totally missed it, man. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. So, all right. Oh man, why's my mic peaking? Test. What? Oh great, guys, my mic reset again. Man, I hate this. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me know if it's too loud or if I'm peaking. I think I am. Yeah, there it is. All right. Yeah, I hope everybody had a good night. Dude. So, issue is still not resolved. We're trying to figure that whole thing out. So, we are continuing to do the donos via Facebook. I keep doing that. YouTube and Twitch. Which over on Twitch, I appreciate you guys doing the follows and all that stuff. So, there it is. Okay. Yeah, we still have no update. Damn it. All right. I've literally, I have been refreshing my email since like 5 a.m. Just constantly checking it. I would really appreciate you guys getting back to me. But whatever. Oh, you wanted that in a timely manner? No way. Well, the best we can do is leave you on the hook for another few days. So, man. Also, apparently I had an internet outage in my area today, so if stream gets a little wonky or even disappears, then yeah. Early today, I might just survive this one. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Yeah, I tried to tell you that Wednesdays are my early days. I usually I try to get 1 o'clock, but today that just did not work out. I had some other stuff to finish up before I could hop on stream, so you know, life prevails. That fun thing. Ugh, gotta love responsibilities. Sorry, Discord notifications are off because RuneScape channels blow me up. I message you. Okay. Yeah, I kind of felt that way. I'll be honest, I don't have my notifications on, so yeah, respect. Because it's the same thing, man. Like, every time that one of my friends would pop onto a game, I would just get a notification. I'm like, that's enough. That's enough of this. Okay. All right, cool. So, yeah. Chat's going to be a little bit more quiet. Awesome. Am I doing better today? Yeah, actually, I'm feeling a lot better today. Without going into TMI, yeah, I had a painful night, but as I said, no kidney stone, but it was definitely like, hey, you gotta clear these pipes, you know. So It only takes a few days to recover from it. Yeah. I mean, I can still feel it. I definitely still... the big thing is, like, I'm not sure if you guys have ever had it, but it's... No matter what I do, I always feel like somebody's squeezing my bladder, and it's just like... That's why the last few days have been as bad, where it's just like, you gotta go now, you gotta go now, you gotta go now. And there's just been a few times where, I mean, it might as well just be air. It's like, it stings, man. It stings. There's no way around it. So, yeah. As I said, I don't think I passed a stone, but I could have. It could have been a very small one. But yeah, man. Moral of the story is, guys, hydrate. Like, keep hydrating. Don't fall down on that, and definitely allow yourself time to go to the bathroom. I am very bad about that. It's not just streaming. I'm like that in everything that I do. If I lock my brain into any activity, it's pretty much like, yeah, you're going to forget to eat. You're going to forget to do anything. So, which, yeah, it's a fun neurodivergence. Hey, what's up, Smoke? Haven't seen you in a bit. How you doing, man? Actually, finally added you to my Twitch, the Twitch channels I gotta check out. So, also, shout out to Angry Ginger, man. He got a hold of me and said that it's cool to use his videos, and also just, yeah, we gotta band together on the left here and kind of build a coalition. So I really like that. Hey, Somnium in the building. Hell yeah, man. Been playing your music even more. I love the fact that you made me aware that it is kind of background music, because, like, it's way better than half of the slow... I call it slow metal. Half of the slow metal that is out there. So, I mean, I wasn't trying to, like, kiss your ass when I said, no, this is better than Stained. Especially modern Stained. Drink a gallon of beer every hour, you'll be fine. Nah, beer was kind of part of the problem. I have to admit that, once the 420 Fun Half hit, I would, I would crack one, and then I would hit my, I have a 3 to 4 limit. Like, I will not go past, especially if it's just like a weeknight. But even that, I was doing it too frequently, and I think that may have contributed. So just again, guys, be careful, man. Like, I know I sound old as hell right now, because I'm just like, yeah, your body's gonna eventually tell you what's up. So, yeah, just respect it, man. Especially if you're, like, in your early 30s or, like, late 20s. That's when I got mine, because I did not respect my body. Like, legit, dude. I could tell you exactly, like, what caused it, too. I was just doing, I used to travel cross-country, so, when you're in between rest stops, and then you play this game where every time you see, like, the blue sign for a rest stop, you're like, I can make another one. Nah, I can make another one. And then your body eventually just goes, yo, dude. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, gotta go. Although I'm also, like, one of those guys on a road trip that once that happens to me, if I break that seal, knowing damn well, like, what I do, I plan on telling my body what's up before it can tell me. Well, Ryan, I hope that you can. You're still a youngin', man. Like, I'm not trying to treat you like that, but for real, like, you still got that young blood. Like, you can definitely take a little bit, like, more as far as, like, even organ abuse. Like, but I'm telling you, man, I hate to sound like the broken clock, the old man scolding the youngins, like, take care of your body, kids, because for real, I kind of wish I would have listened a little bit, because I was that guy. I was literally that guy where I'm like, nah, what are you talking about, man? Like, I'm fine. Every guy on that, every older dude that I ever played hockey team, or, like, on a hockey team with, especially in, like, men's league, that's the first thing they would tell me is just, like, enjoy this. There's nothing weirder than joining a men's league hockey team with a bunch of, like, 40 to 50-year-olds when you're, like, in your mid-20s. It is, it's a lot of advice, a lot of unsanctioned advice, too, so. I'm just spreading that love with you guys. Slaps Ryan. This one can fit so much abuse into it. If you listen to Lanthlos or I suggest them. They're a huge influence on those songs. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh shit. I just realized I forgot to do something. We have another band that has been promoted to us through the father of the lead singer. And they actually got a hold of me and said I can use their music, but YouTube's YouTubing. Every time that I put it through, it keeps kicking it back to me where I'm like, all right, too risky. It says I can use it, but it's gonna get flagged, and then I just have to dispute it. So, dude, their music is so good. It is. Here. Let me shout them out real quick. Put their link here in the description. Where did I put it? Where is it? Bear with me. There it is. Hang Your Hate. Here is... Nope. I muted it. Oh, wow. I need to actually talk to him. I just realized that he did the thing where he never changed his name on his YouTube page. So it's got a generic YouTube link, so... But this is going to take you to Hang Your Hate. Real good band. Sharp Pains is dude, the song is awesome. Here, actually, Smoke a Tide Pod. I want to get your thoughts on this, man. It's really, really good. It's going to pop up twice on chat here. Actually, it's going to pop up 4 times now. Yeah, sub to them. Please. Also, sub to Kirk, if you haven't already. You know what? I'll just get this out of the way now. We'll do the plugs. And then I'm also going to link Somnium, too. Although, here, guys. Crap, is there a way I can do this without having it pop up 4 times? Whenever you're doing something, always take a beat and ask yourself, how could this be described in court? You know what? Huh. Funny, but practical. I hate to say it. Sometimes those are the things that really stick with me. Where, like, I'll just be driving and I'll think of that. Where I'll just be like, yeah, well, you know what? I have to ask myself, how would this be described in court? Actually, that would probably be like every argument I have with my wife, like ever. That will probably save me a lot right there. I don't know what the fuck these quotes are, but they're motivating me. That's what quotes are for, right? Honestly, I mean, good tip, yeah. I hope. Listen, I'm not even kidding about this. I hope that you guys can at least get like some good advice from, you know, the chat over here, or even take some of mine. Learn from my mistakes, guys. Like, for real. Also, oh yeah, forgot to. This is like one of my favorite shirts that I own. It's all old and tattered. It's got a little bleach stain on it. I think the kids call that vintage now, right? God. I was at a record store and they were selling like vintage band tees. Dude, I'm not even kidding. They were band tees I bought from Hot Topic like years ago that I didn't wear enough, so mine still looks so fresh. I'm like, oh, okay, well, and he gained 5 gray hairs that day, and my beard just, like, I'm gonna look like Santa Claus by the end of that. Like, by the end of all this. Or it's just like, oh, no. Hang Your Hate, I skipped through Red Yarn. It textually gives a little Breaking Benjamin, which isn't someone I've thought about in a long time. Yeah. Yeah, I actually said that, didn't I, Kirk? I think I said that they reminded me of Breaking Benjamin. Oh, actually, hold on. It might not have been Breaking Benjamin. No, it was the other one. Corey Taylor's other band. Crap. I forgot what the hell they're called. Dig it. Yeah, hell yeah, man. It's really good. Breaking Benjamin's one of my favorite band, or was one of my favorite bands for a long time. Yeah. Stone Sour. Thank you. It was Stone Sour. I knew it. I was like, I hate when I can literally name the singer and just be like, I forgot what the band's name was. There's been a few of those where it ended up working out really, really well, where like the lead singer of another band went and started another project, and Maynard's really good at that. Pretty much every like project that Maynard has done, I have to give credit to. Like, I love A Perfect Circle. It's one of my favorite bands of all time. Like, honestly, for A Perfect Circle's self-titled album is one of the best ones. Like, just out there. Surprisingly, Tool was a little too prog rock for me, if you can consider it prog rock, I guess. It's just too experimental. Like, I like some of the songs and I like some of it, but it's CEASEFIRE is actually, I like that band that he does too. Or is it CEASEFIRE? I actually saw them, and it was cool because he did a set where it was like half the band, but they did some Perfect Circle songs. It was really, really cool. It was at a bar too, man. Like, you want to talk about really just intimate? That was such a good show. Maynard is goated. I love Tool better personally, but I'm a weird musician too. It's all right. No, actually, I definitely know that it's kind of subjective, but it's also the fact that, like, Tool being the OG band, it is one of those things where your brain just goes, oh, this is the better one. I don't know, man. I like the female vocalists that he pairs with. Like, they're... Dude, I want to listen to that album so bad. You know what? I'm going to put that on my playlist right now, because I have not listened to that in quite some time. I also remember that the last Perfect Circle CD that they released was really, really good. CD. Showing that age of mine. I still have my CD book upstairs. God, you want to talk about one of the worst days of my life, though? When my first CD book got stolen out of my car. Ooh, boy, I was pissed. And I actually had the thing happen where I saw it on a meme and I just had to laugh because I was like, that happened to me. Where they took all my burned CDs, like my mixes, and they just tossed them onto my floor mat. I was like, oh, so they actually even took the time to just go, nope. So at least I had my mixes, but yeah, that sucked. What the hell? Hold on, guys. Something just happened to my... Okay. Oh, no. Sorry, I turned my alerts off. Here. Hold on, I gotta handle something with a mod real quick. Okay. My bad about that. Alerts are back on, guys. That goes for all my mods. I accidentally turned it off. I like APC better than Tool. Yeah. Me too. I'm just, yeah. Smoke. I appreciate that. Kirk, I'm sorry. You're in the minority here, buddy. So did you guys yeah, you heard about it, right? Like you heard the big news, right? Like, it's big news. That is somehow not feeling like big news at all. It dropped halfway through, like, me watching Majority Report, and they just barely addressed it. You would think, you know, spend so much time advocating for Gaza, and we just brush over the ceasefire part. Like, that's the part that kind of got me, where I'm just like, wait a minute. I'm not only a bigger Tool fan, but I also am a conservative. I'm definitely stop calling yourself a conservative. There's no way. There's no way that you're a through a pure red blood conservative and watching this and enjoying it as much as you do. There's no way. I'm sorry, man. At some point, like my leftist policies or my leftist tendencies would piss you off enough to make you just go. Bleh! Although I gotta say, the hottest take you've had so far is just saying that you truly do like Tool better than Perfect Circle. So I don't know. I also hate the I'm not sure if you guys feel the same way, but I hate calling myself anything like that. Like, I'll call myself a leftist because that's what I am. Like, leftist is a good umbrella term. What I don't like is when all of a sudden you have to be like, I'm a social democrat, or I'm an anarchist, or blah, 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 blah. Like, because I can tell you right now, at the age of 38, I've already kind of, like, I've shifted so much, even with you guys, where I'm just like, you call yourself a tanky? Why would you call yourself a tanky? Why would you want to be with those Nazball idiots? Like, seriously, why would you want to be lumped in to the same group as Jackson Hinkle? Like, there are certain people that just, like, they enter a space, and that's kind of like your red flag to just be like, nah, maybe I should get out of here, you know? I'm definitely, no, I can't get angry when I'm more ignorant on the subject. It's only topics I'm well educated on that I debate on. Well, even so, even if you're well educated on it, I would say that the fact that number one, the fact that you're open to new ideas kind of, I'm not trying to even, like, be reductive, dude. Like, for real, you already are leaps and bounds above most conservatives because you're curious. Like, a fundamental aspect of being a conservative in America is foregoing any curiosity. You trade your curiosity for ego, and then just going, I know this because such and such told me, and it gave me feels of me going, Urgh. I also watch Crowder, and you enjoy it? Or do you hate watch him? Because, I'm sorry, even in the conservative spaces, you do realize that he's like a loser amongst his own people. Yeah, effing Crowder, Jesus H. Christ. Well, no, I mean, whoa, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. That's one of my favorite drops. Yeah, he's funny AF. He, LOL, changed my mind. Oh, I can change your mind. I mean, when you have actual working comedians who are conservatives who hate him and also say he steals bit, like, here's the thing, man. Again, you can enjoy him, and, like, if you just enjoy the objective show that he puts on, fine. But you need to know a little bit about, like, the behind the scenes stuff. Like, his own base doesn't respect him. The stuff that came out with his wife was just objectively hilarious to all of us because, this guy who's just, like, so preachy about conservative ideals and just like, these immigrants are gonna come and mistreat our women. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Meanwhile, comedians and conservatism don't mix very well. No, I mean, yeah, Jim Brewer is a perfect mix of that. Mental disorder or dental disorder, H2BA, BH. Sorry. Coffee's kicking in. Trying to figure it out. Also, boomer moment. Happy to be here. Dental misorder. Thank you. I actually appreciate you being here. So, also, if you guys haven't left a like on the stream already, please do. It really, really helps me out. Especially after I dealt with the targeted attack on my channel. So the only thing that really did was kind of knock me down a few pegs in the algorithm. So please like the stream. It really, really does help me. And also sub to the channel if you haven't already. So, and then, yeah, if you want to donate to the stream, you can do so through YouTube Super Chats or over on Twitch. Is this live? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, am I not live? Is it bad that that's kind of where I was like, I'm not sure if this is like an acronym or technically like I just don't know how this goes. But yes, this is live, bud. As I said, appreciate you. But we were just talking, Kirk. Comedians and conservatism don't really go well together, because what ends up happening is it ends up just becoming mean. Because, like, look what's happening in the conservative circles with Joe Rogan, even, where everybody that's doing the Austin comedy stuff, they're starting to see, like, a little bit of a hit in their New York scene. Like, now they're starting to realize, uh-oh, now I need to make a choice, because in New York, it's not even just about, like, liberal tendencies or any of that crap. It's legit just about, like, yeah, not a lot of people find the, oh, just see the Bud Light, the trans Bud Light stuff, ha 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 ha. No, like, that doesn't sell. So it's lowest common denominator crap that'll work on a crowd in Texas. But yeah, like, that's another thing I have to always respect about, like, New York, Chicago, any cityscape, essentially, is they have a much broader and smarter comedy audience, where that's why lowest common denominator bits don't usually work. So they aren't capable of necessary self-critique and generate actual jokes. They just say effing. Yeah, no, exactly. No, that's exactly it. David Lucas is a perfect example of this. If you guys don't know who he is, he hangs out with the Kill Tony crowd. He, like, his whole shtick now is literally playing to conservatives. Like, he'll just say Biden's old ass. And, like, I did a video on him. If you guys want to check him out, or check it out, it's an earlier video on my channel, but it's good. The Elephant Graveyard did a really good breakdown on David Lucas and overall the comedians who try to. David was hilarious as a roast master. Kirk, definitely check out the video. You want to see David get roasted himself by Harlan Williams? The thing is, it's great when they can control the room, but the second that he gets called on the carpet, you just see him crumble. Which, you know, if you're going to be in that scene, then you got to be able to play with the big boys, you know. But also part of that problem is you got guys like Big J Okerson, Dan Soder, even Louis J. Gomez. Like, these guys are not political. So when you have a Dave Smith who is political, who, like, he's so political that now he's literally ingratiated himself with political spaces. I mean, he goes on Piers Morgan all the time. But he also understands that it's like, I'm not trying to push my politics on my friends and get them in these circles. Because realistically, with those guys, what made them kind of, like, even be perceived as right-wing comedians was the fact that they were just against the pushback, like cancel culture. Like, cancel culture did a number, guys. I hope you guys understand that, especially if you're a little bit younger. In the field of comedy, that ruined a lot of things. And it wasn't just the Me Too movement stuff. It wasn't just, like, the people who deserve to be canceled kind of shit. It's literally the fact that you gave them all this ammo for them to just be like, you can't say anything anymore. And that, like, they were kind of technically right, because, like, when people would just go searching for stuff that they said, that's where I was kind of like, that could be a problem. But yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to do a full-on comedy lecture on. Still kind of, you call yourself a tanky, but are you actually a tanky? Like, for real. I'm very curious about that, because, again, I'm not like the Voshes of this. I know, Anna, ceasefire. I know, I'm getting to it. Sorry, I've been kind of just doing an intro to the show, but yes, we got it. Ceasefire. Anna, did you think it was a little weird? I'm not sure if you were watching Majority Report, but they barely mentioned it. Like, I have a feeling they'll just cover it tomorrow, but still, it was odd. I was like, Dave under duress, yeah, but they would have said, you can't say that anymore, regardless of who lost whatever gigs. It's not even that. It's not about who losing gigs. I'm talking about the perception of just in general, like, because, yeah, like, I always get this, like, argued with me where they're just like, yeah, but that's almost saying that saying, like, the most reprehensible crap is fine. And then you're just giving them a pass to do it because you know, you don't want to step on their toes, like step on the toes of comedy. You don't want to be the cancel police. And that's kind of where I'm like, well, now see what we did? Like, now we've made ourselves the cancel police. Yeah. It's just, in comedy for real, the trash takes itself out, because most of the time, yeah, wait a minute, you know what? I take that back, because there's a few hacks that I've watched that still get bookings. I mean, Amy Schumer's one of them. I'm sorry. Like, I can't. A lot of leftist comedians, or like people that have leftist tendencies and are into comedy, will not attack her. No, dude. No. She sucks. And it's not her comedy that sucks, it's the fact that she blatantly steals from up-and-coming comedians. I mean, everybody focused on the Carlos Mencia stuff, and Carlos Mencia stealing jokes. It should have been Amy Schumer. I have a decent amount of conservative values, but I don't want to talk about them. This is supposed to be my safe space. It is. No, it's fine. I'll talk about it. I'll talk to you about them privately. David was... Oh, sorry. Yeah, so, I don't know. I'm floored that Trump turned out to be the lesser evil here. Yeah. I did say it. I literally said it. Like, you can go back to one of my earlier streams, and I was just like, wouldn't that be crazy if he actually did it? Like, he actually negotiated a ceasefire, but then you find out it's like, oh, no, it's not. Like, I wish that people would stop just giving it to him. It's like, no, there's a little more nuance than that, but also, I'm not going to I'm not going to sit here pretending that they didn't have a backroom deal where it's just like, hey, Benny, I need you to do something for me. I need it to look really good. This would be a nice gift 5 days before I take office. Parallel thinking was cringy as fuck. Yeah. Amy was way worse. Yeah. I'll hit it from the back. Trump got a fat booty now. He effing cucked Biden. Well, Biden cucked himself. I mean, legit. You gotta respect the game. That really is what we have to do. You gotta respect the game, but also we have to understand exactly what it is. That could be a longer conversation, but yeah, I'd probably be classified as one. I don't think the Nazbol Tanky Association is particularly accurate, but I can see why it comes up. What that is worth. Well, I'm sorry, but the people who were speaking for the tanky movement, like, I'm sorry, because what's his name, Zerka or whatever? I haven't listened to him in a long time. But yeah. All right, here we go. We're gonna take a look at the ceasefire. Oh, I did this yesterday too. Oops. Wait 1 second. Ooh, tanky discourse. Yeah, over on Twitch chat here, we have a Smoke a Tide Pod just said he considers himself a tanky. Although, again, safe space, guys. I'm not looking to attack. We could, like, open discussion, but once it starts getting to your ideas are so stupid, you're stupid, then I'm like, all right. I used to self-identify as a tanky. What's up with that? I'm like, what the hell? Okay. FNF. Listen, I think that the acronyms need to just let's abandon the acronyms today. Pepper's not having a good day with acronyms. Oh, fresh and fit. Okay, that makes all right. I think he's thrown around a lot, mainly by anarchists. Again, even if that's why I always thought it was weird. Is it like, Anna, I'm not sure if you understand where I'm coming from here, but I almost associate tanky more with the people who claim to be like the leaders of said, or like the representatives of said movement. Like like I said it to him, Jackson Hinkle did enough damage to that just whole space where I just went, I don't even want to associate with that. The communist right. Yeah, what was it? They called it Trump socialism or Trump socialism or MAGA socialism or some shit like that. Dave Under Duress, what's a tanky anyway? What is a tanky? Like, how do you actually define a tanky? Like, I think that like I define it as somebody that is pro-Russia that also claims to have leftist ideals. I mean, that's that's my base take on it. Probably very, very wrong. What do you mean you're not having a good day with the acronyms? Oh, I've had a few chatters just pop up and just do... I'll just use one that like used to confuse me. The TLDR. Like that kind of crap where I'm like, I don't want to look into this. You want to talk about feeling me like tanks rolling into Prague? Yeah. Originally using the British Parliament, yeah. Again, I admit that I don't know enough about that. I sat there watching enough of the Vosh stuff and the debates with him and Hinkle and that other dipshit. I keep forgetting his name. My guy missed a joke. I tried so hard. Oh. Because you use the WDYM. I just brushed right... Like, I stomped on that. That wasn't even an over the head. That was just a stepping on the side. What do you mean? That didn't feel... That felt a little squishy. Weird. So like someone who's in the tank, but for someone else, while understanding the history of the term is important, I can talk about it later. Okay, cool. I disagree with the communist ideology, personally. What do you disagree with? I always find that interesting. Here, you know what? What better place to define tanky than just Googling it? Tanky. Alright, here we go. Tanky is a pejorative label generally applied to authoritarian communists. Okay, that makes sense. Oh. So would you consider tankies like kind of what like propped up Stalin? Especially those who support acts of repression by such regimes, their allies, and deny occurrence of the events hereof. Coffee tastes metally. I'm like this close to just like dumping that because yeah, I just got like a severe metal taste. I was like, which is core to Leninist theory. I disagree with rank ordering people based on class. I can actually kind of see that. I mean, again, this is why I never identified fully as a communist, but I've also admittingly not delved fully into theory, as you can see. Which, you know what? What am I supposed to do? Lie about it? Just be like, guys, I know theory so well. I know all the theory. I don't know. I actually just watched a really good video pretty much breaking down like all the different classes of communism and where I kind of fall in line with it. I was just like, oh. Listen, I can give you a long lecture on communist theory if you want. Well, long lectures are kind of the reason that I am so dumb on this. Listen, Anna, this is my thing, like, and I wish more people would acknowledge this, is not everybody is built to not be educated, but like scholastics. You know, class, like sitting in a class, listening to people, like, believe it or not, like, I can watch a YouTube video on it all day, but for some reason, you put me in a classroom, immediately it's... But you know what? For everybody that would be like, oh, look, Pep's so stupid, Pep do, but it's like, well... And you guys, it's like, yeah, I kind of function. This is why I understand when a lot of like uneducated Americans get pissed off. I'm just like, yeah, I kind of get that. Yay, academia. Yeah, academia. Yeah. Yeah, and I have been very open about that, man. Like, I barely got by. I was like, I think a C student, like a C average student, but I tested incredibly well. Any standardized tests, I did really well. Got a 32 on my ACT. Bro hit us with the Peanuts parent impression. I did. I totally did. I don't know, man. Maybe it's a lot of people are just smoke less pot. Smoke less pot, read more theory. No, but Anna, like that's why guys like Saul Alinsky were always the ones that I could get behind, I could read, because they would speak to idiots like me, where they were just like, yeah, I need to make this accessible to people, and also not make it boring, you know? Because realistically, think about like why right-wing propaganda works so well. It's because it's sensationalized. It's because it's quick. It's easy. It gets you riled up. It makes you feel the emotion, but then you're just like, what? Trans ideology? What? Meanwhile, here we are. Like, and that's where I was kind of bringing that up with you. I think almost this goes back to like our first private conversation, where I was kind of like, yeah, you know. Wait, all my videos on? What the hell is going on? Hold on, guys. I'm getting some audio feedback from something, and I don't know what. Are you guys hearing it? I believe Marx was misguided. How do you think Marx was misguided? I think that he was perfectly fine. Like, I think that he was just literally seeing what was around him, and he was kind of seeing like what was happening. I mean, realistically, like all those guys are kind of just like, boom. You know, we're seeing it in action now. Not hearing it. Okay, I have no idea what the hell's going on then. Either way. But this is also why, Anna, I'm the perfect student, though, where I can at least be like, dumber. You can explain it to me, and then that's how I'll go. Make it dumber. And then you can just be like, okay, class, this equals good. Class good. I don't know. Sorry. I'm not even giving myself enough credit here. But trust me, like this was one of like the bigger things that I had to like get over, especially watching guys like Vosh, where I was just like, I feel like I'm not educated enough to do this. Everyone is misguided. We're all humans in a human experience. Marx was no different, but that doesn't diminish the value of his analysis in history. No, exactly. But that's also why I get mad when people like stan like one work or something. Like, for instance, the people that I went to high school with that had I call them in my life the proto-leftists, but they didn't even understand it. Like they were doing it because they were in their rebel phase, and they just were like, oh, my parents are conservatives, I'm gonna read Karl Marx. But then when they would come and talk to you about, you know, what Marx was saying, they were just like, oh, you know, this is just, they would admit it. They were just like, it's just I know that name pisses off my parents, so like half of them wouldn't even read the books. They would just have it in their backpack. So. I do know all the theory. See, that's awesome though. See, that's what I also love about communities like this is you make up for my shortcomings there, and you can also kind of hold me to account on that. Sorry, Anna, didn't mean to put so much pressure on you, especially, I know you got other places to go, people to see, so, especially now. From my understanding, you were pretty busy, so. I have a gift for you. Oh, okay. Cool. Marx had this idea that people would be altruistic by default in a communist state. That's where I disagree. I actually have a fundamental disagreement with that. That's totally me. Reddit, I own it. Trust me, there's so many of those people that, like, here's the thing. Yeah, I am busy working right now. I subscribe to Dvoleski's lived experience. Party meeting later. Nice. Nice. Yeah, eventually I gotta, do you guys, like, have, information on, like, chapters in other places like Chicago? Because if you do, then I would like that. But still. What I was saying is, like, this is why I appreciate you, Anna, is because, yeah, I can always defer to you. But also, I also try to be as honest as possible, because, like, not like what I was saying, not enough YouTubers even are just honest with themselves. This is why so many of them end up contradicting themselves, like, immediately, or you... the worst one is when they have the hit piece brought out against them, where it's just like, did you know that this guy, he doesn't even read it. He didn't even read it. He took this from a Twitter thing. It's just... I can't wait for somebody to start with those types of attacks where I'm just gonna be like... This does kind of play into the... It's very hard for somebody to own you when... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. When you own yourself. I also feel like this goes back to what I was saying, Kirk, about just in general, about how, like, just labeling yourself with that. Because, again, people labeled me a leftist, which I said I will take that one, but liberal. That's one that, like, again, my family, they call me a liberal. I'm not. But yeah. I think that you are, dude, I actually just realized you're kind of like the opposite of what my dad, or actually, no, you're not the opposite. You are kind of what he was saying. Like, are you fiscally conservative and socially, liberal? I'd start off as a volunteer. It's much less intensive than being a full member. Oh, cool. I mean, what, being a full member has, like, a lot of stuff that I have to do. Alright, no, that's hilarious. I think you'll find the vibe is much more chill than on the internet. Well, Anna, this is kind of my whole, like, if I have one thing that I want to try and bring to the left on the internet is more chill. Like, can we just more chill? You know, less intense discussions, less getting mad at people for, you know, even half bad. Because, like, Anna, actually, I talked to Midi Doctor today on MR's chat. Wow, I am having a brain fart today. But yeah, she was saying that what you were saying essentially is, yeah, MR Discord really does have that problem where it's like, apparently they go to war with each other over just dumb shit constantly. So yeah, there are 8-month educational course and meetings are mandatory. What? Listen, if I wanted that, then I go to 8. Okay. Yeah, just go work at my food kitchen. I don't like mandatory meetings. Listen, I've already got anxiety enough as it is. I don't need people just being like, I need you here at this time. This is the reason that I work, like, pretty much for myself. Or, well, my other thing, I can make my own schedule, so. YouTube keeps crashing, my bad? Really? I wonder what's going on there. Is everybody else having problems with YouTube? Sorry, we're serious about building socialism. Don't apologize. I'm just talking about me. Sorry, I'm a stoner that also gets nervous whenever I make I'll enthusiastically make plans, but then I'll go, once those plans come time, I might have issues. Sorry. That's why I say you should volunteer first. Yeah, see, being a volunteer, I can do that. I don't need a badge to feel like I don't know. I just want to contribute in any way that I can, but also, like I said, I feel like here at least I can contribute, just to the idea of, hey, like, this is why I love this. I love the fact that we have Kirk and you. Like, you guys are almost polar opposites in your political beliefs, but here we are. I love this. Also, I don't dislike Marx. I like all philosophy. Nice. See, Kirk, this is why I kind of was saying, like, you're not your average... Well, I'll say this. I'll be fair. You're not your average conservative because you even read philosophy. Like, you actually care about, like, other people's theories. You care about reading more than just, what you're being told, and, like, then just stopping short of Bible said this. Like, that's usually where conservatives stop, where they're like, you ask any conservative, have you read theory? They'll be like, what theory? The theory of what? It's like, ugh. And then ask them to describe the theory of relativity, and then they'll give you a blank look. So, I'm also not religious either. Well, that's also... I have found myself being able to have more common ground with conservatives that are not religious. Most of the time, the people I find in those circles tend to be libertarians or self-identify as libertarians, which I've always found that kind of interesting, where it's like, okay, so you take the religious element out of it, but it still has a bunch of, like, conservative, like, tenets to it. So, like, empirical thought is a disqualifying concept in modern conservatism. Exactly. Exactly. See, I'm one of those special cases where I think critically, but again, it's that ADD, man. And I tried with all the medications. It's just like I was saying earlier, Anna. I'm one of those people. School, not for me. Not for me. What's up, Arcadian? How you doing, dude? Glad that you can stop by. It's good to see you. Also, yeah, we're still on for tonight. I hope. I should have asked that. On my end, we're still on. Religion usually muddies the water. Yeah, well. So, Kirk, actually, you know what? What are your opinions then on that? Like, what do you think about the religious right, like, taking over the movement? Like, doesn't that kind of piss you off? Like, do you ever... Because, like, that's the one thing I will say is, for some reason, us on the left, we are so good at creating drama and division in our own circles. That's one thing I don't see a lot on the right, even with, like, the Ben Shapiro and Tim Pool stuff. Once it all comes down to it, that, like, they'll all come together and just be like, yeah, Trump's still good, though, or whatever. And that's, like... Yeah, that's just kind of my broader view on it. Weed is the best ADHD med for me. That's me too. It is. Like, I'm not even kidding. That's the reason I use it. Outside of, I mean, I just enjoy it. But, no, I actually do use it medicinally. I use it for my migraines because I get ocular migraines where occasionally, for some reason, like, a really bright light will hit just a special area on my, like, I have astigmatism, so once that happens, I get, like, starry vision, and I'll just see nothing but bright, and I have to lay down, and once I smoke and lay down for about 10-15 minutes, it usually takes care of it. If I do not smoke, and if it gets to the point where I get my full-blown migraine, then I'm out. Like, I will not be able to, like, get up. It sucks. But yeah, I also use it for insomnia, even though technically it robs you of REM sleep. Tell my body that. I find it I think the left has been on the back foot in general since the destruction of the USSR, and every segment of leftists wants to prove that they are correct. Exactly. Yeah, Anna, and that's exactly, I think that's a great take. And honestly, that's where I was kind of like, yeah, can we just get over that? And, you know, because like Kirk here, this is kind of where I think I'm even like having this debate right now, or having this with myself, where I'm just like, well, wait a minute. How come Kirk can so easily call himself a conservative, even though he has like none of the tenets of like modern day conservatism within him? And then here we are, we're just like, I don't even know what to call myself on the left. And they do that through argument and debate. Yeah. Well, and again, for some reason, argument and debate, like from my point of view, like on the internet, it's the destiny way of debating, where it's just they want to be right. It's not about actually changing ideas, which at that point, why even engage? Like, just as the other person trying to change the, like, I'm not doing like any debates for points. I think Kirk is playing a game memeing you. No, he's good at that, Anna, but no, he's not. He really isn't. I like, I've had a few breakdown moments where like I just said, okay, joking aside, and he's like, no, I really am, but I like, because he'd rather not debate people in this space and like get people mad. Yeah, I was about to say, Kirk, I'm good at that, but I'm not. See? Exactly. Give me some credit. Yeah, it's about establishing dominance in a convo, not well-reasoned arguments. Exactly. It's dumb. Like, I don't get that. And I don't get, like, see, I won't engage with that. That's why, you know, average debates are not what I like, or average online debates are not my cup of tea. I also have a feeling this is why I got, like, roped into doing other debates, because I'm like, from another person's observation, they're just like, no, you actually are genuinely like curious about like people's positions and how they formed them. So that I was like, oh, well, other people aren't. And like when I had to wrestle with that, where I'm like, wait a minute, then what are we doing? Like, what's the point of this? So perfectly describing my whole existence on the internet the past year. What's on by stars? Hey, little smiley face. What's up? I used to watch Destiny when he was 4v1ing. Well, again, and he was doing that for his own ego. Like, that's just like fine. Like, if you're doing it to build your brand and like whatever, and winning, that was cathartic. Well, again, this is also why as much as I don't like Destiny, I can enjoy his debates. I love when he bodies people and when he actually has like well-crafted arguments, but realistically, it always does, because like he said it on Adam Freeman's show when he was getting interviewed by him, where he was just like, how do you know you've won, or what are you looking to gain from a debate? And when he just, unironically, no jokes in, like, no humor in it at all, just said, I want them to, like, when they delete their account. It's like, cool. Like Destiny a lot. See? What's happening there? I grew up reading Jean Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, and Marx. I find other people's opinions fascinating. Oh, yeah. See, again, being able to engage. Wow. See, that alone has been lost on the internet. I don't care what side you're on. It's so easy just to go look for confirmation bias and not even admit it too. If I'm actually debating someone, I usually am trying to convince the audience, not the speaker. Well, what if you're not having see, this is the thing. Before I was doing this, I didn't have an audience. So like, that's kind of my whole point with that. Like, anytime that I engaged in a debate, especially religious debates, it was always to try and change their minds. And I always kind of felt like, because I would always start my religious debates just like, okay, are you just going to end this with saying you have to have faith? Because if that's the case, then I'm out. I'm not even going to waste my time. Because that's usually how it would go, is I would waste 2 hours having a impassioned argument, And then it would just go, well, you just got to have faith. I'm like, no, that's what we just spent the last 2 hours arguing about. The speaker is invested in their position. The audience use the speaker as a proxy for themselves, and it's easier to change the audience's mind when it's not them losing the argument. Ish. It depends, because I think you're giving the audience a little bit too much credit there, because sometimes, like, think of it this way, Anna, like how easily like any creator's audience can go on the attack. Like, look at the way that H3 their audience went on the attack, and now they're on. You want to talk about being on the back foot? Now even they're not standing up for them. But no, and I understand where you're coming from. That's not the worst thing, but sometimes you like the way I describe it with Sam Cedar, where even though it seems like that's what he's doing, like with the libertarians, every once in a while I'll find myself just going, what he's saying in the substance of his argument is correct, but the way he's saying it and the way he's coming off is kind of a dick about it and kind of being, the elitist. That's why I said that. Yeah, like, how are you supposed to change anybody's mind with that? Even if they are, like, agreeing with the libertarian, at that point, then they're just like, yeah, man, see? The left is just a bunch of smug dicks. Like, that's what I'm trying to fix. That perception is well established with people, and it's not just libertarians, conservatives, it's literally the centrists, which I've been seeing dumb freaking takes on that too, where you got people in leftist chat circles going, we don't need centrists, they can keep their ideals to themselves. What? How are we gonna ever grow? What? Is that not what we're trying to do? Because it kind of plays into that, like, okay, so we can sit there going, well, I'm the one who's right on this because I just know I'm the right one on this, and then our ideas never get instituted beyond us just forming some little organization. Yeah, this is why I try not to argue and debate. I organize now. That is smart. But centrists win elections. That's actually, realistically, I mean, people don't want to hear that, but it's true. People are much more receptive in real life and willing to work with anyone. Yeah, I mean, that's just, online culture. I mean, whether it be social media, streaming, or whatever the hell it is, like, it breaks people's brains. And then the second that you get, like, an actual engagement with them, they're like, I don't actually feel that way. It's like, there it is. Even with all the red flags, pun intended. Yeah, I mean. But it's like Inverted Mystic said over here. Unfortunately, centrists lost the last election. LMAO. Not really. See, no, that's the thing. No, actually, Anna, I'm going to just say my opinion on this. I think that if you're going to have that opinion, then I think that you need to be fair. They lost that election because of the pivot. It wasn't moving to the center, because you can argue that, the center right. No, it was the fact that you could also argue, why do you think they would even do that? Like, why would they abandon the leftist coalition? Because, this is why I kept having the opinion I did, especially when we were attacking Gaza so much, especially like from the majority report, is because at that time, specifically, you go back to like when Biden was running, they had absolutely no problem just being like, I can't vote for Biden, I can't vote for this, vote for whatever you're gonna do, but I just can't do this. So to ignore that, and then to have a lot of people that like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that, I'm not gonna do that, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, 10 million people, or 12 million people who voted for Biden just didn't come out, and lost because of her refusal to move left on Gaza. I don't agree with that. No. See, Anna, I think that Gaza wasn't a priority to the mass majority of the American people. It was a priority to us and our coalition, but our coalition isn't that big. If our coalition was so big, then we would have been able to actually have real leverage. We That's why they treated us the way they did. Why do you think that she gave us the little pat on the head like, oh, that's cute, when we were just like, you're not propping up any Palestinian speakers. You didn't even let anybody at the DNC speak, about the Palestinian conflict. And they were like, that's cute. Here. My God, I'm utilitarian. Oh no, did you just take your political compass test? I did that for content once and I still haven't released it because I was like, oh, jeez. I need to do that. But also, I'll be completely honest, the reason I haven't released that content is because it has nothing to do with the content itself. It has everything to do with the fact that I was using a microphone with the wrong settings, so I sounded like I was in a tin can, and my mic and like everything was just so amateurish. I was like, ooh. Gotta make a call, be right back. Cool. I stayed in the middle where Biden spent his whole career. Yeah. Well, again, this is not me saying that you have to change your politics. This is also part of the problem. Is like, it's not about changing your beliefs or your politics. It's about slowly getting people on board with things that you agree with. Because you're never going to get anybody whole cloth to change their mind, especially when they're so locked into their position that is opposed to yours. Like, this is where you have to kind of cede ground. You have to see things from the center and move towards that center and agree on these things. That, if we constantly just go, not left enough for me, no, not doing that, no. How are we ever going to actually move our positions into government? Like, that's where I keep getting lost on that, man. Like, just personally. That's just the stoner leftist doing this, where I'm like, okay. Like, centrists tend to vote blue, but when blue gets is so crazy, I don't know. Like, the right wing is crazy, but, like, see, hold on, in Very Mystic right there. I'm not even going to read the rest of your comment real quick, because that's almost like insinuating, like, the whole, the trans in sports, that's giving them way too much credit, because, like, but I'll give them the credit on the fact that they can control a narrative with some of the dumbest arguments. Centrists, like, the right wing is crazy, but... like, you got to understand the spotlight is on you. You're the one in office. No one wants to hear about Trump, bro. You were in office for 4 years. Instead of talking about how awful Trump is, show your administration's accomplishments next to some of Trump's failures. Yeah, they didn't do that at all. And that's the whole, like, when you go back to the whole reason that Biden ran, it was to protect the incumbency. Because they knew that Trump would be running as an incumbent too. Like, that was like the narrative of the election for the longest time. I enjoyed Trump's tax breaks. I mean, then you must be in a totally different tax bracket, because I can tell you right now, I enjoyed them for 2 years before they rolled over on me. My taxes went up. Sorry. It's just an objective fact. Because that's also the way that they wrote it, so it looked good when it was first instituted, so that then, when they sunsetted it during Biden's administration, then everybody would just go, Biden! It was Biden's fault. Biden taxes went up after Biden. Which is exactly what happened in my area. Hog Froggy, hey. I really don't like taxes. Well, there's two certainties in life, death and taxes. There's a reason they say that. I mean, dude, even when it's in the Bible... pay your freaking taxes. And again, I'm not a Christian, but it's just like, this is how societies are built. You have to pay taxes. Like, for earnings, and like, if we're going to have this capitalist system, then yes, this is how it works. Sorry. Until we have, unlimited energy and a way to actually build Starfleet, then I'm also not going to even try to go into utopianism. Is that what it's even called? But that's how I see it, where it's just like, utopian way of life. I would not have to pay taxes. I would just, it's the way that Picard said it in First Contact, where he's just like, it's like, you guys don't have money? It's like, no, we work to improve our government, ourselves, our species. If utopia will exist, America will be the first one to achieve it. Please. No, we won't. Dude, you do realize that we're, like, at the end of, like, this, right? Like, you do realize that we're giving... the next superpower is going to most likely be China because America's playing into it and we're just giving them the world. And our billionaires are literally banking against us right now. And they're the ones running the country. And then everybody's just like the globalists, the Democrat globalists, while ignoring the fact that these billionaires all are literally in their little cabal controlling the world. It's hilarious. It's fucking hysterical to me that literally QAnoners are just like, yeah, but Biden and George Soros. It's like, you guys are being played. It's hilarious. I understand taxes, but paying almost half of my salary angers me. Oh, absolutely. No, paying half of your salary is stupid. No, there needs to be a limit. And no, honestly, this is where you can make the arguments that the wealth tax is the reason that you are paying so much, is because they're paying so little. Like, no, once you get to a certain point of wealth, then you need to be paying 90% on every dollar earned after that. Sam Cedar is a big proponent about this. About going back to the tax code back like 1970s and 60s. But thoughts on Hans Hermann Hoppe? I don't know who that is. I think you might have missed the whole. I'm one of those rare leftists that doesn't like. I haven't read a lot of shit. Like, dude, I'm a stoner who wasn't exactly what I would call a academic. So 90% is a lot. Not when it's literally on, money that you wouldn't even notice it's there. Anyway, are you on Red Note yet? What's Red Note? Gotta work out. Bye-bye. Oh, have a good workout, man. I get it. No podcast during workout. No. Get that crunch music, dude. That's most leftists, to be honest. Most don't read. No, but they pretend they do. That's where I was going with that, Anna. I was trying not to be a dick about it, but do you know how often, and this is kind of why I think I came at you the way I did the first time that we were talking, is because do you know how often I've been condescended to? Like, for real. From these circles? Like, it's almost like a full-time job. I get paid taxes very little. I get paid very little. Joys of being national property. Ooh. Ew. Yeah. But no, Duke, back to your point. That's why, like, okay, so the way that Sam Cedar was doing it, he was doing it with a little bit too much of the, like the 1970s, because he was saying like $200,000 or $200 million. Or no, I think he said even thousand. No, at this point, fine. You adjust it to where if you make even $500 million, you pay a 90% tax rate. Because then those billionaires who are hoarding all this money are forced to put that money back into the economy. The problem with them hoarding all this wealth and having it where they do is the fact that it just sits there. And then we suffer because of it. And I also don't like this idea that we've become so complacent that we're just like, but do we really deserve that? Because we're also starting to hit, like, I've seen that in the media cycle. Things are better now than they ever have been. Weird how that fucking turned. Weird how this last whole year during this election, I had to hear about how bad things were, how America's falling. But once Trump wins, everything's going the right direction. Go fuck yourselves. Like, seriously. Like, that shit really pisses me off. I feel like most people don't read, not enough anyway, and not the right things to make a lot of arguments that they're making with as much confidence as they do. Well, yeah, because a lot of these people are just parroting shit. I mean, dude, I fall into that trap occasionally, but that's why, like, when I do, like, start doing that, I will try and just be like, okay, because, like, there's nothing in my personal life, there's nothing more annoying than when somebody in my life says, okay, that's great, but that's just a talking point that you're parodying. I'm like, Because just because it's a talking point doesn't not mean it has merit, but it sucks. No, I understand. Yeah. No, and Anna, this is what I really do enjoy you. You're awesome, and I feel like I actually got my point across to you in a way where I was like, okay. And then when you said that, like, we had the disagreement and we came around on it, I was like, this is it. Like, that finally made me feel like, hey, I actually accomplished what I was setting out to do. Cool. Very cool. Blind obedience is a scary thing. Yes, it is. I paid $70K in taxes last year. That is not fair. I work over 80 hours a week and built an established business after being homeless for years, growing up in jail, rehab, blah, 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 blah. Pep, you have a way with words. Sorry. What's stopping billionaires from just increasing the cost of what they are selling? Because it's not every billionaire is actually selling things. And that's also giving them too much power. You're actually arguing for why we need to seize the means of production. And not paying their workers. So, like, literally. Like, because now, like, Pogfroggy, what you're doing there, too, is you're not just arguing for that, but you're also arguing, like, status quo. It's for keeping the status quo. Like, what are we supposed to do? Not be disobedient? Just be good little workers so we get our handouts? Please. I've always said that if Trump told his supporters that them jumping off a cliff would help America, they would be fighting for the first one to jump off. Yep. Yeah. Ironic how they call the left lemmings and sheep when they're literally, like, they would be lemmings. All I'm saying is taxing the rich more doesn't really work. Yes, it does. Pogfroggy, I mean, you can talk. This is a good conversation to have with somebody that was a teenager in the 70s. They actually have a very, very good memory on just how that tax system worked and why it was so important to, like, why do you think that, like, my parents, the boomer generation, had such an easy time getting a home? Why do you think that it's the meme of, oh, if I went back in time to even 2003, I would buy a home with my lunch money? Like, why do you think that is? Like, no, dude, like, they have consistently, since the 80s, fooled the American people into being like, no, trickle-down economics. The rich, if we make these people richer, they will eventually give us what we want, right? It's 2025, right? You would think that they started saying this back in 1981. What happened? If you supply goods to consumers, pay decent wages, and run a clean ship, you should be able to become a billionaire. It's ones who do not provide goods or any productivity who are the issues. Elon Musk, Twitter, what? Please. Facebook? What does Facebook offer? Please. Enlighten me. You do know we are what they're selling, and we're just giving it to them. Like, what? The state can only affect who they tax, who it actually affects, not who it actually affects. Yeah, they can. Again, you start taking care of the lower class, then you're gonna have a stronger society. It's just having a healthier society. You know, no. What's happening is we're unilaterally agreeing that we need to keep our populace sick, so the insurance companies can get their money. It's about who lobbies who first. So. And you, wait. And you get no respect from me, understood. I'm an LGBT. I'm LGBT. FDR proves our point. Yeah. Stop trolling, Kirk. I don't know. I'm not sure if I can call you even a Trump fan because you understand. If you were a true Trump fan, then you wouldn't be here because you'd be arguing against every single point that I'm making where it's just like, oh yeah, well, Trump's gonna fix that. Again, the fact that you aren't religious and you're a critical thinker, I think it just breaks through. No, I also, I feel like I might be, reducing this a little bit, but I think that honestly, like you're kind of a populist and you think that Trump is funny and you're like, okay, he upset the system. Like you're one of the, like, this is why most Americans who just look past the whole Trump being Trump thing, they literally just go, he pisses off the politicians and I like that. Excuse me. Red Note is a Chinese app that people are going after TikTok getting banned. Apparently it's a lot better and the people are nicer there. People are nicer? I mean, I barely use TikTok anyway. I don't like short form content that way, and I also don't like the way that the algorithm works where it just shows you whatever the hell is there. Like, I hate that crap. TikTok should not be getting banned. I don't care. Honestly, this is the nice part. Being 38 years old, I don't give a flying F about this. I don't. I really don't. If they go after YouTube, I'll start caring. I don't care. I just don't care. Chinese people on Red Note are super nice. It's so wholesome. Again, I'm not trying to play nationalist games, but it is like, okay, so we're teaching them the lesson about using a Chinese app by going... I get the troll. Trust me, I get the troll, but the fact that it's not working and it's not going to do anything. I mean, this is exactly what happened with Blue Sky after the whole Twitter thing, and now look, everybody's making excuses, including Matt Leck, why they cannot move off Twitter and why Blue Sky is just going to sit there stagnant because of that. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Being 19 years old, I too don't give a flying F. I just don't care. Because I don't think that it provided as much utility as people were claiming it did. I think it, honestly... See, here's my boomer take. I think it was actually doing more damage than good. Because it was wrecking the attention... Dude, it wrecked the attention spans of people I know. Like... Also, people are moving away from the meta platforms. I am, personally. It's interesting to see how younger generation is dealing with the USA trying to control people. I think it's... I'm thinking about moving away from meta too. I am. I'm keeping my Facebook open specifically because, like, that's how, like, me and my friends plan parties and shit. But realistically, I'm deleting the app off my phone. So, like, if I have to do anything, I actually have to work to go and do it. I did that with Twitter years ago. That was one of the smartest things I ever did, was take Twitter off my phone. YouTube does exactly the same thing with shorts now. Yeah, I noticed that. I actually, I accidentally turned on shorts today, and I noticed that it took me right to a short. I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So you agree with throwing trans folks in re-education camps like your buddy Trump? And I hate to say, Kirk, you can't play the game where it's like he doesn't actually think that. He does, and he has said as much, and he will sign the bill if they actually do the thing. Like, trust me, man. This is also why I can't get behind it, is because it's like, I can't get behind anybody that believes that a Republican Party or even conservatives are the party of freedom when their entire agenda is taking away freedoms from women, LGBT folk, people who they just fundamentally do not agree with, and give them the ick. That's it. They don't actually have any merit behind the reasons that they should be taking these rights away. It's just that they feel icky. I actually agree with that, that the Republicans don't understand freedom. No, they don't. You kidding me? No, to understand freedom, that would require them to go, oh, so live and let live. If I don't like that, then maybe I just have to go, I don't like that. But you can do it because I believe in freedom. They don't have any consistency. They don't have any morals. They don't, this is where I will lay it out. They don't have any moral consistency at all. At all. whether it comes to their religion or their politics. They don't have any. They're selfish pricks. They're selfish pricks who are fundamentally some of the dumbest people you will ever meet. And somehow, upper middle class and always think they're better than everybody. At least that's what I run into. Also, people are moving away. Oh, sorry. I think the sudden genuine cultural exchange is going on. We'll make this different. Well, again, funny enough, I think that Trump winning was one of the best things for the left because we're not forced to just move with the corporatist direction of the Democrats. And also, it was egg on their face because now they're starting to even realize on their end, crap, we really did abandon the working class. Oh, crap, they really don't like us. Oh, crap, we really are unpopular. It's so cute, people learning Mandarin and Chinese, people asking for help with English homework. USA just, again, I'm very skeptical with this, guys. I'm very skeptical, because think about it, dude, and this isn't even Alex Jones conspiracy shit, but this is a little weird. Okay. How does this happen? If you never move, you will never notice your chains. Oh, yeah. That's also, yeah, exactly. USA just wants to have a sense of control, and young people are like, no. Well, I hate to say it, man. They got the control. Trust me. They got more control than you would like to think. Oh, Kirk. I'm sorry. I'm a good person. Wait, what'd you say? In my view, you're... that which starts with an... stop it. Simply Steve. No, see, this is my problem. Because Kirk, what he's saying, he made it clear that he does not support Trump as president. He's literally saying he likes the memes. He thinks he's a funny guy. This is... Steve, what you're doing here is the reactionary thing. Don't do that. Calm down. This is the shit that will continue to lose us, not just elections. This will lose us broader support. This is not how you build coalitions. This is not how you actually understand where people are coming from and then try to move them to your position. That right there is the antithesis to good debate. Going, oh, so you think that Trump is this? So you think Trump's because what you did right there is he said, I like Trump, but I don't like him as a president. And you were like, so you think that so you agree with him taking away my rights? You agree with him that he thinks that trans people should be put into camps? And then he's literally saying no. And you're like, well, you're definitely something that starts with an N and ends with a ZI. It's like, come on, man. That sentiment is very ignorant. That's what I'm saying, man. I like edgy people if it's no big deal, but I appreciate your opinion. Yeah, see? And that's also, you have to understand, that's why Trump was so effective. This is why he's the fucking president. Ignoring that and pretending that everybody hates this guy, that everybody thinks the way we do about him, is the reason we're never going to move past it. And I'm going to start shouting now because this is insanity. This is what I was talking about. This is the stuff on the left that I can't stand. LOL, this is why I don't talk. Yeah, see? And this isn't just me standing up for somebody in my chat just because they're technically they're a good chatter. No, bro, come on. Simply Steve, I think you're a good chatter. I think you're a good chatter too. I enjoy you in my community, but come on. I think the reins are slipping for the U.S. unless they are going full authoritarian on us. We'll see. Bandit, howdy do. What the da? Howdy do da. I mean, we afford any other PDF files, the good that Trump gets. Gotta vibe with the chaos. Yeah. Anyway, we're an hour and a half in and still haven't gotten to the ceasefire, so let's do that. Also, I just want to finish this real quick and just sum it up. Steve, we have to be able to have conversations with people that we do not agree with. And doing so, the best way to do it is to, like, right from the beginning, like what, here, I'll even read this one. So when he said that he likes Trump, but he doesn't like him as president, I'm genuinely curious. Did you just skip over that and then just make, like, you were already typing your point? Because I'm fine with that. That does happen online. It sucks. It's definitely why I hate, like, having conversation, like, debates, like, on, you know, typing forums. Typing forums. God, I'm old. Like I said, if I liked a PDF file because he was funny, people would not be okay with that, LOL. I hear leftists talk a lot about rights being taken away. I'm curious, what rights are you talking about other than abortion? It's not even just abortion. So, like, but abortion is a big one because, again, you're taking away the agency of a woman, period. So that woman is now an incubator. That, like, the second that a woman is born, if you fundamentally think that, like, the life that they are later going to produce is more important than their life or their choice to have, like, that baby, then you're ignoring their agency as a person. They're no longer a person. They are an incubator. That's it. So that's taking freedom away. They're trying to take trans freedoms away. They're not actively trying to protect these people. They're not trying to integrate them into society in a broader way that would actually, you know, make people understand. No, they're doing the we afraid, we take freedoms away. They're trying to take away freedoms from actual Americans who immigrated here, went through the process and got their legal immigration status. They want to take the freedom away from that. So simply, like, that's where, or Pog Froggy, that's where, sorry, I didn't mean to get the person wrong, but Pog Froggy, that's what I mean. Like, I'm actually genuinely confused how you could not see that, or is that just not news that's getting broken to you, or is that just a perspective that you have not been given? Because I'm genuinely curious, because that was wild that you were just like, what do you mean they're taking freedoms away? Dude, they're literally talking about taking away, like, media rights. You have media rights being, like, on the chopping block. You do realize that's a fundamental protection in the First Amendment. Trans rights, voting rights, women's rights, etc. Yeah, like, they're literally trying to go after all that, and this isn't just hyperbole from the left, bro. Like, this is legit the stuff that's happening that is so easy for them to ignore because they're just like, man, transes! It's the transes. The transes. The immigrants. The immigrants. Again, I'm not really a big fan of the Republican Party. That's fine. I'm just letting you know. The week seems to be getting longer. Yeah. Hey, at least there's that. At least there's that. At least time's not flying as much as it seemed to have. Oh, great. You know, maybe we took advantage of the fact that, you know, the boring Biden years were going to be... I'm marking it right now, guys. I'm gonna make it to June, and I'm probably gonna say, did we? So Biden was that bad, huh? What about trans rights are you referring to? Dude, they're literally, like, did you not see the news yesterday that the first bill that the House tried to pass was banning trans women from sports? I don't care whether you agree or disagree with it. Guess what? That's taking a freedom away. If you're an American citizen, guess what? You now have a freedom taken away. No, dude, I've had this opinion since I was a kid, realizing how you can't be a country of freedom and also have a drug war going on. It kind of flies in the face of everything that you're kind of fundamentally believing there, you know? I just realized I had the screen up the whole time. What has Trump's says the people. No, Simply Steve. I can go through a bit that is not mine. Shane Gillis did this, but he had the funniest bit that was dead on about this, where if you cannot admit that Trump is objectively funny, that he does objectively funny stuff, even though it's dangerous sometimes, and this is like the fact that I even have to say this, that I'm not a Trumper at all. I don't want him to be the president, but I can just admit that the dude says funny shit. Like the very fact that the first Republican primary debate, he walked out and without missing a minute, when they asked him, President Trump, what do you, Ted Cruz goes on talking about how he's going to do this for immigration, such and such. And then they ask him, Mr. Trump, what do you think about what Mr. Cruz just said there? And he's just like, Ted Cruz, I have to say, Ted, you got an ugly wife, Ted. Your wife, ugly as a dog. Like, that happened. So, listen, to ignore that and be like, that's not funny, just because like we're playing the I'm serious. I don't think American politics should have any ha-has in it. Which I agree, like for the most part. I don't think American politics should be the meme that it is, but what's the difference since trans women have XY chromosomes and have naturally higher testosterone, and for that would be unfair? Well, again, that's kind of where I'm saying, like, now this is actually going to go there. One of my ex-girlfriends, she was a swimmer. She had XY chromosomes, and yeah, now she wouldn't be able to be on the swimming team. Is it also taking away freedom to not allow people on steroids to go into sports? Technically, yeah, technically. Well, no, technically, if they're going to play this game, then you can't have anybody over, the height of 5'10", since that's the national American average. So basketball, we cannot have any tall basketball players anymore. Football, you cannot have any, if you have anybody who outweighs any of the other. See, we're playing a game, and this is where we really should be playing it. Like, if they want to hyper-focus on trans, fine. Then you have to make it fair. And you have to make sure that it's fair, right? Because we're doing this for fairness, right? Right? Hog Froggy, you do not want to go down that slippery slope. I was comparing trans women to cis women on steroids. I'm just saying in general. Like, I can make this about not trans in general. Again, take trans out of it. The fact is, they made the mistake by saying, we care about fairness in sport. They said those words. So they opened up a fucking giant can of worms with that without even realizing it. But here we are just going, now we're going to normalize this. And we're going to, again, back foot. We're just going to go, psh. What the F did I miss? Oh, we have a chatter over in Twitch that's arguing trans rights. Pog Froggy. If you want to hop over to Twitch, you can also do that. And that would help me. I'm not sure if you have your Twitch and you've signed up for the pep talks over on Twitch. They also want to get rid of no-fault divorce, which will affect the women who were married off as children, who can file for divorce and who can't file until they're 18 for divorce. Yeah. Well, it's also going to affect all women in that way. I mean, that's actually going back to you, Kirk. That's something that, not Charlie Kirk, the other dipshit, Steven Crowder. That's what he believes. Like, he's all about no-fault divorce. Trust me. My man's all about no-fault divorce. He says that if that was a thing, then he'd still be married. But yeah, you saw how he treated his wife, so that's great. I'm allergic to ads, but I'll follow. It will affect everyone trying to leave an abusive marriage. Anna, the only reason I was saying that is so you can join the chat over there, because that's where this is happening. So, Crowder, hate that guy? Yeah, good. See, we all seem to hate that guy. Um. Alirna. Man, you busted into that chat just like boom, like Kramer. What's up, Jerry? I heard somebody's talking about trans rights. I got something to say about that. Twitch chat is getting in the action today. It is. I was about to say Twitch chat, man, popped off. Actually got more viewers on Twitch than YouTube for once. I mean, I'll say this much. One of my best friends has said that the trans argument in sports is dumb because, like, it comes down to what I'm saying. Like, the argument falls apart when you just even take the trans part out of it. It's literally, they're basing this on fairness. So, like you said, taking all steroids out of it, taking away any genetic, like, this is what I was saying. You cannot have a genetic advantage to play a sport anymore. No more Michael Jordans. No more of that. I'm sorry, guys. That's not fair. If we're actually conducting fairness in fucking sports, guess what? Look at the NFL. How many people you got on each team? How many actual superstars do you have? Right. Yeah, I'm not talking about in sports. I'm talking about just basic rights under the Constitution. It's about cheating, though. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's technically... Listen, Pog Froggy, under your thought process, technically, it is cheating for a team. Like, I'll use hockey for instance, because this is what I watch. For, like, the Blackhawks. The rest of my team sucks. And I mean sucks. But if we have one player, Connor Bedard, he shouldn't even be allowed to be there because he can outskate everybody on our team. He's much faster. He has better hand-eye coordination. So, Pog is baiting. Fine. I mean, listen, sometimes bait is there for, and it's good tasty bait. Listen, I don't see how I'm making a bad argument here. Like, am I honestly making a bad argument? Because realistically, I think that it makes the whole argument fall apart. Because also, like I've been saying for a long time, guess what? I played intramurals. Like, I played with co-ed teams. Like, and I have been shown up by women on a hockey team. Like, not afraid to say that because, you know what? Every other guy on that ice did too. They'd be afraid to say it. They'd be the ones that just be, I was holding back. Fairness is a lie. This context is only used to target trans people. That's what I mean. That's exactly my point, Pog Froggy and Alirda. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't think anyone is arguing that trans people shouldn't have the freedom of speech. No, what you're arguing is that they need to be seen as a second-class citizen in regards to, an argument that doesn't have any merit when you break it down for anybody else. Because, like, listen, if for instance, I were to have a trans daughter, and this did become a super personal issue with me, guess who the first person to go to, the school board and argue about having, Johnny Two-Time, who puts up, triple doubles, not being allowed on the basketball team anymore because he's 4 inches taller than every other kid. This would be arguing about every kid that has a growth spurt not being able to play on any intramural sports or any of it at all, even intramural. Because at that point, you're like, no. You're not on the same playing. You're not on the same playing ground. What are you talking about? And we can't be teaching our kids that. Again, you see where I'm going with this and how ridiculous it is? If sex and gender is truly separate, why not just separate them by sex and not gender? Again, making my point for me. Make all sports, intramural. Where, no championships, nothing. And then also, to keep it fair, You know, co-ed. Every team's co-ed. And you have to have exact height, weight, all of it. Sports is inherently unfair. Thank you! Weird that we're playing this game that I... Thank you, Soviet Mine. Hard agree on all co-ed sports. Thank you. It's so dumb. Again, I've only played, like, funny enough, I've only played on 4. I've only played on 4 full men's hockey teams. I've been on like 8 hockey teams. So, this is what I mean, man. It will affect everyone trying to leave an abusive marriage. Oh, you're still talking about the no-fault divorce. Yeah. Again, not taking freedoms away. Pogfrog, yeah, I appreciate the discussion. That's why I hate sports and like video games. Yeah, I get that too, honestly. And as somebody who's like also, I can turn off the sports culture like that and just go full nerd. But I've also had the other thing where like I get a little too into the comic books or whatever the hell, and I'm just like, you know what I want? I just want a good old hockey game, you know? Whoa, look, he's doing it. Look. He did a little booty dance. It's so cute. Bloodstone by stars. If going by hormones, some cis women have higher testosterone than some trans women. Hey, Bloodstone, I just noticed that you are not following me on Twitch. All right, guys. Okay, I'm gonna start this segment here in a minute. Damn it, I actually want to be here for this. You know what? Just let me pee. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you. What? Oh. Okay. What's going on? How we doing? I got in trouble once because I said God would be trans. We actually... The funniest part about, like, non-binary stuff, for me, personally, was the fact that in my faith, we kind of later in... it was like my junior year. We finally came to terms with the fact that God was non-binary, and that they used him as, like, a pejorative. And they did it because it's, like, you know, the masculine... is the the feminine masculine energy thing. So they're like, well, technically, the masculine's more powerful, so we want to refer to him as the masculine god. But they are technically. It's like, see, so you do get it. You can always use this against a Christian too. Whenever they're arguing against trans rights, you can start then by going, okay, so what do you think about God being binary? Like, do you think that God's a man or a woman? And then they tend to start doing that thing where they're just like, well, because it's just like, well, answer this. Does God, in fact, have a penis? It's like, interesting. Yes, he was the son of God. But God himself, technically, even in the Christian religion, is not. It's not a man. Because why would he have a penis if he isn't going to reproduce? According to the Bible, Jesus is God as well. You know the Holy Trinity? Oh, you want to play the Trinity game? You know the Trinity game. Man, you really are just I think you are really just baiting at this point. Born from two fathers, intersex. Yep. Any Christian who gets into Trinity stuff is immediately an idolatrous in my book. Yup. God didn't have to have sex with a female to create men. That's my point, though. Why would he? Why even have this? Why? Weird. If women gave birth to a god, then wouldn't that woman also be a god too? Yeah, weird how you, like, when you think about any of this stuff, like when you break it down, just even in like basic child, like just as like you ask a kid about it and then they're like, why? Just because. Why? Well, it all comes down, again, this comes down to, well, I have faith that this is it. if we break it down to personal ideology, because no matter what it is, it's like, no, we can literally split hairs all day. That's also part of my problem with the Bible, is this holy book had to be interpreted by everybody? You're telling me that we need our own personal interpretations in order to also, what? Space Marines are technically trans? Yeah. Well, they go through gender affirming care, that's for sure. Mythology is definitely something else. Stanky danky. I love your name. Bro, I love your name. Stanky danky Ziploc baggy. You're in the right place, my friend. All right, guys. You guys can continue to have this discussion. I feel like I should probably move on to the ceasefire, because, Ryan, I think that you might want to know about this. I can only make the point that it originated from Hebrew, and we really don't have NB terms like in English. Yeah, that's what I meant, though. That's kind of where what I was saying there. Like, they didn't have like they or it, that's where that kind of originated, even in our sect of Christianity. Ooh, I'm sweaty. More like transhuman. What up, Firefist? Can't y'all borrow a word from a living language to help? Exactly. It's almost like, no, we need to. No, Anna, they need that to justify the fact that they can hate. It's the same way that they're just like, but Deuteronomy says that sodomy bad, and then they're like, but new covenants say that Old Testament wrong, and that I can do what I want and Jesus forgive me. So those dirty Jews, they never accepted Jesus, so we're the right ones. You know that, I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, I know that was like being super reductionist on it, but for real, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Stanky danky. W ceasefire. It's crazy seeing Hassan glazing Trump and the Republicans for the ceasefire today. The thing is, we kind of have to. The fact is, he literally forced Biden to do this. Like this, I mean, you want to talk about cucking? Like for everything that Biden was doing, like to try and piss Trump off, this was like the ultimate, like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even care about this. Like realistically, Trump is just like, I don't have much to do with this. It's not gonna mean anything to me. So let's really piss him off. No, and it is, you know what? This is something we're going to have to concede, guys. We're just going to, you know that people in my life are eventually just going to be like, yeah, well, Trump, they're not even going to say ceasefire. They're just going to be like, Trump brought peace to the Middle East, because you know that's coming. The Old Testament without Talmud is incomplete. Yeah, I know. Says we can't let women who think are witches keep walking around. Yeah. Well, Trump force in Yahoo's hand. And save lives. Turn down the genocidal dial. Yep. No, and I'm gonna have to try and find the clip of me saying it where I'm like, how nuts would it be if he actually does like if he actually does the ceasefire, like if he ends this conflict. It was like right around when the election actually happened. Because, like, dude, realistically, man, I love, number one, being on the left, but not being a Democrat. And, like, the fact that, yeah, I voted for Harris. It was lesser two evil politics for me. I don't stand politicians the way that most people do. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, this was kind of refreshing to really watch all the corporate Democrats just go, we were supposed to win. We were supposed to win. This is Hillary 2.0. We did it again. We did it again? Again? And now we're all just like, yeah. I'm going to fix this. I think that we're in the best position right now, personally, guys. So, take it for what it is. At least I'm gonna take it personally for how I feel about it. Where I'm just like, no, I mean, I get to sit here, kind of. You want to talk about like being on a pedestal, dude? I'm mad at the Democrats, and I get to watch the Republicans either do really good or really bad. This was definitely a Republican W. Hate to say it, but it was. It was. PB Jackson, I thought you were a Trump supporter. What? What do you mean? Wait a minute. Hold the phone. I need to use my talk, boy. I think that my man here is a little bit confused. I'm on to reference. No, for real? Did you think I was a Trump supporter? There's no way. No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. You did not. No way. Because you've been here for a while. That'd be crazy. That'd be freaking crazy. Adopted Hassanisms lately. Jesus, I've watched way too much of that guy. That happens anytime I watch too much of something or hang around somebody too long. I start adopting their, like, the isms. Trump just told all sheep whatever they wanted to hear. You could do the same, but have your morals and self-respect. That's true. I mean, yeah. Wait, where did I say that I can't have morals and self-respect? Like, I'm kind of confused. Wait. Oh, you're responding to somebody in chat. Idiot. All right, now, with that note, I think it is time for me to actually move on to the ceasefire. All right. Hezbollah has won the war of information in America. I wouldn't say, again, this whole war on information, this is also where, like, for me personally, like, I lived through 9/11. I've been called Islamophobic for using, like, just even bringing up the fact that, like, caliphates are a real thing, that ISIS was a real thing. It wasn't just a CIA plant. Like, You know, for as much as America bad, that these things are just like, eh. Tipping out Twitch chat. Yeah, sorry for the ads. I love the fact that you're just like, I'll go on Twitch, but it's... Yeah, I'm the same way. Who's talking about the assholes up north? Somebody in chat? I don't know. The fact that the left is parroting Hezbollah says Trump, saying Trump did the ceasefire shows they've won. No. I mean... wow. Okay, I didn't know that I have to, like, actually add this much nuance to it. All right. Here. I'm not going to speak for everybody here, but I'll speak for at least me and some of my community. I don't think that's what happened. I think that what happened is there was a phone call with the incoming administration that did force Biden to finally go, oh, so I can't just send him the check? I don't know. I don't do a good Biden. How do we do a Biden? I got to figure out Biden. Come on, man. Oh, wait. You know what? Dana Carvey had a good one, so I can kind of base it off his. Yeah. Hey, and by the way, yeah, what was it? I think, damn it, YouTube Premium for the win. Yeah, no Temu ads for me. Yeah. No, I trust me, as a premium member, that's of everything that I like subscribe to, which is, you know, few and far between, but for everything I subscribe to, YouTube Premium ain't going nowhere. That one is that's a necessity. You want to talk about, like, actually having a utility? That's a utility. Plus, my wife is so funny. She's like, I don't even recognize the ads. I'm like, Daddy Trump will prevail. Dude, you really are trying to push buttons today. All right, no, but just before we go into this, no. I think that Blinken and, like, everybody, this has been a long time coming, so and again, I'm doing this a little bit just to be funny, like trolly, just a little bit, especially with 1 minute unskippable ads. Is it 1 minute? Are you kidding me? They're a minute long? I didn't know that. Can I set that? Guys, I mean, I'm very open about this. I'm very new to Twitch. I had my YouTube channel first, so I don't know how to do that. It's only giving me an option to run ads. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I didn't know that. Thank you for the heads up. I will try and fix that in the upcoming streams here. Man, as somebody who hates ads, I am very, 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 very sorry. Big news today. You literally walked in right as we're about to... well, we're talking about the ceasefire right now. We're talking about... we have somebody in chat that kind of brought up a good point. How we are kind of parroting, like, the... you know, Daddy Trump did this, you know, or Trump's the reason that this ceasefire happened. It's like, is part of it. Like, but I'm also not going to do that. I'm not going to pretend that is not part of it. You don't think that it was like, hey, Benny, I really need you to do me a favor. Can you change the ad schedule? I think I can do that by running them at a certain time. Oh, I can run my ad. Oh, shit. Yeah. Here. You know what? Smoke. I'll do that right now. Are you serious? It's going to make me really just hate this. Give me 1 second. Are trying to get this sorted. I want the... Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, on Twitch. I'm going to figure that out. I turned ads on, and I thought that they were kind of sorted the way... I thought they just did it automatically. I'm so sorry about that. Noob. All right. I never try to... I don't get people that are just so like egotistical where they're just like they can't admit mistakes like that, even where it's just like, how embarrassing. Like, what? Dude, I'm new to this. Why the fuck wouldn't I be able to just go, hey, I'm okay with ads because it supports the streamer? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I actually really do. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate anybody that supports this, supports the stream just by watching. But yeah, if you're over on YouTube, please like the stream. It would really help me out. It is free, and also sub to the channel. We're almost to 1100. It's Israel Times pushing the narrative, and we spent over a year saying how dangerous Hasbro is, but now we are running it. It's wild stuff. Trump didn't do a ceasefire when he facilitated genocide in the first term in Gaza, and the Republicans signed the same bill. Dems did, but the biggest name on the left is glazing GOP and ignoring the context. To be fair, Stanky Danky, I haven't seen the Hassan stuff yet. I haven't even gotten to cover the Gaza stuff yet. I'm 2 hours in. We've been all over the place on today's stream, but you know what? I'll look into it a little bit. I'm very apprehensive about taking anybody's word about something Hassan said and then just going with that, because I can't. I'm sorry. A lot of it may not even be intentional, but a lot of context usually gets lost. And on top of that, a lot of people tend to just bury him where it's like, that's not what happened, but okay. By the way, we have 9 minutes until my local. Got to keep it, you know. Got to keep it off the thing here. All right, give me 1 sec. Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry, your comment like cut off halfway. It just stopped at wild stuff. I was like, there's more to that on Twitch. Trump didn't do a ceasefire when he facilitated genocide in his first term. Oh, I got that part. Oh, okay. I don't know why it cut off your comment and then just went. That was weird. When the IDF stops targeting schools and hospitals, then we can talk. Yeah, that's honestly, Ryan, that's kind of like, I'm curious what the American media has to say about the contrast to Israeli. Hey, you know what? And that's what we're doing. Although, well, we're going with Al Jazeera first, so I know that immediately you're like, what? Sorry. No. You know what we have? Ground news, baby. That's why I'm a ground news supporter. That's why ground news supports this program. So, if you guys enjoyed this segment, you guys can... I'm going to do this. Oh, crap. You gotta be kidding me. Oh. Ooh, there we go. Sorry about that. Here, you guys can, or not. Wow. Wait, what'd you have to tell me about, at Simply Steve's message? Challenge any American who thinks that what is going on in Gaza is justified to go spend a week there and experience it themselves. Yeah, I mean, they should. I love our scheduled breaks. Yeah, me too. I love our scheduled breaks. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Like, honestly, I have like the best YouTube and Twitch community. I really do. Although I venture to say I actually have the best YouTube community. What's going on here? You see that? Look, look, look. Why? It's taking my chat away. Oh, that's crazy. I'll have to figure that out too. All right. Yeah, it did. Oh man. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this. Oh, shit. I might have to reset chat after this. I don't know what the hell happened here. Declams. Hey, man. Welcome. Yeah, I mean, the general pro-Israel opinion is that the ceasefire is good, but a lot of the attention is on Gavir and Smovich, because if they quit, it's likely the legal under Israeli law settlements will lose a lot of steam and support. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, objectively, this is kind of a good thing. Dude, there's less suffering. Listen, this is kind of my whole thing, and I am all about just sticking to my guns on this one was less human suffering is good. So, this will cause less human suffering, and this will get Ben Gavir and Smotrich, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Gavir's pissed. Didn't he threaten to resign yesterday? If they went through with this? So if he's going to resign then, right? Right? God, somebody, like a troll tried to tell me, they were just like, oh yeah, you hate Ben Gavir now? You're gonna hate him even more when he's prime minister. And I was just like, oh my God. That kind of wrecked my brain a little bit. I was like, oh, that'd be awful. Yeah, here in Israel, we're just happy to get our hostages home. The fact that they're like any of the hostages are still alive is insane, to be completely honest. But you know what? Less human suffering. That's nice to know that you guys hate him too. I sure hope he does. Yeah. All right, so smiles, tears, and hugs. Thousands across Gaza celebrate. Israel Hamas reach Gaza ceasefire deal in 15-month war. And I still don't have my link here. What is going on? Guys, everything has just kind of went wonky on me, and I'm not happy about it. So ground news is, I love this. We're getting 40% center reporting. Thank God. Let's see what the far right has to say about it. Lean right. No. We want more. We want far right. Here we go. Hamas and Israel reportedly reach a ceasefire deal on Wednesday, which is expected to include the release of dozens of hostages. According to the Associated Press, Hamas and Israeli officials came to a resolution of a ceasefire agreement with the meeting mandated by Qatar's prime minister. As reported by Breaking Christian News, the deal will be broken up into 3 phases, beginning with the release of 33 hostages. Oh, actually. Damn it. I'm not going to Patriot Light. I don't need that smoke on my computer. Yeah, that's the one thing. Because ground news does give you all of the people reporting on it, you got to be a little careful, like when you go on these sites, especially if you don't have an ad blocker on. It's like, ooh. It's a little intense. Mixed faculty. Okay, let's actually just get a basic one. Let's go BBC. Gaza ceasefire deal to take effect on 19th of January. Israel and Hamas have agreed a ceasefire deal and hostage release deal following 15 months of war. Mediators in Qatar say Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani. Jeez. That's one guy? The agreement would come into effect on Sunday so long as it was approved by the Israeli cabinet. U.S. President Joe Biden, said it would halt the fighting in Gaza. It would halt the fighting in Gaza. Surge much needed humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians and reunite the hostages with their families after more than 15 months in captivity. See, now that was actually an alright bite. Not the best impression, but cadence was on. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said earlier there were several unresolved clauses, but it hoped details would be finalized on Wednesday night. A Hamas official said it had been. Oh, hey! It's time! I didn't mean to flash that. I meant this. Haha. Cheers! Okay. We back in business. Sorry, it was the local 420, if you know what I means. I've always been a bit centrist when it comes to Israel. Palestine should be a country. Israel shouldn't be able to build settlements, but also radicalized people are a problem. But the ceasefire is good news for all. Declams, it's a pretty based opinion, honestly. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's a crazy take. By me? What? Radicalized because their land was stolen? I don't think that's what he was saying. I thought... Oh, see, I interpreted that as people online. That was my bad. I might have misinterpreted that. I also did... come on, Stanky Danky. I just literally took a local 420 break. I'm not trying to do like, hey, don't hold me to any, but it's like, calm down. I did just get back. Are indigenous people who fought American colonizers radicals? And no, not you. Oh, I was like, what'd I do? This is occasionally the problem I have with chat where I'm just like, whoa, what'd I do? Guys. All right, guys. Back to it. Sorry about that. We needed to take that impromptu break. U.S. President Joe Biden said it would halt I already did his impression, so several unresolved clauses, blah, blah, blah. Palestinians in Gaza and Israeli hostages. Families celebrated the news, which will see 33 of the almost 100 hostages held by Hamas exchanged for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails over the first 6-week phase of the ceasefire. Israeli officials will pull back from populated areas of Gaza. Displaced Palestinians will be allowed to begin returning to their homes. Oh, thank God. And hundreds of aid lorries will be allowed into the territory each day. Oh. Yes. Okay. Can we just celebrate objectively good news, please? Negotiations for the second phase, which should see the remaining hostages released, a full Israeli troop withdrawal, and a substantial calm, would start on the 16th day of the ceasefire. The third and final stage would involve the reconstruction of Gaza, something which could take years and just realized how dirty my glasses were. Jeez, give me a second. Hello, stomach. What are you doing? Jeez. I ate before I got on stream, too. It's weird. All right. Yeah, the third and final stage would involve the reconstruction of Gaza, something which could take years, and the return of any remaining hostages' bodies. The deal is expected to be approved by the Israeli cabinet, possibly as soon as Thursday morning, although the far-right national security minister has said he will vote against it. Go figure. And the names of all the Palestinian prisoners due for release will be made public by the Israeli government, and the families of any victims will be given 48 hours to appeal. The Israeli military launched a campaign to destroy Hamas in response to the group's unprecedented attack in southern Israel, 7 October 2023, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 250 others were taken hostage. More than 46,700 people have been killed in Gaza since then, according to the territory's Hamas-run health ministry. My brain and mouth was just like, not now. Sorry. Most of the 2.3 million population has also been displaced. There's widespread destruction and are severe shortages of food, fuel, medicine, and shelter due to a struggle to get aid to those in need. Israel says 94 of the hostages are still being held by Hamas, of whom 34 are presumed dead. In addition, there are 4 Israelis who were abducted before the war, 2 of whom are dead. Israeli forces will pull back from populated areas in Gaza. Displaced Palestinians will be allowed to return. Okay, and there will be a surge in humanitarian aid. That was a weird summary right at the end, because like we had already gone through that. All right, here, give me 1 second. I don't know what the hell's going on with this. Back chat. Huh. What the hell is going on? Alright, something weird's happening here. My chat's not popping up. Huh. What the hell? Okay. So... why is this happening now? Man, this is annoying. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Yeah, all chat got deleted because I had to reset it and see what's happening. Look at this. Yeah, you guys are behind my screen and hold on. Let me see if I can just bring it back here. Oh, it's typical chat box. That's typical. Oh, here. All right, that should work. If you ever want to dive into troubleshooting OBS or polishing anything, I'm always down. Dude, yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to pick your brain on this stuff because I've been running into some issues with this. I'm not running OBS, though. I'm actually running Streamlabs. So, I've been having problems with it. I'm not going to lie. They did an update just it was like 2 days ago, and I've been having a little bit of issues. This is the second major issue I've had. So here, yeah, I mean, I can still have my chat. It's just a matter of, great. It's all the same. I got you. Cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Here. I know I can just reset my chat box. So it's another. Yeah, close. There we go. Capture window. New, do how to capture entire screen. Yeah. Sorry. Good thing I had nothing on here. I wonder how long the ceasefire will last. I mean, before this started happening, that's where I was about to go. I was like, guys, I want to get your takes on this and how long you think this will last. Oh, this sucks. What the hell's going on? The resolution got clearer. I don't know what the hell is going on, guys. Okay, here.
We're going to continue with our breaking news from here in Doha. After 15 months of Israel's war on Gaza, negotiators have now reached a ceasefire agreement. According to media reports, celebrations are taking place right across Gaza.
They're taking place. Well, as of this moment, the celebration are still happening. They're taking place. There are more people leaving their tent sites from the surrounding of the area, the vicinity of the hospital, pouring into the courtyard of the hospital. It's just so amazing to see the hospital right now. In the morning, the courtyard of the hospital was a stage for many of the funerals of early hour this morning, the 10 people who were killed in the overnight attacks, the many that followed. And now we're seeing a completely different scene in front of us. People have been displaced, traumatized, hungry, are at the hospital celebrating this moment with much of happiness and excitement and much of the feelings that were suppressed in the past 15 months, to the point people were not allowed to express any of their feelings, to reprieve or to mourn properly their loved ones and their relatives. But now it's an opportunity for them. But it's worth mentioning as well, it's still not clear when the ceasefire is going to take effect here, because we just seen an ambulance vehicle just pulled up inside the hospital, bringing injuries from an attack in a refugee camp.
Yes, because Al Jazeera is going to have the reports in Gaza right now. I'll go to the American news media, but yes, this is the one I wanted to see first, because I wanted to see the people in Gaza.
We're seeing it from the time of announcement that there is an agreement into the time that it's going to take effect. Those are 24 hours, are very critical time. And what we are worried about, what everybody now worried about, despite the high level of happiness and excitement here, almost non-believable. They're worried that the attacks are going to increase and more people are going to die within the coming 24 hours, as exactly the time that this ceasefire is going to take effect. But again, we're seeing a completely different scene here.
Sorry.
A dramatic change from what happened in the morning and what is happening now. This is a scene right now. This is a scene of the celebration of many of the people that, as long as we reported it from here, we've seen them here asking us questions, talking about the end of the war, talking about the end of the bombardment. This particular man is lifted up by the people who are in happiness.
I'm so excited too, man. But
one of the displaced people who
why did I choose?
Many encounter with, lost
all right, between these two, I'm thinking that dude on the bottom should be the one being lifted in the air, just because, I mean,
most of what they are
our man looks a little bit more top heavy.
are just words that express the happiness and the euphoria that they are feeling it right now. It's repeating itself across the central area, in tent sites, in the streets, and here in the hospital. But what's really interesting now is the change, the dramatic change of scene here. Early in the morning, many of the funerals, message of the sadness, and now it's completely different. People are happy and excited and hoping for the best in the coming hours.
Hani, it is worth pointing out, of course, that as you rightly say, the ceasefire has not officially started yet, and one would imagine there is going to be concern, despite the celebrations, that there are so many people gathered in various places across Gaza that, of course, the attacks may be continuing. You mentioned there that there was an attack, we understand, from the Nusayrat refugee camp.
Yes, absolutely. And right now, what we're seeing is more of a sudden reaction to 15 months of ongoing mass bombardment, to the point people did not believe they're going to survive it. They just remember the initial weeks of this genocide. Israeli officials, the political level, the military level, issued many of the statements and expressed sentiments that were very genocidal, that did not leave anyone in any positive hope that this is going to end or they are going to stay alive. Just the past months have proven what the Israeli military meant. Not only the ongoing bombardment and the daily killing by the hours, but also many of the restrictions that imposed on people. No fuel, no water, no medical supplies, no
checking
food
out the
supplies. Part of the Gaza Strip went
news on the ceasefire. We're just getting
enforces starvation.
what's happening in Gaza fast, and then we're going to move on to President Biden's speech about it.
Of the Strip, people started to look in areas where waste is being thrown, looking for food.
That's what did this. That's what did this. It was the Windows update.
Many of the hungry children, people died of hypothermia.
I should have known, man.
Weather, not only from the unpredictable bombs, but all of this took place because nobody believed.
Real quick, Mike, I'm actually dealing with some stuff with my Streamlabs, and yeah, dude, it definitely had something to do with
that.
Oh man, this sucks.
To come and end. Everyone would go by the end of the day being thankful that they made it through the day, went to sleep, not sure if they are going to wake up.
Anytime that I pull my full window up, my check gets stuck behind it.
Many of the time we showed up here at the tent, we did not know if we were going to make it back in the evening to our homes and come back in the morning because of
every
the
time I read that,
of the
I always think Tommy Boy.
Situations.
Richard!
Hani, thanks very much indeed. That's Hani Mahmoud talking to us there from Deir al-Balah. Okay, let's hear some more reactions from Gaza on the reports of a ceasefire deal.
By God, we are very happy that this crisis, sadness, bombing and death that happened to us is finally over, and that we will return to our hometowns and return to our families in Beit Hanun, Gaza and the north, and see our families who remained alive, and see our lives, return to our old lives and be happy and live like we used to.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
President, you see there with the Vice President and the Secretary of State. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. It's a very good afternoon, because at long last, I can announce a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas. For more than 15 months of conflict,
I gotta take my dog out.
With Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th. More than 15 months of terror for the hostages, their families, the Israeli people. More than 15 months of suffering by the innocent people of Gaza. Fighting in Gaza will stop, and soon the hostages will return home to their families. The elements of this deal were what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in phase 1 as well. And the Vice President and I cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during phase 1, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods in all the areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And the innocent people can have a greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get phase 2, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase 1 to phase 2, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt, and we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes. Then, when phase 2 begins, there will be an exchange for release of the remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and all remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn from Gaza. And
I feel like there's somebody standing like at a camera and they're just like, Kamala, right here.
Ceasefire will become permanent.
Right here.
And finally, phase 3. Any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families. And a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin. This is the ceasefire agreement I introduced last spring. Today, Hamas and Israel have agreed to that ceasefire agreement.
There you go.
And the whole ending the war. You know, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. And we reached this point because of the pressure that Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar, was killed. Hamas's strongest supporter, Iran, launched attacks on Israel. And those attacks failed after my administration organized a coalition of nations to stop them. And after I ordered the U.S. ships and planes to come to Israel's defense, we also shaped Israel's strong and calibrated response, destroying Iran's air defenses, but avoiding an escalatory cycle of an all-out war. The United States also organized a coalition of 20 countries to stand up to attacks by the Houthis, including their missile attacks in Israel. Then Hezbollah, another of Hamas's strongest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed. With our support, Israel negotiated a ceasefire with them, and after that, Lebanon finally elected a new president who's not beholden to Hezbollah, and he can begin a new chapter for the Lebanese people. All told, these developments in the region, which the United States helped to shape, changed the equation. And so now, the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker. Iran is weaker than it's been in decades.
Oh, man.
Hezbollah is badly degraded. And after more than 15 months of war, Hamas's senior leaders are dead. Thousands of Hamas fighters are dead. And the military formations have been destroyed. With nowhere to turn, Hamas finally agreed to releasing hostages. You know, there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died.
No.
Too many
No thanks to you, Joe.
communities have been destroyed.
Come on.
And this deal
Dude.
The people of Gaza can
He's really just like, yeah, they've been suffering. It's like, yeah, it's your fault.
finally recover and rebuild.
You totally could have
We
done
can
something
look to
about
a
that.
future without
dude.
Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen, including an extraordinary team of American diplomats
We have to come
who have worked nonstop for months to get this done. Secretary Blinken led the effort. Secretary
want
Jake
to hang
Sullivan,
out, then you gotta be good.
and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan,
That's how it
Bill
goes, dude.
Burns, John Feiner, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein,
McGurk?
and the Vice President worked relentlessly as we work to deliver this deal. I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been time of real turmoil in the Middle East.
Wow.
But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future. In Lebanon, there's an opportunity for a future, free from the grip of Hezbollah. In Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. And for the Palestinian people, a credible pathway to a state of their own. And for the region, a future of normalization, integration of Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. At the G20 in Delhi in September 23, I rallied key countries behind a vision of an economic corridor from India across the Middle East to Europe.
Big fatty. Yeah, he's gained a little weight.
That vision can now become a reality.
That's a he.
There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But we're handing off then to the next team a real opportunity for a better future for the Middle East. I hope they will take it. Let me close with this. My friend for years in the United States Senate, former Senator George Mitchell, who did so much to forge peace in Northern Ireland, once said about diplomacy, he said, it is a 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. Well, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began its terrible war. We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks. We've not given up. And now, after more than 400 days
out of cat jail. Yep.
A day of success
yeah, some of you guys remember.
God bless all the hostages and their families. May God protect the troops of all those who work for peace.
Mr. President, how do you see the future of Gaza now? As you were saying, the implementation of this deal will be in the hands of the next administration. And basically, they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also, how much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump is already taking credit for it.
Well, you know, this is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact. And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly,
Uncle
I knew
Joe,
this deal would have to be implemented.
not exactly
by
a
the next team.
lover.
So I told my
I like some of the stuff he did for unions, but he really dropped the ball on Palestine. I mean, for this to be like him trying to take this victory lap, not even I'm like, come on, Joe,
team to
come
coordinate
on.
closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do. Thank you.
In the how many Americans will be released when the hostages are being released?
All the exact detail of how many people are being held, how many bodies will be returned and less, will all be forthcoming. All of it, all of it. Thank you.
Come on. Yeah.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Folks, credit for this, Mr. President. You or Trump?
Come on, man.
This is a massive deal, weeks in the making, Alex.
It certainly is, if not longer, Pam. We have been waiting for more than 13
knock it
months
off.
since the last ceasefire deal, and since the last time there was an exchange of hostages and prisoners for this moment. It appears that this deal is imminent, if not done already. We're reporting that Hamas has agreed to the deal. There was certainly an expectation from the Israeli side that they would agree to a deal. All of this, of course, brokered after intensive negotiations.
You're on parole, dude.
With the mediators, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt. So this is obviously extremely welcome
Time
news
for ice cream.
after some 14 months of fighting. And what we expect to happen,
time for some ice cream.
This deal goes into effect is that over the course of some
I forgot who did the joke. Yeah, I'm gonna make you watch me. I'm making you watch me eat ice cream.
we would see
Nothing uncomfortable at all.
Israeli hostages released by Hamas and other groups who are holding them in Gaza. I don't think we had the exact
what's up,
number
Undead?
of Palestinian prisoners who would be released by Israel, and then they're all there are a bunch of
ice cream will bring world peace. I mean, you make jokes, my friend, but there's one thing that we can all kind of agree to is like, man, I don't care if you like a sherbet or what, but some good ice cream, especially on a hot day, and it hits.
Different elements that would go into effect. Palestinians would be allowed to go home in the Gaza Strip. More humanitarian aid would get to go in. But I think the point here, Pam, is that after weeks of feverish work on the U.S. side with both Biden administration officials and officials from the incoming Trump team working in coordination with each other.
Ridiculous.
They and the other mediators have managed to get the Israelis and Hamas, it appears,
ridiculous,
where we are going to get a truce, a pause in this fighting. One thing I really want to emphasize is this does not mean the end of this war. This means a break in this war. Hopefully this break will last at least 6 weeks, if not longer. Hopefully all of these people will come home who are supposed to come home.
I think we can all put our differences aside and enjoy a frosty peace pop.
Questions about what would happen after this first phase of a ceasefire, which...
God, why does that conjure that commercial with Kylie Jenner where she hands the cops a Pepsi and it fixes everything?
Stands now,
that's all we need, guys. It's just a Pepsi. All I wanted was a Pepsi, just one Pepsi.
This is expected to last around 6 weeks. So we're still waiting for final word, I believe, from all of the parties, but this certainly seems imminent, if not a done deal already.
I want to go back to MJ Lee at the White House. I believe we're reconnected. MJ, what can you tell us about this plan?
Well, Pam, according to a senior administration official telling CNN, it is done, it is confirmed, meaning that Hamas has given that final green light, agreeing to the ceasefire and hostages release deal that had been on the table for a while. And based on all of our reporting, we knew that this really was the final step that all of the parties were waiting for, that it really came down to this group agreeing to the parameters that everybody else had agreed to. Part of the reason we have been so cautious in our reporting all of this time is precisely that, that in the end, it came down to
alternative to Jake's rule, and afterwards we'll all have ice cream.
We've spoken to at least U.S. officials involved in these
it's a CM Punkism too.
Knowledge of the situation, they always pointed to the fact that it was impossible to make any kind of predictions with certainty because at the end of the day, they were dealing with Hamas. But again, here we have it, confirmation from a senior administration official that Hamas has finally given the green light and there is a deal for a ceasefire in Gaza and for the hostages to be released. This is a deal, as you were talking about just now with Alex, that has been elusive for the Biden administration and for the U.S. for so many months. You know, we had that initial ceasefire back more than a year ago, around Thanksgiving, 2 Thanksgivings ago, when a number of hostages came out. That ceasefire ended up being temporary, only lasting a number of days. And really, since then, U.S. officials have been working to get a second part of the ceasefire in place, but it had been so so challenging. There were so many moments throughout the last year plus where we reported that things looked like they were maybe getting close, that we had reason for optimism based on our sources and our reporting. But even in these final days, everybody we had talked to were so careful to almost not get their hopes up too much. I think we should spend a good deal amount of time talking about Donald Trump and the incoming president's desire to get this done that had been really so decisive in the end in helping to get this across the finish line.
Certainly. And just
Glaze?
for our viewers,
The hell?
just to remind you, in terms of the numbers.
Man, I'm tired. Oh, that's good.
Allies hold 94
You're actually getting to that
people
point where you actually have like a natural bedtime now. Wait, yeah, you better be nice. You gonna come hang out and actually be good? Hey,
taken from Israel
answering my question
on
right
October
here.
7th, 2023. The majority are civilians. 34 are confirmed dead, but the number is almost certainly higher than that. 81 are men and 13 women, and there are 2 under the age of 5. And of course, there's going to be phases, as Alex had laid out. Some will be released in the first phase during the expected ceasefire.
Breaking the deal.
I want to go straight to Jeremy Diamond, who is on the ground there in Israel, to get the Israel part of this, because there's a process in Israel, right, Jeremy? Walk us through that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Pam. And first of all, I think it's important to note that for the last 2 days, the Israeli government officials who I've been speaking with have been saying this is in Hamas's hands. We need Hamas to say yes in order to get to a deal. And that is indeed what has now happened. And so for all intents and purposes, we do indeed now have an agreement between these parties to go into a
Oh my God, it's Seth. This guy looks just like Seth Rollins.
ceasefire that is expected to last 6 weeks, during which you will see 33 Israeli hostages released, hundreds of Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli jails in exchange, the much-needed entry of humanitarian aid. But the process that now needs to happen here in Israel in order for this deal to actually become a reality, this agreement will now go from the Israeli Prime Minister. He will take this agreement before his security cabinet, which is a smaller group of his governing coalition, some of his top ministers primarily involved in security affairs. They will then give an up or down vote on this. If it is approved, it will then go to the full cabinet for approval, and only then will the Israeli government be...
The only good thing, if kids learn about World War III in the... You do realize that this is a ceasefire, right?
To officially,
like Undead Banana, I mean, this isn't the time for doomerism. I hate to say, like, this is one of those times where it's like, this is an objectively good thing.
And that is giving the individuals who were
Oh, Israel is releasing its hostages too. Yeah, this is good. Yes, no, this is good. This is good. This is good. We're talking about rebuilding Gaza too. Like, this is good. This is objectively a good thing. Man, I understand pessimism, but can we enjoy this for a second? Damn.
The opportunity to petition the Supreme Court against their release. That is largely a formality. The Israeli government has enormous leverage, and the Prime Minister in particular has enormous freedom to release those prisoners as it relates to security matters. So that will likely be a 24-hour period that will go by. And that likely takes us most likely to Sunday, which is what I've been told is the most likely date when this deal will actually be implemented on the ground. That will mean that we will see the first Israeli hostages in more than a year be released as part of a diplomatic agreement here for these hostages to come out of Gaza. You will see the release of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails. And in addition to that, of course, you will see Israeli jets, Israeli troops on the ground lower their weapons and for the first time in over a year.
Guys, so right off screen here, my cat was doing the thing where he was like, woo, woo, like he was got in for a spider. My dog was like, oh, what do you got there? And then he gunned for the cat.
Be silenced here, and the people of Gaza will finally get a much-needed reprieve from the military assault that they have been undergoing over the last year.
I'm trying, but this has happened like 50 times before. Yeah, I understand. Like, trust me, I understand. But this is like the most comprehensive one as far as like really trying to get this done. And on top of it, I hate to say it does have like the hey. Knock it off. Yeah, got your attention.
And foreign policy reporter.
I thought they had a ceasefire back in 2017.
Tell us about this deal.
Yeah.
And when the
yeah, now it's I mean, yes. Again, we can sit here and be pessimistic about like when are they gonna break it? How long is this one gonna last? But again, guys, what's this do? What's this do? What's this accomplishing? Like, is it making you feel better? Is it are you doing the other shoe's gonna drop? Because as somebody who literally deals with that in their own personal life, like every time that something good happens to me, I wait for the other shoe. I can tell you that's fundamentally an unhealthy way to live because it's just, hey, that's not cool. What the hell? That's it. You're going upstairs. Lost your privilege, you know. Sorry about that, guys. He was totally just scratching on the wall. That wasn't cool.
Hamas prisoners will be
what I was just saying is,
hostage, I should say, and
give it a shot, guys. Also,
well.
just
What can you tell us about that?
24 hours, maybe. I mean, we're not even 24 hours in. I think we're like under 6 hours in. So can we just enjoy some of this?
So I think one of the most important things that our viewers need to know right now is that there are 7 Americans held by Hamas in Gaza. 2 of them are expected to be released.
Wow.
In this,
See, this is and this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we definitely showed the Al Jazeera side of it too.
Initial phase of the hostage deal. One of them is
yes, pessimism is my defense mechanism.
A video of him
makes it so I can't be disappointed.
A few months ago.
Would you watch Spider-Man?
In the list for this first phase. Another U.S. citizen is
what a fun way to live life.
Another U.S. citizen who is on the list of the 33 hostages expected to be released in this initial phase.
Oh, this guy's got a Trump ducky back there. So this guy's a Donald Trump supporter. That's awesome.
This deal has been in the making for months since President Biden laid out his plan, his proposal last May, and U.S. negotiators, Qatari negotiators, Egyptian
who's this guy anyway? Barack
negotiators, Israeli negotiators have been working on this.
I know pessimism
months.
is bad, but there is also toxic positivity. There's that's fine. That's fine. But do you guys understand what you just did right there? Where I'm trying to even be a little bit positive about this and just be like, hey, maybe don't go so like pessimistic and just, no, for that point, I could argue that this is toxic pessimism because this is the pessimism that you're just living like I get it. But this isn't just toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is going, look, guys, this is bringing peace in the Middle East. Nothing bad will happen. We can go about our daily lives. We never have to pay attention to Palestine ever again. It will get sorted. That's toxic positivity.
Lebanon happened because then Hamas in Gaza understood that it has been left alone. And that
that's not good. Let's not. I hope that
since then they
saw
a change in how
if you need to talk,
this deal, and
definitely talk here, but also try and get some help with that, man. Like if you're honestly feeling that way. Hey, what's up, fan? How you doing? All right, let's let's try to figure. Aha! Figured it out. Because I'm so smart. I got super glue on my hands. Ooh. I know all about that. Like I'm pretty much missing like the fingerprints on like my thumbs and my pointer fingers specifically for Warhammer. And also because I'm dumb and I don't wear like it's so hard to glue with gloves on, so trust me, I know. If there's anything I'm probably going to get, like, skin cancer or something from, it's going to be that. We don't have to pay attention to Palestine ever again. There's nothing left. Well, we pay attention to the rebuild. We pay attention to helping, with humanitarian aid and helping fund groups that are also taking part in the rebuild. We also... No, man. God. No, I get it. I get it. Trust me. Trying to be like, okay, yeah, I was like, wait, what the fuck, man? Like, again, this is where I'm like, I just keep throwing my hands up, like, guys, I like helping people. Yeah, I like helping people too. It makes me feel good. Oh, it's selfish. Didn't you know you're being selfish if you feel good and you're getting something out of it? Selfish. God, I hate people like that are like that. I really do. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Because those are like always the worst people because they can't feel that. Like they're missing empathy. So they're mad that they cannot feel joy from feeling good about helping people. Their joy comes from making people suffer. That's the difference. That's also a fundamental difference of conservatives and liberal people. Like, I hope you guys have figured that one out. Where it's like, yeah, you do realize that the less empathetic ones are conservative because it's easier to not care and then also just go, I hate that person. Their belief system is wrong. Because I hate them, by merit, makes me right. Like, yeah. Anyway, guys, if you haven't already, please like the stream and also sub to the channel. If you haven't already subbed to the channel, I really appreciate it. It's definitely helping me out. So if you guys can help me get to the 11 hundo, that'd be awesome. We are at 1097 right now. So also, I hope you enjoy the content, guys. I know that I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I hope yeah, enough of you are enjoying it. I got asked who my ideal presidential candidate was, and I for sure would have got crucified for my answer. Who? I mean, I hate to say I'm of the mind right now. Yeah, get a Jon Stewart out there because he doesn't want it, and like you need somebody who doesn't want to do the job to do this job, and also who has like the fundamentals of, you know, what we want out of like the left. And we might not, again, someone we might not agree with, and you can even say, oh, he's a bit centrist, but honestly, like the centrists would put him in power. You do understand that, right? He has what Trump has. He's funny, he's charismatic, he talks like go ahead. I'm not listen. Number one, I'm not going to get mad or roast. I mean, maybe. It depends. It depends on how wacky it is. Hold on. But not really, because you're nice. I mean, yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. I might you go like, ha, 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 ha. Especially if you say something like Vince McMahon or something like that. That'd be hilarious. Want to make an announcement about my cabinet position. Candace Owens. What? Are you kidding me? What? Why? Why? Like, are you saying like ideal presidential candidate on the... Like, are you saying so like you run her on the right, so then it's just that easy to beat her? Or are you actually, like, a fan? Because, yeah, then I actually might make a little... I might poke a little bit of fun. Because that woman is... I mean, dude, she's so far gone, even Joe Rogan goes, uh-huh. Oh, okay. If you've lost Joe Rogan, I think you kind of lost everybody at that point. But hey, you know, Jordan Peterson still has followers, so something to that. Someone told me he isn't, and they are fighting it. He is. No. He as much as he wants to appeal it, he can't. He's a convicted felon. That's just a fact. Even if he doesn't get... No, he's been sentenced. That's the thing. Because he was sentenced and like, yeah, no matter what, he was convicted. So now the new Joe Rogan would be all about her. He and his no, he recently had her on, Fen, and even he was like, I would play the clips, but we already did that. Give me 1 minute. How long is this? 14 minutes. That means we go to... All right, let's get some fire coverage here. A MAGA told me he isn't a convict anymore. Well, a MAGA is always a MAGA. No, they want that to not be true because objectively they can't wrap their head around the fact that they voted for somebody that got convicted of something. He was targeted. He never did anything. He never did anything wrong. Jeez. That's how, like, I hate it. I hate the fact that they even argue, like, I'm not a cult member. It's like, well, dude, you realize what you're doing, right? No. True that. Yep. Oh, man. Guys, these are the types of houses that Hassan has. Like, that looked a lot like Hassan. Like Hassan's house. Yeah, guys, this is... What is this, day 7? It's like day 6 or 7. And it's not coming... It's not going away. It's not going... Like, the flames aren't going away. The winds aren't dying down. It keeps getting pushed deeper and deeper into LA. Yeah, this is bad, guys. This is bad. And it's getting even worse, and like you have all this murky crap happening in politics around. Like, one thing that this has reminded me of is just how much I hate politicians on both sides, but I really just hate politicians, especially the ghouls who don't even wait until the whole thing is over, where they're just like, we're gonna definitely use this to push our agenda through Congress because we know that they're desperate for funding, but we definitely need to make this so there's some strings attached. You know, we want to make sure that they're held to a higher standard than, say, you know, any state that's been built on a swamp. Is this footage from today? Yeah, it's live footage right now. Yeah, this is collected live footage from all around right now.
Images out of Southern California tonight, and this was the scene in the San Fernando Valley earlier tonight as crews stopped a fire that was burning near the Hansen Canyon Dam. With the wind picking up again across the region, crews were quick to attack these flames, and residents are being warned the danger is not over yet.
Please, please, please listen to
So the fire is still going on, yep.
If you are told that you are in a warning zone, it would be advised that you actually take that opportunity to leave.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Edie Lambert.
And I'm Golston Dart. Firefighters once again preparing for Santa Ana winds with a red flag warning through tomorrow evening. So I want you to look at the map here. You can see the red flag warnings are in place from San Luis Obispo County down to the southern border, impacting more than potentially 2 million people. This round of Santa Ana winds not expected to be as strong as what we saw last week, but they could carry some fire sparking embers and then stoke some new outbreaks. Obviously, no one wants that. Here's a look at the two most destructive fires. The Eaton fire in Altadena has burned more than 14,000 acres. Containment is now at 35%. 17 people have died in this fire.
And the Palisades fire did not grow today. It's burned nearly 24,000 acres, and containment is up slightly tonight to 18%. As of tonight, we know 8 people were killed in this fire. So that brings the total number of fatalities in those 2 wildfires to 25. The damage is still being assessed, but we know about 12,000 homes and businesses were destroyed in those 2 largest fires.
KCRA 3's Andrea Flores is at an Altadena neighborhood for us tonight to show us some of the damage from the Eaton fire.
We're here in Altadena as crews continue to comb through blocks and blocks of the city of Altadena that have been completely leveled by the Eaton fire. And we've been here on the ground all day long talking to people who have lost absolutely everything.
We want to get an actual feel of just how bad this
where
is.
There is absolutely nothing
and also
left,
see like what's standing.
Burned out cars, little fragments of homes that were here for decades. We spoke with one woman, Liz Cisneros, and her husband, who have lived in their home for 27 years and came back to find nothing. And she says donations, especially ones from the Red Cross, mean everything to people like her.
It will mean housing, it will mean food, it will mean medical attention if they
Now
need
LA
it.
looks like
It will
Gaza.
mean
Yep.
so much to everybody, even if it's a small donation. It's something. It shows us that all of California is getting put together once again.
And those donations are so critical to people like the Cisneros family and everyone who has been impacted by the fires. And she actually showed us this video. I want to show you. It's just so heartbreaking. It's the moment that she turns the corner here onto her street and has discovered that her home is a total loss. Take a listen.
Where is this going? Where's this going? Oh my God, you guys.
Where'd they go?
Breathe.
Remember to breathe.
Breathe. Oh my God. It's okay, breathe.
Just breathe.
Just back out. We've seen enough. Back out.
And it just breaks your heart. You can hear that emotion, that terror, that pain, everything that she's feeling in that moment as they turn that corner here. And that's the story that so many people have been experiencing in Altadena as a result of the Eaton fire. And we know that that pain is going to continue as they continue to cope with the loss and the devastation here in the community. But they do say the support from everyone here in Southern California all the way to Northern California really has made such a huge impact and gets them from one day to the next. We want to send it back to you in the studio, reporting from Altadena.
And we have more on our coverage tonight. People in Southern California on edge now with more of these Santa Ana winds that are forecast right now. Firefighters are preparing to quickly attack any new fires.
Our meteorologist Heather Waldman's been tracking those conditions in Southern California for the past week. How are they looking right now?
Yeah, we're starting to see the winds pick up, and that's going to continue to be the trend through tomorrow morning. Major airports reporting wind gusts of less than 20 miles per hour in most of LA County. So LA and areas southward towards the coast, the wind isn't going to be an issue, but the areas you see highlighted in orange and pink, that's our model picking up on wind gusts in the San Gabriel Mountains that are up over 40 miles per hour. The focus tonight and into tomorrow morning is going to be the San Gabriel Mountains and the mountains of Ventura County. So the area of highest winds a little bit farther away from where the Palisades fire has been burning and where the Eaton fire has been burning. Somewhat good news there. The concern is for any new fires that would kick up because look at the wind gusts into tomorrow morning between 40 and 50 miles per hour in a spot like Camarillo or over towards Santa Clarita. By this time tomorrow, the winds will be a lot lighter. They will stay light through the day on Thursday. Yeah. So really, it's the next 24 hours that are most concerning as far as the winds go. Hopefully those containment lines that crews have built up around those two big fires in LA County will be able to hold. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you. As crews continue to fight the flames, a Sacramento search and rescue team is hard at work sifting through the ashes. We have video of the team working today.
The fire can't go forever. This is already so much damage. The area is so flammable. The county needs to actually step in and do something. Plus the pollution and all that isn't good. All that too isn't good. Yeah.
Pacific Palace.
But at the same time, we really do have to start asking the hard questions of, do you even try to rebuild there? Because it is untenable. Like, these are going to become so frequent that it's just like, unless you're building completely fireproof homes, which that alone, you understand the costs like that would inquire, like that's insane. And then when you actually learn how much the federal government can support this, it's not much. Then the state government, it's not much. But then Elon Musk could single-handedly step in and rebuild every single house and still be a 100 billionaire. Isn't that a bitch?
Palisades. You can see they're wearing respirators and trudging through piles of debris.
I'm so glad that we let him hoard all that wealth and, artificially inflate how much he's actually worth, because what he definitely brought that much actual tenable good to humanity that he should be worth that much,
Neighborhoods.
God.
Their task is to search for any human
so sick of the
remains
frickin'
and
sycophants.
complete the damage assessment at these addresses where homes once stood.
These fires ripped through those neighborhoods. It left chimneys. That's really might be all that's standing. And so from that perspective, there might be houses in various stages of structural compromise that we need to make sure don't collapse when we have people going in and assessing some of that damage.
There's also a massive effort to prevent flare-ups along Pacific Coast Highway. Members of the California Conservation Corps took on this hillside in Santa Monica. This is a crew from Magalia up in Butte County. You can see they scaled that steep incline overlooking the Pacific with their shovels and their saws, cutting away brush and taking down some of the trees there on the edge of the fire zone. If you're looking for a way to help the fire victims, KCRA3 is partnering.
It's more frequent because it's being mismanaged. I don't think it would have been this horrific if the state was actually managing the environment properly. Again, the fact that I don't know why this is being lost like in the narrative so much, but this is one of the driest Januaries that they've ever had.
With the American Red Cross.
No. At what point is this just trying to hide the fact that this really is an uncontrollable side effect of the climate disasters that are already starting, and now we as humanity we're kind of coming to terms with it. We're like, oh, we decided to build everything on these zones that we have known are definitely at danger of, rising tides, at wildfires. Like anybody on a coastal zone that honestly is surprised by this, I kind of hate to just go like, really? Shock Pikachu face? Really?
Responders are in LA County right now. They're offering support at shelters, and the money donated
It's a little
is
late
helping
for that.
to house and feed those people. And of course, much of that money is going for things like food and clothing for people who pretty much lost everything.
But what do I know? I'm just a center United States city elite.
In the fire. Earlier, we spoke
living
with
on his
Ryan Ashe
plethora
with the Red
of fresh
Cross,
water,
and he talked about how even a few dollars can make all the difference.
It'd be like me building my house in an avalanche zone. Exactly.
$60 can provide diapers and wipes and formula for an infant. $200 can provide for a family of 4 to stay in a shelter for just one night. And as you know, this unfortunate tragedy has gone on for about a week, and it's going to continue to do so. So that $200 for that family across 7 days and across the thousands that are impacted, these dollars are going to bring hope to those folks.
So our fundraiser continues.
Do they have a prediction on when these fires will die off? No, they don't know because the winds are too sporadic right now, and on top of it, they have new fires popping up.
And here's a look at how much has been donated so far.
There are 2 new fires within the last 2 days.
$800,000, $796,496. The fundraising is not over. We will continue until 11:30 tonight.
It's going to be more frequent due to climate change, but we're already too late to change it now. Now it's about preventable measures to lessen casualties. That's what I mean. Like, I hate to say like mass moving and like just admitting, hey, maybe these places are not going to be able to be rebuilt.
Call the number you see there on your screen or scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen to help. And a Yolo County restaurant did what it could today to help people and animals impacted by the fire.
Yaki's Cantina in Woodland held this donation drive. People asked to bring in everything from work gloves and baby food to dog food and kitty litter. The owner lived in Southern California for years, and she says when she saw the destruction, she had to do something to help.
Nice. Woodland's a small town, but I mean, when it comes to stuff like this, they come through. This was only 4 days that we put the
800 grand. That's what Elon spends a day on his mega boat.
We didn't print out flyers. We just.
Is it? Because I heard he spends $2,000 a day at Mar-a-Lago.
It was all word of mouth. Social media is kind of how it happened. So
Maybe just build underground.
I can't imagine if we had more time, but I think
Total recall.
it's been pretty great to see.
I brought clothes, shoes, pillows, blankets, and since I've been blessed out throughout the years, I could bless
Well, unfortunately, with that, even the rising tides are going to erode that.
other people.
Everyone who brought in a donation got a free taco plate. They plan to hold more of these events later this
Turn LA into a cave city. Not a bad idea.
Well, for the second day in a row, state lawmakers canceling its special session hearings in response to incoming President Donald Trump and the LA wildfires. Democratic state leaders are working to approve new money to prepare for legal battles with the incoming Trump administration, as well as provide
Yeah, great. That's awesome. That's exactly what we need right now is just more. Yeah, you know how Republicans are all about, cutting the red tape and the bureaucracy. Guess what that just did?
Emergency
Again, fundamentally unserious people.
and recovery money.
The government and companies have known about climate change for decades. They could have done something about it, but the money is too irresistible. That's why they want more to burn, to buy up more land. Yeah. Water is rising. Florida will be underwater soon. Yeah. President Musk.
For people affected by the wildfires.
It's not as clever as it was a few weeks ago, because at this point it's just true.
So sources are telling us that after at first planning to have the first hearing this afternoon, lawmakers apparently needed more time to write the legislation. This all comes after Republican lawmakers sounded the alarm this morning that Democrats were planning to place both funding proposals into the same piece of legislation, which state senators last night told us that they were planning to do. But doing that would tie disaster relief to the approving of efforts to fight incoming President Donald Trump's policies. Governor Gavin Newsom's office says that was not his intention at all. And in a statement, his spokesperson told us the governor never asked for the legislation to be combined. He wants the disaster aid passed on its own and approved swiftly without unnecessary delays.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it. Newsom's right about this one, because he's also kind of trying to do the thing where he's just like, are you really going to do the thing where you're going to accuse Democrats of playing and withholding, a bunch of legislation that would have helped people, and then you're going to do the exact same thing? Like, this is what's pissed. I've been pissed off about this before Trump was even a thing. Republicans are very good at this. They're so good at feigning outrage about something and go, oh, my pearls. Oh, I do declare, how dare you even try to pass a Supreme Court nominee and justice during our election season. There's no way. Until it's on them, and then they're like, oh, what do you mean a seat has been opened up? Well, we don't have any morals or consistency, so we're going to just put a justice in because we have the one up. Ha ha ha, fooled you. And then we're somehow still doing the, guys, we need to have some decorum.
Oh no.
These videos obtained
Brian's
by
gonna be
CNN
pissed.
appear to show the beginning of two wildfires in Los Angeles. In the first
Can't even
video,
interact
taken on
with
the
us.
morning of January
This was the
7th
video he
and
was
later
talking
shared
about.
with the Associated Press, Kai Cranmore was hiking with friends in Temescal Canyon when they spotted smoke on the horizon.
Turned around and there was a plume of smoke just like rolling over the mountain, like right behind us.
This satellite image, captured by the European Space Agency and time-stamped at 10:37 a.m. local time, shows the first signs of the Palisades fire tearing through the area. CNN geolocated Cranmore's video to an area near the site of that smoke.
Hey babe, I need you to come out here right now.
Later that day, Ring doorbell footage shows Cheryl Koo alerting her husband Jeffrey to a nearby fire she saw on her drive home from work.
And because there was no power, the neighborhood was dark, the canyon was dark. She could see a light in the hillside, and as she got closer to the house, sure enough, it was burning bright, and it was the base of.
We've all known. Now we're just waiting to see what the rich will do to make more money until money is worthless. It's already getting to that point. Because again, we're already at that point where they're they can only do so much with it. They can only do so many, they can only gain so much return on investment, and that's all these people know. They only know line go up, but then they don't understand that we, the consumers, the ones that really need, they need us to push the economy. Like, every single billionaire needs us to push the economy. It doesn't matter what their industry is. Like, they can't just buy and if they try, then it's like, oh wait, so did you just figure it out? Is that what just happened, where you just figured out that you hoarded too much money and you're like, oh, now we actually need to spend money on the little people so they can actually do things like put out fires
of the tower on fire.
I mean, here we are. This is the perfect time to be arguing for socialism. This is the perfect time. We focus on fire mitigation. We use that and we keep pushing for that, and then right at the end we pull the mask off and go, ha! Fooled you. It's socialism.
Later, cell phone.
But we have to be good about it. You can't be dicks about it. You can't go, oh, look, we're going to give you the socialism. Huh? How you feel about it? Huh?
Video taken by Jeffrey appears to show the base of an electrical tower in Eaton Canyon.
Imperialism is what you were just talking about.
The first images of the Eaton fire.
Temporary expansion of former colonial empires and intense conflicts over the expansion. Yeah. Well, we're being the imperialism is of the rich, But it's the thing is they have no armies like here. This is the thing. The rich really do overvalue themselves, and they think that they can literally just buy enough little people to go against enough of the other little people. This is why, like, again, they are counting on the cops eventually just keeping and following orders, which I hope cops are starting to wake up to that too, where it's just like, wait a minute, I only make so much money. You told me to do what now?
Panic mode of just trying to get out as fast as we can. We did see the embers flying. It was almost like a snow
But yeah, that's in a hopeful world.
flurries, but instead it's fire.
That's that toxic positivity you were talking about.
At the same time the coups were evacuating,
They're just
Pedro
stockpiling
Rojas
until the world
captured
turns
another
upside
angle
down.
of
Again, there's only so many of these billionaires. Like they can't even repopulate the world with the amount of billionaires that exist in this world, like on this planet. Like, again, mathematically, it's untenable.
flames erupting at the base of the transmission tower from his backyard in Pasadena.
Marxism intensifies.
Local officials are investigating
I mean,
the area.
dude, they're already talking about how they legitimately are scared of like real revolution. That's why they are counting on the Trump administration to fool everybody into supporting their, like, this is what scares me about Trump supporters is they cheer the boot. And they think they're trolling us when they do it.
Possible origin site of the fire, according to the Los Angeles Times.
Investigators are trying to get to the bottom of the question that's on
Meanwhile, not realizing they're also ants.
How did all of this happen? What started the two most destructive fires in Southern California history? Now, we know the dry brush and the high winds helped fuel the flames. You can see here just how fast the Palisades fire grew. What started more than a week ago has spread.
All right, I'll be right back. I think I had something
spread and spread. It's now burned more than 23,000 acres. That's more than 37 square miles, killing at least 9 people for that fire alone, scorching 5,000 structures. It's currently, this fire in particular, 18% contained. But what was the source of that initial spark? Well, the first signs of the inferno were actually early on Tuesday, January 7th. CAL FIRE says that it started at around 10:30 in the morning. Now, this video shows smoke rolling off the hills around the Palisades minutes after 10:30. Now, this satellite image was taken at 10:37. Now, at that point, the fire was a tiny fraction of what it would eventually go on to become. And now we're learning the Palisades fire appears to have started very close to another blaze that broke out just 6 days earlier on New Year's Day. This is the burn scar from that fire from a satellite image on January 1st. Here's that same burn scar on the image on the Palisades fire. It's less than 300 yards from where it looks like the Palisades blaze began. Now, people are asking, could the winds have rekindled smoldering debris from that New Year's Day fire? Well, agents from the ATF are trying to figure it all out. But a source tells us there is no leading theory at the moment. And then there's the Eaton fire. Now, CAL FIRE says it started at 6:18 p.m. on Tuesday. Here's video from an Altadena resident just a minute later.
Oh. Oh no!
Now, what he's filming there is an electrical tower with flames licking away at the base of it, as you see, and that's not the only vantage point. Another nearby resident, they recorded this. It was taken around 6:24. Now, no cause of the fire has been determined yet, but the Los Angeles Times is reporting that authorities are investigating an electrical tower as the possible origin site. The city's electric company is already facing a lawsuit, by the way. Southern California Edison says it found no problems around the time of the fire. I want to bring in CNN's Nick Watt, who's live in Pacific Palisades. Nick, there have been concerns all day about the return of those now infamous Santa Ana winds. So far, though, the gusts have not been as strong as expected. How long is that going to last?
Well, hopefully a long time, but at about 3 a.m. our time, West Coast, so 6 a.m. your time, they are forecast to pick up again. You know, we went through this drill last night where we thought that the winds were really going to pick up in the middle of the night. You know, there was a weather forecaster on the local news who was talking about these people being at the most
Cops are
danger.
class
as he had his
traders.
hand alarmingly over exactly where I live. So my truck is full of a couple of pictures and some stuff from my house right now. If we get through tonight, we will be good. So fingers crossed the forecast is wrong again. I mean, it's been great news. And frankly, the Palisades fire today has been very inactive. No real active flame. A few hot spots around the fringes that they've been really trying to damp down just in case that wind does pick up. And, you know, another theme of the day.
The rich don't care about reputation. They care about things in the short term, so they don't worry about the future. They just want they want to be comfortable in luxury until their
There's
death.
been, you know, Mayor Bass talking about, you know, it's time to look forward. It's
That's
time to
because
start
they
rebuilding. You know,
all
she
assume
and
they're
the
not gonna
governor
die.
Are signing executive directives, executive orders.
I've met enough of these people who are in this tax bracket who legitimately think, and they don't talk about this openly, guys. Like, you know that one dude that like is getting the transfusions of his kid. Sorry, brain went too fast. Of his kid's plasma and his blood, like, yeah, to remain youthful forever.
To try and make
They actually think that they can cheat death with money, and then then the Rupert Murdochs of the world go, oh.
the permitting process a lot faster to cut
I think they are all immortal.
a lot of the red tape, which is notorious here in LA, trying to cut a lot of that red tape so that the rebuilding can.
They are comparatively to us. You got to have that kind of money to even
Boulevard
live
through the
anymore.
Palisades earlier, and you know all the utility trucks are now there. You know, chopping up the trees that have fallen over, dealing with the gas lines, dealing with the power lines. But it is going to be a monumental task. But for now, as I say, the real focus is fingers crossed, hoping that those winds don't really pick up again tonight, because, you know, a lot has burned here, but there's still a lot of vegetation. You know, last winter I was covering floods in Los Angeles. That there was a bloom of growth that then dried out. A lot of that stuff's still around. So fingers crossed.
Certainly, and thinking about that, I won't forget, this is also not just a story you're covering, this is your home, and thinking about how impactful and personal.
I'm almost 100% the transfusion thing isn't real. Did you not watch the documentary on it?
It is to you as well, Nick. And you actually spent some of the day around the trails where the
No, it's real.
Palisades fires
He's
started.
crazy. Yeah.
We're hearing a lot about the investigation. Obviously, it's in its infancy. But what are you learning about the investigation
Again, they're just like, Democrats, they're sucking adrenochrome. Meanwhile,
into how this started?
how the hell is Dick Cheney still alive?
Well, yeah, we are up in what is called the sort of general area of origin. It's just on this hill behind me. You see the police are here. They have not been letting anybody in all day. You know, normally media are allowed anywhere in wildfires, not here because this is a potential crime scene. So you mentioned that previous fire, January 1st, early hours of New Year's Day. That was just over there. So listen, that's obviously something they're looking into. Were there embers, something still burning under the ground that was then just reinvigorated by that wind? Arson is also obviously on the table. You know, they had dogs out here in the past few days sniffing for accelerants.
I'm going to go. I wake up in 5 hours. So
you can't see
hey, man.
It's dark, but there are...
Sleep good. I hope you actually get a good night's rest. I'm glad that you got to join us, man. Thank you.
2 utility poles up there.
Thank you for the discussion.
So,
Hope to see
listen,
you.
What they generally
I'll
try
be on
and do
tomorrow at
is,
4.
You know, kind of rule stuff out and hone
Central.
in on what might the cause actually be. The
Oh,
other
wait.
thing
Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll see. I might not even be on
they're
tomorrow.
doing right now is they're trying to get from
Just
this sort
look
of
at the
general area
updates and look at my community page on YouTube.
of origin down to a specific area. One investigator I spoke to today said they try and get it down to basically the size
An isolated incident is definitely not the same as saying that there are people in certain tax brackets that are injecting plasma.
of a dinner plate.
How come it's more crazy when I say it, but when the Republicans say it, we just go, meh?
And the way that they do that is...
Oh yeah, man! Come on! You don't think that they're gonna start farming us? You don't think that there's gonna be like blood shortages and all this, and it's like, where'd that go?
Investigators.
And then there's gonna be a magical report. Did you know that everybody that lives in this certain area code? Look.
Actually, on their hands and knees.
I'll look up for the notifications
looking
anyway,
at
see you,
every
dude.
single
Nice.
piece of vegetation, every pebble, every blade of grass,
Nice,
figuring
nice.
out which side the fire reached that particular item. And then they can map that, flag that, and try and just hone in on that area. Because obviously, if you can figure out exactly where it started, that's going to be a huge help to figure out why it started.
I'm definitely shitting on QAnon as much as I do Blue Anon. Yeah. Well, Blue Anon is a real thing, trust me.
That are devastating California, destroyed tens of thousands of homes, killed 24 people, and have done over $200 billion, some upward up to $250 billion worth of damage, and caused, economic losses. So those two things combined, those fires are now among the costliest in recent history. Now, what if I told you that not only did we know this was going to happen, but we could have avoided it? How?
Like in Colorado, a huge chunk of our outdoor firefighting or wildfire fighting funds come from the sales of passes and permits to
the California
outdoorsmen.
State Climate Task Force had been warning the government that doing endless development in the state's high-risk wildfire zones was going to end up being a disaster. What happened? They did it anyway, and it was a disaster. Why did they do it? Because the real estate developers knew bank. As the lever explains, in recent years that have returned, efforts to reduce high fire risk development, which sounds insane, right? Like, wait a minute, you're going to develop real estate, housing in a place that is prone to burning down? That doesn't sound like a smart idea, does it? Apparently, though, they don't care if it's smart because it makes them money. So now this, the efforts to try to reduce that development have been stymied by some very powerful real estate and construction interests. So this is all lobbying. This is all industry. The industry has successfully fought against limits on development for wildfire safety and even beat back safety standards for houses in fire-prone areas. So, I mean, anything that might mitigate or prevent entire neighborhoods from being burnt down, as opposed to like a single house. Well, I mean, no, can't do it. No, unacceptable. That means less profit for us.
Can't let that happen.
Now, that obviously not only puts homes at risk, but it puts people at risk. 24 people, as I mentioned, had died so far from these wildfires. Tens of thousands of people are without homes. Possibly more. But look, the lever had uncovered a lobbying blitz against a state bill that would have limited new home construction in the state's most extreme fire risk areas, including some of the Los Angeles neighborhoods that were engulfed in the most recent fires. In fact, Democratic State Senator Henry Stern, who had previously lost his home in the 2018 Woolsey fire. Okay, this guy was like, my house burnt down in the last giant wildfire. So maybe we ought to stop building new houses in wildfire areas, because I don't want people to go through what I went through. Well, that makes sense, right? Now, his bill would have barred development in very high-risk zones, with exceptions for cases in which local fire agencies adopted a comprehensive plan for wildfire risk management. Okay, so what happened to that bill? Fail. The effort to kill it was led by the California Building Industry Association, the lobbying arm of California's developers and building contractors, an industry estimated to have generated more than $60 billion in residential building revenues in the state in 2024. $60 billion. So they're building houses. They're building lots of houses. Now, the bill, after languishing for nearly a year, after it was first introduced, it died in committee. Now, you can't blame this one on Republicans, all right? California is Democratic control. But what you have is a case of where the industry has captured the government. and they do all sorts of lobbying. Now, here's the thing. You could argue that, Jeff, you don't understand. They have to keep developing more houses.
Yeah, it is a miracle.
You've got to develop more land.
Fatalities
You've
have
got to build more
remained as low as they
houses.
are.
We've got a housing crisis in this country. Yes, we do. We do. Now, the problem with your argument, though, is that this is all new housing. That's luxury housing. Okay? That's what's going on. They're not building affordable housing. They're building luxury homes that are very high priced. And so you're not really doing anything to solve the housing crisis by building luxury condos and mansions. All right? As Jack Ide, a Los Angeles-based urban planner and environmentalist, told The Lever, there's no money in affordable housing. But there is far more profits to be found in expanding suburban sprawl into undeveloped land. This incentive structure has driven development increasingly into risky fire zones, abetted by promises of trickle-down improvements to housing availability. No money in affordable housing. And that's it. That's the reason. It's all profit. These high-risk zones usually sit at the edges of the suburbs, where homes sit next to undeveloped land. Mm-hmm. In these wildland urban interfaces, that's what they call them.
We've been dealing with this on a smaller scale, where we have a bunch of like farmland that was like swampy. They're developing on it now. They stopped developing on it now because, predictably, swampland is swampy. Weird.
Fires are most likely to begin. Now, that said, California is very dry. And as a result of course, climate change, it's sometimes goes months and months and months without any rainfall whatsoever. So it just takes a little spark in these areas and boom. Dry conditions, high winds, and look, this land is already wildfire prone. All this together, boom. And that's it. Now, you got a big problem. Now, that said, you know who doesn't deal with this problem? The industry. Yeah, they profit from this. Who profits from the development? Industry, obviously. Who profits from the rebuilding after everything burns down?
It's the same thing. Capitalize the profits and socialize the downfall. Or the,
and here's the thing, right? Who pays for the cost of when wildfires sweep through the area, destroy all these homes in very high-risk areas?
Obviously, not everywhere is as inflated as California and Florida, but climate change will affect everyone. Yeah.
The taxpayer. That's who. And look, insurance companies.
I mean, we're having so in the Chicago area, we're having droughts that we didn't have before. We barely have any snow that we usually get. So, I mean, small scale for us, but I know it's affecting crops specifically. Like they have to like push crop yields back, but this is also why the Midwest is seeing a boom. Like, again, a little bit small scale, but guys, like this is one of those rare ones that I hate to even admit this. I hate the fact that these words are about to leave my mouth. But Alex Jones was right about this one. He was right about the water wars, and he was right about like how he blamed it on corporate elites and all this instead of, because that's, it's sexier when you have an enemy that isn't the invisible hand of Mother Nature or God or whoever, but it's so much easier when you're just the globalists, corporate elites, even though he's kind of bringing up how the corporate elites are responsible for this, but he's right about the contractors always wanting to build on vacant land at the edge of development because it's cheaper and more profit. Yep.
This is why
this is, again, like what I was saying, this is why we're having the problem that we have with newer developments on swampland. Like, it's insane. Like, I grew up my entire life. We knew that it was a marsh. It was a giant marsh Then they take some pumps, they cut some trees, and you know what? Throw some soil down. Look at that. We got a new plot of land. Then they what you just said. It's all luxury homes that are over $400,000.
Insurance companies are ducking out. They're like, no, we can't afford
If
to
you
do
like
this
the
anymore.
oil wars, you will love the water
areas.
wars. Yeah, well, fortunately, I literally live on one of the largest freshwater sources in the world.
We're not going to cover these areas, okay? Because we are going to lose
No intent
our
on moving.
shirts. So that's what's happening in California in these areas. It's also what's happening in Florida as a result of climate change, the hurricanes. And so insurance companies, they do believe in climate change. And they do have these risk models that they base what they're going to cover, who they're going to cover on. And right now, there are these places where it's like, it's too high a risk for us. We just can't do it.
The rule of thumb should be if it's too expensive to insure or pay out for any damage that might be accrued, then you can't even build the house.
And when your insurance company ducks out, you got a problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, these companies, not the insurance companies, but the companies, the real estate developers, they do not get held accountable for building and developing in places that will eventually end up burning down, being destroyed. And this is all because of these lobbying groups. We end up having so many homes obliterated due to these wildfires. It's because of their efforts. Okay. Char Miller, which is kind of an interesting name, Char, an environmental historian at Pomona College in Claremont, California, said this, quote, "There's landscapes into which we move that we know are high severity fire zones, and we are given the green light to do so by city halls, county governments, planning boards, zoning commissions, architectural boards. They've all signed off on this." Now, her point was that this is a political problem. This is a policy issue. And it's a policy issue, she says, that has been shaped by decades of influence by the state's real estate interests. The state has seen developers and real estate interest groups again and again intervening in government through their lobbying to push against wildfire safety standards. Groups like the California Building Industry Association, which pushed back against a proposal made back in 2021 that would have required towns or cities to create fire safety standards before moving forward with developments in very high risk fire risk zones. The California Building Industry Association's president, Dan
real quick, shout out Logical Leftist.
Dunmoyer,
I really like his content. So
who makes $500,000 a year, called the proposal a quote no growth strategy, saying its goal is to make it harder to build housing outside of the urban corridor. No, you can't just build houses everywhere. All right, you can't do that because there are some places which
thoughts on the nap
are going to be disaster areas that are going to burn down quicker. Okay, that's a problem, and it's not just like your house that burns down. These wildfires destroy entire
non-aggressive principle.
Neighborhoods. That's one of the issues. Now, additional developers that also lobbied on that bill included two of California's
the second one I think you've got
developers, as well as Brookfield, a global real estate investor and developer. California Building Industry Association has also advocated, sometimes successfully, for weaker wildfire safety standards. Now, think about that for a second. We know that climate change is making things drier in California, is contributing to dry season. So having weaker fire standards, lobbying for that, while knowing that, hey, climate change is actually making these dry seasons even worse and increasing the risk of these devastating wildfires.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It should be criminal, in my view. Now, that said, because of regulatory capture of the government,
I'll go through this a little bit.
They have captured the regulators. These industries have lobbied the lawmakers. They can get away with it. For example, that
Some
industry
dumb beats. What's up,
association
dude?
recently pushed a
Hey,
bill through
Luigi,
the
hell
state
yeah.
Senate that would have abolished the state's current fire risk.
Hell yeah. Welcome to the stream. Like the like the stream and sub to the channel if you haven't already, man. This is a good place. If you're free Luigi and you're 420 friendly, then you are in the right place.
System entirely in favor of more limited mitigation zones. Now, that said, luckily, that effort has stalled. Okay. But the weaker approach had the support of Governor Gavin Newsom. So, yeah. Look, there's a lot of factors involved in this, okay? In these wildfires. Climate change, you got the real estate, lobbying, you got the population, all this stuff, right? High winds. Though at the root, a lot of what we see from the damage here, because again, wildfires do happen in California, and if they're happening in unpopulated land, well, that's much better than having entire neighborhoods get absolutely just demolished.
Too many people are concerned with climate change, but change nothing in their lives. Yep.
By these wildfires. Okay.
Yeah, but even the small scale change, like this is, I know that this sucks, like to be, boiled down to a stupid meme, but realistically, the one that was going around this past year is, yeah, sure. You know what? I should probably use a paper straw. Definitely cap my emissions. Meanwhile, Taylor Swift, she like single-handedly puts out enough emissions for a small country. So now, like, dude, personal responsibility aside, it's on them. Like this is what I feel like is the biggest problem is we keep doing this where we keep getting gaslit into arguing for doing small scale things like within our community, which is fine, but not at the detriment of actually solving the problem of going after the rich, of taxing the rich. It always boils down to tax the rich a little bit more, make them pay for this stuff. They have the money. They have more money than God at this point. Why in the F are we still arguing against each other? Why are we still arguing about entitlements? Why is anybody like, I am so beyond sick of that crap.
But when it comes down to it, putting those houses in those danger zones.
We should nationalize oil and gas and convert infrastructure like Norway did. That's adorable. You think ExxonMobil would allow that?
Comes down to greed. These groups in these industries, they obviously privatize the gains.
That's my fake laugh.
From selling these houses, developing that land, and then socialize the losses. When it all gets burnt down, they don't have to pay anything. So they're doing all this.
I'll talk about paper straws. I talk about people who are bitching about the same time, but at the same time flying around the world to lure with low-cost airlines.
Profiting off your peril.
Again, I don't blame them because even then, they're not committing as much of a egregious, hit against the economy. Well, the economy too, but the environment specifically. Again, when it's like the Kim Kardashians of the world are the ones like, flying to France to go get ice cream kind of crap.
In fact, last year, the same lobbying group backed a bill that...
I'm not trying to argue like about, we shouldn't do anything. No, honestly, we as consumers should be demanding we go back to glass bottles. It's insane. It's insane that dude, you have so many conservatives that are now all of a sudden hopping on the health train saying, I love Robert F. Kennedy and his health stuff. I think he's really going to help us. But then they're like, don't you touch my sodas. Don't you touch my corn syrup and anything that makes me unhealthy. But I want health. It's the Democrats' fault that I'm unhealthy. Like, honestly, you know what? I just realized I was kind of like going on a little bit there, but for real, at the end of it, I got really depressed in the fact that that's exactly how these stupid effers think.
Allow developers to redesignate very high-risk fire zones as lower risk.
I think like 7 cruise ships account for all the cars in Europe in emissions. Exactly. A short flight of years of driving. Exactly. Yeah, but again, you're making all these points where it's like, what? So we're just supposed to stop using air travel now because they're going to? No. Like, dude, this is where I'm kind of like, no, until they change and until they actually start making like big hits on their end. No, it shouldn't be on us. I'm sorry. That one I will argue. We should be doing it voluntarily. Nobody should be openly just going, I love being a dick. Which, again, I have a neighbor that's like that. I literally have a neighbor that has a giant black truck, Denali, with giant pipes on it where he wakes up the entire neighborhood every time he goes anywhere. He doesn't need them. They're short pipes. He doesn't have any other mods to his truck outside of the pipes, so it's just, I want to be a loud dick, but also pollute as much as I can because I don't give a good goddamn about anybody around me, and that's what needs to be called out. These are the people that, honestly, they're never called out. These are the people that are literally made into freaking soccer coaches. I see them always doing, like, they got their kids, like, coming out of their trucks with their freaking, taking them to the basketball games. So it's obviously the dads of the freaking community, but it's you know what? Screw it. I'm ending this rant right here just by going, it's big trucks. The people who drive big trucks and then simultaneously complain about the gas prices. It's them.
Wow. Evading building code requirements and opening up the door to even more development
it's like the South Park episode with the Harleys.
Wildfire corridors.
No, I do that every time he does it.
This is just
and it really is awesome. This douchebag wakes up at 5 a.m.
example of straight up naked greed. And if that's not bad enough, it actually gets worse.
The hyper-individualism of the U.S. is a major issue.
A bunch of landlords.
Stop. No. If it's about conformity, then I'm immediately putting my fucking foot down. That's another form of authoritarianism. Sorry. Nope. Big nope.
Price gouging the survivors.
I'm calling that takeout. That's a dumb take.
There's a popular information review of rental listings, which revealed dozens of properties where the landlords
hyper-individualism. Have you met an American?
Increased their prices
for real, man.
Since the fires began on January 7th.
Hyper-individualism. They all think, like, all Trumpers essentially dress and think the same. Yes,
like, well,
it's so individualist.
Right? Some of those landlords.
No, to that point, no. Maybe we should just all conform. Maybe we should just do, let's all wear the same track jackets and just let's have the same dress codes, no individuality. Yeah, that's great.
Increased their rent by over.
I've never met a person that literally went they went so full circle that they literally came back to Orwell. Like, they just formed the O that spells the capital letter for Orwellian.
125%. Jesus. Now,
yeah, but conformity does not equal delusional American individualism, where people put themselves over their communities.
Just recently.
Okay, you could just say that. You could just say that they could put community first. The way you frame that as hyper individualism, you do realize, again, this is where I call out bad marketing. And like, that's what that is. Like, if you're going to try and like push that idea on other people, that is just marketing. That's bad marketing.
Declared a state of emergency.
That's a bad,
right?
Like, if that was in a brainstorm session, like for, trying to sell something, I'd immediately go, who are you winning over with that?
And now the law prohibits hiking rental prices by more than 10% for 30 days after a state of emergency is declared. So now popular info,
hyper-individualism, that's why he put a hyper before it. Yeah, I don't know. I still see this as a dangerous step backwards. I honestly know.
Yeah, they found
No. I don't think individualism is the problem. I think that pushing a consumerism, I think that's the problem. It's not the individualism that is honestly the issue.
A lot of home rental prices went way up. Again, 50, 60, over 125%.
Americans will never put community first because individualism and selfishness are taught as virtues. That's inherently untrue, dude. That's why these people still go to church. Like, they seek out third places. If that was the case, then they would never leave their houses.
And then, after a little while...
Which, ironically...
these landlords were like, oh, there's a price... anti-price...
Helping others in American culture is considered weakness? No, in American conservative culture, maybe.
Gouging law?
No, actually. Again, doing this reductionist, like, bullshit is honestly not helping us either.
Oh, no.
Because that's also why people stay in the church even as leftists, is because they're just like, listen, I may not agree with everything, but at least my church does good.
Oh.
You know, they actually practice the word of God.
And so, right back down...
I think Chatter might be referencing something more along the lines of the theory of alienation.
The price goes down to within
I'd have to read
10%.
up on it.
Dragging it up.
People who go to church for themselves, though, not for their neighbors. That's not entirely always true. No, they usually go well, yes, okay, so a lot of Americans are that way. I hate the fact that I've been pushed into playing devil's advocate for the other side, because yes, usually I'd be on your side of this argument where it's just like, yeah. But I came out of it. I can tell you that there's plenty of them that truly do, like... I don't like being this, again, pessimistic to the point where you're just like, there's no good in them. They're just selfish. Because that's literally boiling all of their deeds and all of their, like, belief system down to the fact that they're just selfish dicks that, like, want the, okay, I'm good, I want to go to heaven, which it does kind of boil down to it, but realistically, it's way more complex than that. People are more complex than that. And honestly, this is one of my problems with being on left. I don't care if it's online left or online right. Being online, terminally online, part of the problem is we do then create these bubbles in our head. We create these small, like these... It's so easy to just see it as like a reduced version of what it actually is.
Sometimes as high as 9.9%.
This has been my TED Talks.
Or 9.95 to... hitting
the leftists have no third spaces. In fact, Americans in general have no proper third spaces. I mean,
now of course
that's if you listen to Vosh.
We're trying to find.
Actually, because Vosh doesn't go to church. That's where people go for third spaces. Even leftists. I know plenty of leftists that are religious, dude. See, this is, again, being reductionist to a fucking fault where it's like you're just forgetting. Like, you're just conceding the fact that, like, churches in general are just right-wing propaganda places that they get it. They get it. If the benefits of the ruling class for you do only think in terms of individuals. Well, I'm not saying that's necessarily right. I'm saying, but to do the other side of that, to go the other side of that, where it's just like, no, only community. Like, this is where with me, it's like, unfortunately, that's why I could never conform fully to the ideals of fully communist.
Not the hard way. Okay?
Like,
violations
society.
are punishable by up to a year in jail.
At least one that I can envision.
$10,000 fine or both. And so they wanted to avoid
because it gets dangerously close to okay. Then when are we like? Yeah, same track jackets, same houses, everything is the same. Like, at what point?
Okay, weird. I keep getting told that laws protecting consumers don't actually work. No, it turns out they kind of do. I mean, they're still charging.
I think religion is a tool, and we have to let the right take it. Okay, yeah,
but at least they're within the law.
So you're literally just Chatter's definitely talking about alienation.
And at least there is.
No, see, again, this is where I was like, oh, okay, well, it seems like this is what ends up happening, where I end up arguing like things that are kind of just general. Like, this is how like the general populace does see things. This is why, like, when I try to say things, no, you are making a caricature. Well,
is a law, because without it,
church as a third space is not free. It is often coercive, makes you subject to the church.
See what
not
happened.
Always. Not always at all. No. I mean, certain ones, but I've been to plenty of churches that weren't like that, man.
But
again, boiling it down to just, oh, we're going to conform you.
At the end of the day,
at some point, it is your choice.
All of this.
Jesus hated the rich and was a commie. Exactly. But yeah, Yeah, let's just concede religion.
Is an example
There's nothing good there.
of how
The right think that they they are rugged individuals, but they all conform in dress, word, and beliefs, and disparage those who are
our
different.
current system.
Yeah, they all wear like the same Brooks Brothers frickin' crap, drive the same trucks, have the same frickin' Chad haircut.
Capitalism and greed is absolutely.
Well, we have to come up with effective messaging, and if we can unify that messaging, maybe we can win. Yeah, part of that is also going a little and courting centrists. This has been where I do have a little source of contention with some of my chat, where I'm just like, no, guys, like you guys, you always make these arguments about how it's just like, no, we need to focus on this, and fuck them. Like we do not need them. It's like
destroying us, wrecking lives,
Okay.
destroying entire communities.
while
and
simultaneously recognizing that we lost them during this election.
screwing over survivors.
When someone makes a point, you should not assume the extreme and shoot it down based on that. That's what's happening with my... I'm literally thinking the same way that this chatter is right
Thank
now.
you for watching. You enjoy.
Like, I love how I'm engaging on one standard. I'm just like, okay, I'll meet you. I'll meet you there. And now I'm the bad guy. Sorry, I can't always raise to the occasion. I feel like messaging is what we're hashing out right now, though. Yeah. I feel that way. Alienation is an objective structure of experience and activity in capitalist society. Capitalist society cannot exist without it. Capitalist society, in its very existence, requires that people be placed into a structure, and even better, oh, this guy he just read himself some marks. I'm an atheist, but I don't want to ban religion. I don't want atheism banned. Yeah, it's almost like you want live and let live. It's almost like you're not the opposite of it's, you know how that thing is kind of happening where it's like people go and they're like, oh, I'm so anti-authoritarian that I accidentally made myself an authoritarian. Yeah, that's happening. Seems like centrists lost us this election. No, we lost this election by losing them. I'll be honest, guys. Like, again, the fact that we didn't hold like Kamala to the messaging a lot more. The fact that we hyper fixated on the Gaza message and not at all to the fact that she placated to the Liz Cheney and the Dick Cheney contingent, and they were just like, oh, we scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. I mean, again, you guys, this is what I don't like about the, like, and I'm going to say it, the far left. Because this is what people don't take seriously about us. Because we're just sitting here arguing with ourselves about the semantical, like, way we can go about this and who's lefter than thou. Because that's what this, honestly, that's what this is, man. I didn't vote for Harris because she was a super centrist. Cool. Great. So you can admit that you contributed to the rise of fascism then. Like, so not participating in it just makes it so then I wash my hands of it. I just don't understand what this way of thinking is. But I mean, hey, we can have fun. Like, it's gonna be a long 4 years, guys. But you do realize that this is like kind of what hey, Gaza ceasefire is happening, exactly. Technically under a Biden presidency, so am I supposed to go, well, scratch a liberal if fascist bleeds is true, but the point is when liberals get scared, they will go to authoritarianism? Not necessarily. If that was the case, then there would have actually been proof of that, of liberals actually voting for Trump. They didn't. That's the thing. He only grew in certain demographics. No, it's the fact that liberals sat on their couches. Far leftists sat on their couches. Like my man up here. He sat on his couch. He is admitting that he sat on his couch. So again, explain to me, just how is that pivoting to fascism? And honestly, like, I just don't like the over-reliance on just being like, no, we don't need the centrist, when they make up like the majority of the electorate. This is why the right is so good at actually bringing them in. They make them feel like they're going to do something. It's impossible to talk to you through text. Oh. Liberals voted left where voters were lost. It is the far left. I'm a Marxist, but I'm older now. The passion of young leftists is sometimes bad for real political work. Exactly. Like, that's also part of my problem is I'm 38 years old and I'm fine. I'm old, I'm tired, and I'm just kind of like, no, guys. Like, you know, once you hit that age where you realize you're like, oh, I'm not going to be here for very long. So it's almost weird that I maybe want to shift like to more of a practical approach. Like I was just saying, like these fires are what I was kind of saying. This is a great opportunity for us to build a social program around the firefighters and then really sell it to the American populace. Like, hey, look, socialism. See, it does work. See, you see what all these kids, instead of just always, again, like somebody said it and I'm going to use it again, like being on the back foot and always having to explain our positions and then not doing a very good job. Because this is why I brought up the academic side of this, is when you get overly academic of it, people tune out. Your average American tunes out. And this is what a lot of leftists really hate. And I get it because I hate it too, is they can't process the fact that most Americans are just that stupid. They really can't. They don't want to. And then they do this thing where they're like, well, if they're that stupid, then maybe we don't want them. Maybe we'll just capitulate and just say, yeah, you know what? Not worth our time. But then I sit here going, well, then who are you trying to move? Like, who are you? How do we grow this coalition if we're just giving up on the centrist? And then are we trying to get the Trumper? Is that what I'm trying to do? I only used to vote third party, but after 2016, I realized I didn't have a choice but to vote Dem. Yeah, exactly. That's what I did too. But if you talk to anybody else, they're just like, whoa, you didn't vote with your principles? What? It's just like, oh my God. Yeah, I did actually. Harris lost popular vote with her trash platform. Yeah, I'm not... You're not gonna, like, honestly, dude, you're not gonna, like, get me to fight for the Kamala contingent. Like, and it seems like that's what you really want me to do. You want me to be the mouthpiece for that right now, and that's not what I am. It's kind of weird. I agree with you for the most part. I'm just bringing up how, like, the extreme positions on what you are trying to obtain out of it. Really, I mean, dude, this is mental masturbation at this point. You do realize that, right? Like in the year of our Lord 2025, that's all this is. Like what we're doing here. Like what Alirda's out there doing is actual movement. She is out there trying to build the platform that we can start messaging to people and actually giving them some, not just a bunch of lip service. We can actually show them like, hey, you know, we have a movement here. I give up on myself sometimes, but not others. Yeah. Well, I mean, I wish I could say that I was that, God, what's the word I'm looking for? Supermanish. Couldn't think of anything else, sorry. Well, lesser of two evils, its message loses its message when both sides are pro-genocide. No, some dumb beats, it doesn't, actually. Alora Nadi said this perfectly, where when you're voting for the lesser of two evils, you're voting for the easier enemy to defeat. So it's also kind of weird how you can't look at it objectively and going, hey, like, maybe, just maybe, they do agree with me on some things. Like, because for the most part, people on the Democratic, like, who think with a liberal mind will be more just inherently, like, good people. I'm not trying to be like, oh, yeah, pat on the back, but it's true. People with leftist, like, ideals tend to just think about, like you were saying, community and other people. Conservatives, like you were saying, hyper-individualist, frickin' me, only mine. Which that's not where I wasn't defending that form of individualism. I was talking about personal individualism, like as far as personality and all that kind of stuff. I'll just give them pressure after they take our vote. Okay, some dumb beats. Based on what you're saying right now, what? Where are we going from here? Because now we have now we're literally sitting here doing this in my chat, and I'm not hearing any answers from you. I'm hearing a bunch of okay, but without going, well, maybe we could do this to message to the centrists. But instead, you see what I'm saying here? Where instead of welcoming the centrists or even trying to welcome the centrists, you're just like, nah, not even bringing myself to it. Don't need them. Fuck them. Like, whatever, man. With what leverage? Exactly. Weird how you can see that now. It's so weird how you can see that now. Like, did we have leverage in Dearborn? You were up here, you were making the point about, the genocide. Well, did that move the needle? No. Well, bet libs will dust off pussy hats. Okay. So? Oh, look, you made a joke about pussy hats and libs. You're left there. Do you want your leftist merit badge? Because here, I'll give it to you. Now you can take your leftist merit badge. And are you happy now? What are you gonna do with it? What are we doing? 2 minutes until 4:20? Ooh, it is. Ooh, it's actually 2 minutes towards 4:20 on the broadcast too. Companies are buying out politicians. Everyone's corrupt. Yeah, but don't engage. At some point, you guys have to realize that this is like them winning, right? House divided is a house that falls. There's a reason they say that. And it's not just America I'm talking about. I'm talking about the broader left. You think voting is your only leverage? You are playing the game that they want? I don't think it's my only leverage. I think it's the leverage that scares them. Dude, seriously, if you don't think that voting is leverage, though, then I think that you're wrong, too, because why else would they actually be terrified about it? It's the one thing that they just can't get around. Otherwise, why would they put so much effort into trying to rig these elections or sway the vote? You know, Elon is the closest we've had to that, but I can tell you right now, Trump still had to go through that election, man. So, if you think... Oh, sorry, it just popped up again. I had this conversation 15 years ago with the Socialistic Youth Club. War never changes. No, it doesn't. No, but again, I'm supposed to be one of those guys that thought Joe Biden did a really bad job with Iraq, but I'm like one of those guys that's just like, hey, he got us out. We should do a general strike this year. Yeah, everybody, every single person, blue no matter who, means you already said that they can appease the donor class. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because again, you do the other thing. See, here's the bitch of this some dumb beats is the fact that when you... Oh, hey, we're there. Hold on. I will get back to that in a second. Maybe, if I remember. He's making the face I'm about to make here. Yeah. Cheers. I can tell you right now that the voting for Kamala over Donald Trump, I saw it as literally, oh, this is like the easier way. But here's where I'm wrong. Look at that. He did. He actually did get it done. We have the ceasefire today. So by that merit, are we supposed to just capitulate and go, maybe conservative values are the winning, maybe it is the winning side. Oh boy, I've been on the wrong side this entire time. Gee golly gee willikers, I can't. Ugh. I love this stoner chat. Yeah, me too. Next Republican is going to suck. Yeah. God. You're at that point of your political journey where you're just like, God, politicians suck. There's never any good ones. I'm just not going to participate. That's the way to win. I used to be a punk rocker too. Yeah, I wish... Again, see, I wish Biden did better specifically on Gaza. But every time that somebody says, like, I wish Biden did better... Listen, you're already doing the thing. You're giving into the narrative. You're feeding the Republicans the narrative that he was a failure. You're literally saying he was a failure. And he wasn't. He really wasn't. He was a failure on one specific issue that we took a lot of credence with. I admit that. But like it or not, the guy was really good on unions. He was very good on the fact that, like, I can tell you right now, I got a friend that's diabetic. He's paying less for insulin. Like, there are actual things that he did that are good. Hell, he just expanded something with the Consumer Protection Bureau that's why Trump was all pissed off. So, like, but the other thing is, I'm so tired of, like, these people that think presidents are kings of some kind, and that all of your ideals, your political ideals, are going to come true within your lifetime, or not even just your lifetime, but within the 4 years that they're there. That is one of the biggest fallacies in all of politics. Don't care where you live. Everybody looks up to these people like they have powers that they absolutely do not, and then get mad when they don't use those powers. You know, the ones they don't have. And then get shit shocked when all of a sudden, what do you mean these people are corrupt? I thought he was like me. Or I'll do you one better. They win, and then they go, huh, maybe I am corruptible. And then they get corrupted. See that a lot too. Punk rock ruined my life. I regret nothing. Who needs a liver? Yeah. Yeah, God, especially if you were one of... if you were one of, like, the ones that I knew that, like, they would just take any pill that they were handed them. It's like, what are you doing? Like, do you even know what you just took? I'm not naming names, but I have a friend that if you're watching this, you know who you are. It was funny, but I worried about you. It's actually a miracle you're here. Wait. The ceasefire is playing politics. They will continue the ethnic cleansing and the annex of the West Bank probably in the next 4 years. You're saying probably. See, Duke, I don't have that mental capacity right now to even do, like, to do that. I'm not going to anticipate disappointment. Again, this seems to be a running theme with today's stream is stop living in constant anticipatory disappointment. What life is that, guys? I know I'm preaching because I don't like that. I'm not living that way, and you ain't gonna bring me down to live that way. If that's not happening. I like happiness. I like to actually feel happy. And I do feel happy. Even with all this crazy shit that's happening, even all the stuff that we discuss, I can find time to go be happy. I can find a way to do that. But sometimes I really do feel like it's like, man, if I'm not miserable like certain people, then I feel like I'm just not going to be able to function within, like, the political atmosphere anymore. Like, damn, dude. Good vibes. Exactly. Fuck, man. Oh, shoot, wrong time. He's spitting. Yeah, I mean, thank you. Because a lot of us grew up with Obama, who grossly expanded presidential powers. Why am I the elder here? I hate it. I hate it. I hate that I grew up in the time I did, because, like, when you're just like, I grew up during Obama, I'm like, oh, right. God, I'm old. The first president I remember is George Bush, not W. Bush. George Bush 1. I was directly impacted by Michelle's school lunch policy. Then you get it. Like, then you get it. I mean, then, yeah, see, like, again, tentative good. There is tentative good in some things, but then, yes, there's also bad. Like, I'll admit, Obama's second presidency, I was downtown doing protests against the drone strikes in oh God, it was either Beirut or Iraq. I can't remember which one. I'm say it was Beirut though, because it was a very it was a very specific attack. But it totally mobilized us. Also happened on a Saturday, so we were able to organize a pretty good protest by that Sunday. It was a decent time. But all I can say is, like, yeah, man. I wasn't exactly the biggest Obama fan. So I'm a conservative, but if Michelle runs, I'll vote for her simply because of that. Wow, I didn't put that together. I didn't realize you were a conservative, but hey, I mean, whatever. If you have fun here, that's cool. This is the type of stuff that I like. I love the fact that this space specifically can feel like this is where we can really have these conversations. Even though I'm starting to find my line here where I'm like, okay, I kind of disagree with you on this. But as I said, my finest line is, if you think, you got a thing with trans rights, then get the fuck out. I love giving people space to speak their truth. Diversity is the greatest thing in the world has given us. How the hell are you conservative? What? That's weird. That's a really weird... Like, how do you... Okay, how do you square that circle? You literally broke my brain with that one. Hold on. I hope you're trolling me when you said you're conservative, because I know my friend Kirk here. He thinks he is. I mean, he is, but he's not. No, you're 100% serious. All right, what ideals do you hold that you consider yourself conservative? Again, and this is... I hate it. This is just something that goes back to me getting out of my faith, is I hate evangelizing, whether it be political or not, which is weird, because I am trying to get you guys to have more open minds and to especially leftist ideas. See? Guys, see? We're kind of doing it here. Although you were kind of proving me wrong a little bit, where if I can change your mind to think more left and I still can't reach out to liberals, then that's a bitch and a half. Leftists will always fight against a political giant. It's easy to scare people in creating hate, but organizing for something good. Yeah. Yeah, but that's why we always are the bad guy. Like, with all of human history that we can look at, and I mean, dude, I'm talking about, like, we could go to medieval ages and just be like, oh, this is kind of a strange parallel here. The French Revolution, anybody? Like, come on. Like... But you know what they weren't fighting over? You know what the peasants weren't fighting over while that was happening? The finer nuances. They weren't arguing theory. Sorry. You know what? No, I'm sorry. I was being cheeky. I feel like I was being kind of stupid there. It's hard. But no, Fen, like, if you're 100% serious, then I'm 100% curious then. Like, I hope you're typing, because honestly, I must know this. Like, I must know, like, at least a little bit about where you're coming from. Yeah, I believe in a good bit of conservative economic policies. God, you're what my dad used to tell me I was going to become. fiscally conservative and socially liberal. God, I used to hear that all the fucking time from him. All the time. Anytime that I would discuss politics with him, God, still says it. He still says it. But yeah, here. In economic policies, I believe, here, I'll just start from the beginning. I believe in a good bit of conservative economic policies. I don't like how political a lot of things have come. I don't like injecting agendas into places they don't belong. That being said, I support trans rights. I'm gay. My boyfriend lives in Nambia. I'm demisexual and questioning my gender. Okay. I don't read any conservative there. What am I? So injecting like trans rights into your political agenda, is that, or like the gay rights into political agendas or something? Is that like the one that you might have? Because honestly, like I've had this discussion with one of my trans friends where she really does not like how we've over politicized the trans issue, because she's just like, sometimes I feel like it's being used, and like like it's nice having support, but then sometimes I feel like I'm just being used, you know, like like a wedge, not a wedge issue. What's the word I'm looking for? But like a shield, is the way that she was kind of breaking it down. Lots of theory debate in that time. Yeah, right. Third party vote is useful. Let's candidates know what platforms took votes. Yeah, see, I'm all for I'm all for building third parties once we get ranked choice voting. If we get ranked choice voting, then we can focus more on third party candidates. But right now, I think that it is about because, like, dude, you can literally break it down in our country to right and left. I know it sucks, but like that's how we are. Like, look at the way we do this online. So, what's the third party going to be? Somebody that pisses you off? A bunch of centrists? No, because like what ends up happening is like, then it's the ideal. It's what your ideal party would be, and your ideal party is a far left party with no centrists. It's just everybody has their own idea of what the third party should be. That's kind of where I'm kind of like, I'm very easy able to see both sides. Well, I consider you a centrist, then I don't consider you a conservative. If I had to actually place you within like the political, you know, the Overton window. Excuse me. I don't know, I'm weird. I just told you can't be left and simultaneously agree with Ben Shapiro on certain issues. Okay. See, Fen, did you hear that from leftists? I'm not kidding. Did you hear that you can't agree with Ben Shapiro on some issues? Did somebody on the left do this? Show us on the no, sorry. No, I'm only and I'm not trying to even be like bad left. Like, no, I'm actually asking, like, is that just something that you've heard and like you conflated from stuff you saw online? 69th party or bust. Nice. Yes, ranked choice voting. Okay, cool. There's really not a left-wing party here. Out farthest left is AOC, and she's a moderate in most developed countries. I mean, yes, you're not wrong about that. Actually, sorry, I played that back in my head. I was like, yeah, you know what, you're technically right. Because yes, that's the weird part is when like you hear about like the Labor Party, and you're just like, they believe in what? And then you're like, wait, they have what? How come we're not here just being like, hey, what's going on here? Excuse me. But yeah, I agree with a lot of the economics. I disagree with a lot of the social, and I think that both sides have the best interests at heart. What? Oh, come on. No, that's inherently untrue. I hate to say that. And I'm not just saying like bad conservatives. Like, That's where somebody, you know what, I will concede on that one. The individualists, like the hyper individualism. Okay, like I can see where you're talking about hyper individualism. Okay. The ones that literally identify. Well, wait a minute. How's that work though? Because then they identify with a political party. Like I almost have this thing where I'm like, can you be a hyper individualist and actually identify with like ideologically with anything at that point beyond just me, right? Sorry, maybe I'm just being weird about it, but I don't know. Like I don't feel like they have everybody's. No, they don't have everybody's best interest at heart, because they go like, it's not just going after trans rights in sports. I'm not sure if you like have ever actually experienced real trans hatred. I have. I've seen it within my own life where it's just like, holy crap, there is just so much like actual hate out there and some of these people I thought were good people too, where you're just like, what the hell? And they're literally going, no, we should round them up, camps kind of stuff. I'm just like, that's beyond messed up. Went too far left, people wind up leaning right. That's you know how many hippies, like far left hippies I know that are now Trumpers? A good amount. It is scary. Horseshoe theory is clown time in my view. Some dumb beats. I'm not trying to be fucking an asshole about this. How old are you though? Like, if you're in your 20s and you think horseshoe, if you're speaking about horseshoe theory without not experiencing it, then maybe, just maybe, you might want to wait until you do, because it does happen. And trust me, you're gonna feel like an asshole when it does. And the thing is, it's not going to be anybody else pointing it out to you. It's going to be you going, oh. I speak from experience. I don't think we'll see third parties until we continue to do something about education in this country. Yeah. But then again, it's kind of on you as parents too. I mean, if any of you are planning on having kids or have kids, it's on you. Like, yes, it's on the teachers, but come on. Like, because I'll be honest, I learned most of my like dumb education like from the church, and that was what I would consider kind of on my mom, where it was like she kind of chose to keep me in there. So, trust me, do you know how stupid I felt when I like tried to fight about the Crusades? Then I was just like, wait, excuse me. We had number one. I was like, oh, we had how many? I was like, okay. And we weren't, you're telling me that the Christians weren't liberating Jerusalem from the Muslims? They're like, well, they kind of were. It's like, dude, so I don't want to go too deep into that, because I'm still working on, like, it's going to be my first technically scripted video, because it's not going to like be a script, but it's the way I used to do comedy, where I just have all my bullet points written out, and it's pretty much my full story with my church and just how wacky it was. Because man, yeah, they taught me some weird stuff. I can't wait till you guys get to the part where I learned about the Spanish Inquisition. It is legit like a. But yeah, I agree with a lot of. Oh wait. Oh sorry. Oh geez, I'm way back in chat. Ooh, banana pudding tonight. Are you 80? Sorry. Hippies piss me off. It's spiritualism. It's the spiritualism that ruins them. Hey man, I thought that you weren't gonna be like that, man. I thought that technically you recognize that spiritualism has its place, man. And you were mad at Mike Binder, Matt. No, just kidding. Some dumb beats in my I'm in my 30s. Do you notice how centrist and right wing age all the time, but nobody says anything about it? Yeah, no, I'll admit that, man. Like, so many of my friends like ended up just being centrists. Centrists or right-leaning centrists The scary part is just how many of them are just not engaged in politics but still vote, and then they're just like one of my buddies. I'm not gonna throw him under the bus, but like he legit said it the way that most of my friends think that. Well, not most of my friends. Sorry, don't want to make that mistake. Most of my friends that are not politically engaged, they all think the same way, where it's, oh, Biden sucked. Let's go with Trump. Screw it. Let's try it again. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, you know what? You screwed it up. Next guy. I'm like, and then it hit me how many people really think like that. I'm like, oh, that's it. That's who we need to win, guys. Right there. And I'm like, the fact that we can't, because I'm sitting here just like, what? Palm on hand, just bleh, or palm on forehead, just bleh, twice. I'm waiting to see if we have another election in 2028. Yeah, I know you're really on that. Although, again, what's the point? We're in 2025. Don't doom her for this long. Not far left going pro-genocide. Well, that's weird. Far left going pro-geno what? Yeah, right. But at the same time, I think Bernie said a lot of things that are true, and I would have voted for Pete if he had been the candidate over Biden all those years ago. Okay. I don't know, man. Like I think that you also buy into like the economic lies, and I'm not trying to say you buy into all the lies, but I think you're buying into specifically the ones from the conservative like side of things, where they're just like they are so good at cheerleading the fact that it's like, oh look, we're so good on economy. When you look at the numbers and you look at the history, they're not. They always leave a huge deficit. And then they run on that same deficit, which is so fucked up. I've been doing that since I was a kid, man. I remember with Bush 1 realizing, I'm like, is this what they do? It's every 4 years they talk about immigrants and then they talk about money and they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. I gotta go. Enjoy the convo. Have a good day. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the conversation. If you haven't already followed, please do. Come on back. Definitely had fun here. And if you don't want to follow me, then I guess goodbye. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. All right. I hope the Dems can take back some seats in Congress in 2 years. Yeah, I think they will. Honestly, I think they will. But honestly, his views on trans issues appear to be just fear-mongering or just orthodoxy without understanding people are complex. Well, that's all of them. Yeah, I don't know. I've listened to political talk for years, but I've heard so many arguments from both sides that it's become impossible to base my opinions on anything other than my lived experience. No, that's totally fair. That's why I understand like I was a registered independent forever, like until Bernie ran on the Democratic ticket the first time in 2016. And that's when I finally just pivoted and went, all right, fine. Because in my state, I actually had to change my affiliation. I couldn't vote in the primary unless I did. So, whatever. But the fact is, I still use Bernie as the platform where it's just like, no, if you listen to anything he says, he's so freaking just consistent in the way that, like, yes, and he has a lot of good answers, but he realizes what it is. He just realizes, like, yes, we have to be practical about this. Yes, we have to be able to actually work together. Bernie should have run as an independent. No, he shouldn't have. He wouldn't, because the thing is, you don't understand Simply Steve. You just don't get it. Like, third parties do not move the needle at all. If they do, then the other party might get the win. That's what happened with Bill Clinton, with Nader. So, was it, or Nader? No, Perot. Ross Perot. Nader actually a little bit too. Because, yeah, Nader, I know that he pulled a little bit of the vote. But that's all it is. It's just pulling votes and then giving it to the other guy. So, honestly, Bernie wouldn't have made that kind of traction in mainstream media if he didn't run on the Democratic Party. That was actually one of the smartest marketing moves on his part. I've talked a lot about marketing. Like, trust me, this is what I wanted to do. Until I realized that it's a soulless industry and I never want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. But honestly, like, dude, Bernie, he understood. If I run on the Democratic ticket, they cannot ignore me. And then his main goal, and he never stated it. I don't think he's ever stated this publicly, but I'll do it for him. My main goal was just getting to the primary. Once I got to the primary, I knew it was on. I'd be able to start a grassroots movement, and then we'd be able to get to the finish line. I knew that we had the people. We always have the people because we are the 99%, and we could take back our country by being the 99%. What we need to stop doing is arguing over semantical issues. We need to get back to arguing about practical issues like the economy and healthcare. Once we move on healthcare, we can get everybody behind us. I'll pat myself on the back for that one. That was actually a really good one. That was a damn good impression. That's why I prefer commentators like you. I feel like you can actually be reasoned with, and I think you've earned your platform and the ear that. Oh, thank you. Damn, talking me up a little bit. All right, I see how this goes. Third party on the left would be a guaranteed win for the right. Don't divide your vote. That's exactly what I'm saying. Nice. Thank you. Everybody always does them too angry. I'm just like, no, it's about practical solutions. Chatter's glazing. Yeah, right? Shit. Oh, shit. There's a reason we keep coming back and resubbing. Hey, that's true. You know what? Hey. Have I not proved that I'm not exactly up on the Twitter? So I'm just like, oh, that's how it works. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I mean, I'd say the right's political talk tends to come across like reality TV. It's very shallow, caters to base lived experience more. The left tends to be more rational, sensitive, but also boring and unappealing to like base issues. Yeah. Majority Report. I'm calling you out, guys. I'm calling out the Majority Report. This is the whole problem with doing like the boring NPR radio. We're gonna talk the serious issues with these people. Like, honestly, I tune out of that half a lot. I literally listen to the beginning, tune out for the guest, and then come back for the fun half. Which, you know what? Based on their numbers, that's what a lot of people do. It depends on who the guest is too, but yeah, realistically, yeah, that's why TYT was so good at it. Like, and I have to admit that this is why so many people watched it, is because they were so good at the production side of things. They knew how they took things from the mainstream media, specifically like structuring their news show. They literally use the exact same method that Fox News or any of these other news shows use, down to the commercial breaks, where they structure it where you have your opening, which is usually 10 minutes. Then you have another 5 minutes for a segment. You have a break. Then you come back. You have another 5 minute. You have another 5 minute opening, and then you go about 20 minutes into opinion on the second topic, and then you go do the same thing where you might be able to squeeze 2 in, and then you get another break. Same thing again. 5 minute opening, getting the facts out, and then opinion. I'd rather listen to Coast AM. Is that still on? Is George Norrie still alive? Wait, who's the host? Art Bell. Is Art Bell still alive? Wait a minute. These guys were old when I started listening to them, and that had to be damn near 20 years ago. Democracy Now! Yeah, no, Democracy Now! Is one of my favorites. Shout out Leslie. For real, actually. Democracy Now! Is like one of the programs that got me really involved into left-wing politics. It was Democracy Now! It was Air America, So Majority Report was part of it, but it was actually Janine Garofalo. It was so weird to start listening to the Majority Report when Michael was on. Because I'll never forget when I found it again. I was like, Sam Cedar. No way. And then like I looked it up. I was like, oh, he's still just doing the show just online. I was like, oh crap. But then I was like, for the first 6 months, I couldn't get over it. I was just like, what's the co-host doing here? Where's Janine? Art Bell is immortal. That makes sense. I mean, he did make that deal with aliens. I miss Space Ghost Coast to Coast, one of my favorite shows. And actually, Dave Under Duress, they have a channel on YouTube that replays old episodes. I think they've replayed like the same ones for a while now, but every once in a while I'll tune in. I love the Sham Brain episode. You can't outsmart me because I use Sham Brain. He's making a mockery of the product. He's making a mockery of the product. Somebody stop him. Oh, God. Look at Bob. His hair's huge. Oh, God. Yeah, see, okay, guys, this is inside jokey, but yeah, if you need to watch, if you like weird humor, especially in like the vein of like Archer, you guys will love Space Ghost Coast to Coast. It's very, very funny. One of my favorite interviews he did was with Bobcat Goldthwait. Yeah, it was it was very much like Rainbow Chicken. Robot Chicken. Rainbow Chicken. We all know it's up there. I got into leftism because of the Great Imperialists, Asterix and Obelix. I can't say that right. I can never say that right. I got into the left because Bob Marley, said to rebel. No, and actually, like for real, just. I don't know. I was always on that, like, why? Like, I always asked why, like, too much, especially for a church. I'll never forget that. the way that I got excommunicated, and they called it excommunicated, so for anybody that's just like, that's a serious thing, you had to do something serious to get it, it's like, not at my church, dickbag, like, for real. I had an excommunication hearing and everything, and it was just... They just boiled it down to sometimes you question authority a little too much. Like it's like you can never just accept the answers. It's like, I'm gonna go brave the cold out, smoke outside. Got Mars, Jupiter, Saturn out there right now. I have oh shit! I just realized I left my water outside. Oh, crap. Yeah, I might have to get that. Okay, so this isn't playing anymore. Sorry. I have to check the stream. Just to make sure everything's kosher. Yep. Bro said he left his ice outside. I mean, I left my, no, I left my water. Like, yes, I left my ice outside. I just had my water delivery yesterday and I forgot to bring it in. They kick you out of church so you don't lead a revolt. That's kind of what happened. Sorry. It's a little hot down here. Yeah, they, did not like me asking, like, because maybe that's why I have like the thing about Karl Marx where I'm just like, oh shit. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, then that's interesting. All right. Well, I guess we're going late today. Yeah. Cool. Unexpected, but always preferred Xavier Renegade Angel myself, but it's a pretty unpopular show. Never heard of it. I'll be honest, I've never heard of it. Marks? Yeah. Trust me, man. Like, in Christian communities, it's already hardened. Like, this is why I think I sympathize so much with Ryan from, you know, our Israeli friend from the IDF, who is a leftist gay man who also is struggling mentally. And I think that a lot of it is because he's struggling with the idea of that his nationalism has been such a part of his identity, which, can you blame him? Like, he's been told about this his entire life. It's like, trust me, I'm very sympathetic with indoctrination. I am, especially with people who start like breaking the indoctrination. This is also why I am very like strong about not condescending to these guys, or like condescending to people that have, you know, good intentions, but they just are misguided. Because that's how I see it a lot of times, you know. That's actually, I'll be fair with you, Fen. That's how I view you right now a little, where I'm like, and I'm not trying to be condescending about it. Like, I'm sorry if I do come across that way, but realistically, like, I just see like you're a little misguided in it, because like, even if you agree with some of the economic tenets, like, I'm genuinely curious about like, what are the economics you agree with? Like, are you talking about less taxation? Are you talking about, you know, less red tape on stuff and less permits kind of shit? Because like, there's also like economic populism within the Republican Party that I can actually see you on a little bit. But then there's like broader stuff on there where I'm like, it always gets murky when they start doing social crap. And trust me, that's the thing. Like, Republicans always do that. They always say like, well, we're going to do this spending bill. And then they're just like, but we're going to make sure that we don't have transes in the bathrooms too. Like, with the same bill. You're just like, what? Bro was really nice trying to bait me earlier. He had no idea. I had no idea he was IDF. Bro's got, yeah. What? Wait, what? I mean, dude, this is... I do worry about the guy. Like, he's a 19-year-old kid that, like, number one, has seen some shit. And also just, like, the conscription side of things, on top of the fact that, like, his view is everybody wants him dead. Like, he thinks that the left doesn't care about him because he's IDF, and, you know, he's got his, I call it residual nationalistic ideas. But then on the other side of it, he's like, my own people want me dead because they are not accepting of me. It's like, okay. This is why I don't typically like leftist discords. It's insufferably smug, dude. Is it bad that like one of the best things that happened to me was getting kicked out of the Majority Report Discord? Because I have a feeling I'd still be like, I would actually like be placating to them, because like the problem with them is, or like I'd be almost doing like performative shit for them, where it's just like you have to self-edit so much. And again, I got banned for saying dude's not gendered, dude. That exact phrase. I understand that the extra dude maybe didn't need to go there, but I'll be completely honest, the person that was directed towards was being a bit of a dick. Because what happened is we had two trans people in the Discord going at each other. One of them was kind of playing the, well, I'm more trans than you because I've been dealing with such and such, and she was being really weird about it. It was like this really weird... just, yeah, holier than thou kind of thing. And at one point, the other person in chat said, calm down, dude. And immediately she was just like, don't misgender me. Don't you dare. This is the type of disrespect I would expect. And it was just like, wow. And all I said was, dude's not gender, dude. And I got banned. And I was like, wow. Okay. No appeal. Nothing. And then I just found out it's just like, oh yeah, it's actually really hard to get back in there. I was like, oh, that's great. Cool. Whatever. I got my own Discord. My Discord's fun. Speaking of, actually, here, you know what? That's why ADD brain. That's why I had my freaking phone open in the first place, was I'm going to send this to you guys via the YouTube chat. Just because, for some reason, I don't know why it's doing this, but I set my Discord link to not get timed out. Like I said, it as a permalink, but it keeps timing out. So I don't know what's going on there. Guys, we're two. I am 2 subs. 2 YouTube subs away from 1,100. Who wants to be the 1,100th today? Anybody over on Twitch? Here, I'm going to link my YouTube. Ooh, that's my streams. Hold on. Base chip. There we go. Man. Boomerville today, guys. I am so sorry. Here is the YouTube link over on Twitch. And it didn't send. Why did it not send? There it goes. Okay. All right. Now, let's get back to it. What were we talking about? We redistributing the means of subscriptions right now? Yeah, actually. These are the means of subscriptions. No, I mean, I love these conversations with you guys. This is fun. I also, I can kind of sense, like, Duke, are you pissed at me? I feel like you're mad at me. Ugh. I'm trying to be better about the, criticizing the left. Like, infighting is a tradition in leftism. I understand that, and like you're kind of tongue-in-cheek, like joking about it, but it's not like a joke. It's true though. Like look at the way that Lenin, like look at what happened to him. Somebody had like someone tried to shoot him like within his whole party. What? Sounds like the everyday lefty Discord experience. Ew. Yeah. I'm trying not again, man. I don't like that, man. Like I hate the. Does it kind of get reduced down to they just need to smoke and like chill the F out, and that's why this community is so chill? Like I'm not even kidding, guys. Like I'm gonna praise you, yeah. Like you guys are awesome, but for real. You guys are one of the most chill communities that I've ever been part of. Like, I've been part of other YouTube chats, and yeah, man, they're all like so uptight. They like in Vosh's. If you don't know theory, they will call you an asshole. And they will tell you why even engage, and then it's like, yeah, why even engage? Destiny, the .ggers are like that. That's why I didn't like them. That's why I dislike Einstein. Dude was so smug about math. It's definitely CIA agitprop. Yeah, you know what? I've thought about that. Like, I've thought about the fact that it could very well be a like a psyop. Psyop. Globalist. It's a globalist psyop. Keep the left. Got to keep the left down. Can't keep. They'll never build coalitions. If like that's why, honestly, like I am a little bit of the conspiracy brain right now, where it's like, yeah, dude, these targeted attacks, like I had a targeted attack on my channel. It actually happened yesterday. Somebody had enough time to go and mass report all of my videos. That was fun. So got to deal with that though. Yeah. Thank you, YouTube, for being very quick and actually being kind of cool about that, surprisingly. And then, yeah, I also had another targeted... Well, it feels targeted. I'm just not sure what's going on there. We'll see. Once it's resolved, I'll be able to talk about it a little bit more. Speaking of, is it resolved? No, still not resolved. Okay. But no, that's why I was saying, like, I do kind of... I could see it. I could see literally, like in Discords especially. Yeah, you know what? That... Bad Empanada just put out a video saying Malay is trying to have him... Really? Wait, Bad Emperor? Sorry. I just realized I read that wrong. That. Ooh. Ooh. I'll check that out. Cool. Lena, you don't know Bad Empanada? I know it. I know Bad Empanada. I don't know him. I know of Bad Empanada. I know he's not exactly the... I know that a lot of people on the left are not exactly fans of him. I do know that. I just spit all over my keyboard. Gross. Sorry, give me 1 second. I mean, America and the internet in general are pretty divided. Oh yeah, I know. Well, that's what sucks. It's like just even the little bit of time that I spend over on like on Facebook or any of that, it's just like you see how red-pilled it is, and you're just like, ugh. And then, honestly, that's why I get so, like, just, it's, part of it's dejected, but also part of it is just, like, tired, where I'm just like, I don't have it in me to deal with this right now. Yeah, Bad Empanada, sorry. Oh, okay, cool. View was great, but my joint basically froze. Ooh. I hate when that happens. The way the CIA dissolved the communist movement in America, combined with the fact that there are no leftist parties here, is definitely looking suspicious. Yeah, no shit. No shit. And then look at the way that they quell it. Anytime. Like, DSA was the closest that we got to it, but the problem with that is now here we are. We're arguing against each other, and then, like, you got Cenk Uygur doing the same shit. I don't normally follow him, but he's cool with Destiny. No, he went to war with Destiny recently. No, not at all, Stephen Colbert Cheese. No, no, Bad Empanada, he went to war with Ethan Klein, and he went to war with Lonerbox and Destiny. Like, he doesn't have many friends in the space, because, or in this space especially. Like, dude, the thing is, think about this. Bad Empanada. He's gone off Vosh. He's gone after Vosh. He went after Lonerbox. He went after Destiny. Ethan Klein. He's gone after Hassan. So, who's left? And what's he doing? Like, what's the point? Like, again, virtue. This is where I'll call it what it is. It's virtue signaling, and that's virtue signaling to the fucking nth degree. And this, like, you can't just say, oh, buzzword, and no, that's virtue signaling, because again. Is he supposed to be the best leftist? I'm very confused about that. Who, in his view, is good? Like, if everybody bad and nobody left enough, then by merit, okay, Bad Empanada, king of lefties, right? Which is so weird. Someone's actually trying to get him. Oh, jeez. Well, that's insane. Okay. That's nuts. No, Destiny calls him a psychopath. He's at war with everybody. Yeah. He's at war with everybody. I think he's great. I mean, Lena, that's fine. You can. I mean, I've enjoyed his content. I have watched some of his videos here. Especially during the Ethan Klein arc. He definitely did really good with that. LMAO confirmed he is the king of the left. Well, I mean, hey, self-proclaimed, I guess. Well, watch out, buddy. Hope that crown looks awfully loose. I'm about to do a Sparta kick in your chest, and we'll just see exactly where that lands atop my head. I'm just kidding. Or am I? What are my ambitions? Oh, did I just... Why does it always seem like the left creators avoid each other while on the right they have their weird orgies or whatever? Because again, they got this really weird thing where it's almost like they look for issues to hate on. You know, like it's kind of insane. Like I've experienced it here with I don't want to go too deep into it, and it was an issue that resolved itself, but it was a dumb argument and got into a mini argument with another creator where it literally turned into like, oh, good luck on the left. But then again, resolved. ML moderate lefty. Yeah. Can't imagine ever being that politically stubborn. Trust me, dude. I know. It is really weird. It is really weird. Destiny doesn't care if he offends people, and I kind of respect that. It's kind of okay, but the way, like, listen, it's okay not, like, caring if you offend people. That's fine. Because, yes, I'm a people pleaser. I do care. Even if, like, the person doesn't like me, I for some reason care. Destiny, yeah, I can admit, like, great sometimes. But when his goal is to literally make the guy like quit YouTube or quit like whatever platform they're on because they're so bad at debating, I think that's just inherently weird. Yeah, I mean, I consider myself a centrist, but slightly more right wing, and girlfriend is Swedish, so she's more left wing and socialist, but people literally got divorced over Trump winning. Yeah, well, there was more to it than that, you know, because honestly, at some point, those women wanted out anyway, you know? I mean, trust me, dude. It sucks. It's gotta suck to watch somebody that you were once in love with just go, like, so far down, like, because the real thing is there, psychologically, it's gotta be hard to be in love with somebody that's in love with another man who they're never gonna meet and they want the approval of that they're never gonna get. Because that's what that is. You realize, like, it's not just a cult. It's some weird daddy issues. And I'm talking, like, daddy issues. You catching my drift? I think that they like the Trump dumpy. I can't imagine ever being like the... Oh, that was weird. Happened again. Everyone who calls himself a Leninist is a weirdo. I'll admit that people who identify as Marxist-Leninists have always been where I'm just like, okay. They're like, how about you? I'm like, I'd rather not have this conversation. Because, like, the weird part is, I knew where it would go. It's just like, you're just going to tell me that I'm not left enough, and you're probably going to yell at me and call me, you know, at that point, what was it? An enlightened centrist. Because that was the new buzzword. You enlightened centrist. Whatever. The way he does it is not the best, I agree. Yeah, dropping N-words is definitely not okay. Yep. Yeah, and he did it like 5 times, like just to prove a point. It depends on if you are in the West or not. Are you being contrarian to your former self? A little bit. I mean, I'm also just literally saying, like, guys, like, he kind of said it, man. Like, it's almost like, I don't want to just blatantly call it a psyop, but look at it. Like, look at it. Look at the way that the right is able to actually form, like, a party. Even around like the craziest of crazies. You think that every like Trumper is a QAnoner? No. But they don't spend time going, hey, you know what I don't believe? That QAnon crap. Like, they don't even do that. Mr. Pepper, you don't know enough to have a responsible conversation with an ML? Okay, fine. Fine, Duke. By all means, take over. I mean, I'm just edgy, stupid people 99% of the time. Oh, I mean, it's just edgy, sorry. At least with white people using it. Yeah. You have to be able to speak their language and not communicate and not communicate effectively. It's like, oh, well, I got that one covered. You would just be talking to each other or past each other. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, because at some point I'd be like, but at the other time I'd be like, that's dumb. That's a nice part about being like kind of stupid is just like, oh, wait, say that again? Because like some people think they're so smart that like they say some of the dumbest shit without realizing it, and then you're like, wait, say that back again. And then they're like, it's like, yeah, it was pretty dumb. It had a lot of words in it, but you know what? It was dumb. 15 to 20% now answer no if they believe in God, but only 5% will answer yes to being an atheist. What does that mean? That means that agnosticism is more comfortable. People just are more comfortable saying they don't know. Being an atheist is just being an anti-theist. Like, you just don't it's not believing in, you know, deities of any kind. And you could even take it one step further and be like, you just, yeah. If it's a psyop, large corporations and billionaires are behind it. Yeah, of course. Repubs have purged everyone who stood up to Trump, though. Don't know if I want the Democratic Party to be like that. Well, the Democratic Party's not like that. Believe it or not. Like, because if they were like that, Bernie would not be part of it anymore. But they still use him because they know he's useful to the coalition, and he's like, they can't just abandon the far left. That's also why I am adamant about like participating in this process, because if they are still willing to not lose us, then that means we have value. It's so easy to then just be like, well, what are we going to do? Also, PSYOP. So much easier just to be like, hey, let's convince them that they're powerless and they won't do anything. Kirk, hi, Twitch won't let me chat? Really? Weird. I don't know why. Everything seems to be working. How's your roofing experience? Everything good? Also, I hope that guy didn't get... Now I understand why you kind of keep it to yourself, but I appreciate you engaging, man. Because honestly, it was kind of like, see, you're proving my point. Good job. Yeah, send the MLs to me. I know. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I probably will. Agnostic, the coward's atheist. It's not the coward's atheist. It's just admitting they don't know. I mean, dude, what? I take some sherms, you know what I mean? Like some fungus, and dude, I all of a sudden get spiritual again. You know what? This is the kind of stuff that I was talking about. It's like, why even? Why? Like, I mean, you can have your opinion on it, but like, I don't know. Don't be mean about it. I mean, yes, we are in chat just pontificating about it, so I have a feeling you wouldn't just overtly go to somebody that's a Christian and just be like, oh yeah, face. Excuse me. Everyone is born an atheist? Yeah, no, weird. Yeah, it's weird. Would you rather talk to a Marxist-Leninist or a dialectic materialist? That's a good question. I've seen enough of Bosch's debates with dialectic materialism. Actually, yeah, dialectic materialism. I think, yeah. No, it'd be easier for me to debate. I just typoed like 4 times and it wouldn't let me go through. Or I just typed like 4 times and it wouldn't let me go through. Yeah, you're good. I don't know. Not on my side there, buddy. I'm glad that you got are you strong, weak, apathetic, or apathetic agnostic? What? Everyone is born non-theists because the notion of gods isn't yeah, it's taught. Yeah, everyone is an atheist, but some like to pretend they have magic invisible friends. I don't think that's simply... Yeah, exactly. Well, unfortunately, again, reductionism is a thing right now where yeah, that's a word. I was like, wait a minute. Did I just try that thing where it's like, I know the word? But, no, it's something that's prevalent everywhere right now, left and right. At least we do have that. I think simply understands I'm not hardcore MAGA. Well, dude, the fact that, like, you said it, you're like, I'm not a fan of Trump. Like, yeah. Also, you got somebody here, Fen, is also of the mind of the fiscally conservative and socially liberal, which tends to be a thing. Again, and I hate it when it is because it's just like, that's my dad. that's what my dad was just like, you're gonna be that one day. Yeah, no. Dialectical and historical materialism are the most important tools of analysis to understand the world, regardless of the conclusions you come to after you know. Excuse me. Oh, I don't think slurs should be used at anybody. Yeah, dude, that was... Oh, that was weird, man. I gotta be honest, man. That was, Oh. But I'm even more old school. I think communities need to be encouraged to help support locals. Yeah, but they also need to be encouraged to actually help. Like, the thing is, they need to stop, like, with the lies about homelessness too. Because, like, notice how that never includes helping the homeless. Because, like, they're very quick to bastardize the homeless or just say it's the homeless that's the problem. They're the problem with the crime, and then blah 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 blah. But yeah, never address that. You want to talk about materialism? Fuck. All right. Something here. I need to eat something. Actually, no. I need some caffeine. Give me a second. Let's get a little news report here. I need to go grab some caffeine. But I will be back in just 1 second.
All right, breaking news, an earthquake in the world of social media that could be even bigger than we thought. Reports that TikTok is planning to shut down its app to users in the United States this Sunday, the day a federal ban is scheduled to take effect. Now, that ban was supposed to just mean that people couldn't update their apps. This goes much further. This means that people won't even be able to get in to TikTok. This new report comes from the tech site The Information. CNN's Claire Duffy is here. This is a huge deal. This is much bigger than we thought it would be and much quicker.
Yeah, I imagine there are some creators on TikTok who are really freaking out now if they weren't already. ByteDance really had 3 options here. The first was to shut down TikTok altogether when this ban went into effect. The next was to sell TikTok to a non-Chinese owner. They've expressed very little interest so far in doing that, although we may be hearing some negotiating happening soon. And the third option was to essentially do nothing and allow the app stores to ban it, because it was always really the app stores who were on the hook to remove the platform from their app stores. And that's really what we expected was that people just wouldn't be able to download the app if they got a new phone. They wouldn't be able to update it. But if you had the app on your phone, you would still be able to use it. Now, according to this new report, it sounds like people won't be able to access the app at all. If they go on there, they'll be redirected to a site explaining the ban. Creators may be able to download their data, their old videos, but they won't actually be able to access TikTok. And this may be sort of a negotiating tactic on the part of ByteDance. They obviously are going to have a lot of upset creators, and as they're trying to potentially work out a plan with the new Trump administration, that having lots of angry folks in the United States, 170 million American users, could be a leverage point for ByteDance here. We're already seeing creators move to a number of different alternative apps as people try to figure out sort of what's next. And it's not necessarily the Instagrams and the YouTubes that you would expect. There are a lot of new apps that are cropping up, including Lemonade, which is a ByteDance app like TikTok is. Red Note, which is actually a Chinese-owned app as well, and then Flip, Clapper, Fanbase, a number of these other apps that are also short-form video. Creators can make money, so it'll be really interesting if we do see this ban go into effect, whether any of these ends up being sort of the winner over the mainstream apps that we know of.
Yeah, again, this is just such a huge difference from what almost everyone thought this was going to be, which was, you won't be able to put the new app on the phone. It would get a little bit of clunky over weeks or months, but not, I can't get in to watch my cat videos as of Sunday. I mean, I think 170 million people are in for a big surprise. Now, the inauguration is Monday, and as you said, we just don't know how this is going to change or what will play out here.
Yeah, it's a really good question, a big question. And again, let's talk about that second option there, that ByteDance could sell TikTok. Yesterday, we are seeing reports from Bloomberg, from the Wall Street Journal, that Chinese officials are now considering Elon Musk as a possible new American owner for at least part of the U.S. operations of TikTok, which is really interesting, right? Because Elon Musk already owns X. He could add to his massive social media portfolio that he already has. TikTok called this report pure fiction, but for a lot of logical reasons, it would make sense why the Chinese would consider Elon Musk, a friendlier American owner than a lot of other folks who have put their hands up to buy this platform. Elon Musk has huge business interests in China. It's the second largest market for Tesla. He does a lot of manufacturing there. And so China may see Elon Musk as the best possible option here if they don't win their Supreme Court case.
All right, a lot going on, a lot to watch, and maybe a lot of unhappy people in just a few days. Claire Duffy, thank you very much.
Well,
With me now is a Democratic senator from the state of Massachusetts, or the Commonwealth.
Monopolistic at all.
Ed Markey, Senator, thank you so much for being.
It's also come on, guys. This whole, I'm going to make friends with Trump and then I'm going to make him sell me TikTok
with us. If TikTok shuts down in the U.S. on Sunday, what would the impact of that be?
The impact would be dramatic. There are 170 million users of TikTok in the United States. 7 million businesses use TikTok in the United States. All across California right now, families, businesses are using TikTok to create communities, to try to deal with the tragedy that continues to unfold. So if there is, in fact, a ban, if TikTok goes dark on Sunday, it's going to have significant impact in our country. I think older people just don't
all the free market crows that support a TikTok ban make me laugh.
understand the role.
Yeah, old people debate TikTok feels like hearing my grandparents talk about Pokemon.
Which
Pokemon
TikTok plays in the
Pokemon
culture of people in our country under the age of 40. It is deeply embedded into our country, and that's why I'm going to, on the floor of the Senate today, make a unanimous consent request to pass my legislation to give TikTok another 270 days to negotiate a resolution of this issue. But it would just absolutely be a very significant moment in the history of communications in our country to have a site go dark, just be banned in our country with no other resolution that was in fact made possible.
I had a chance to ask Republican Congressman Dusty Johnson about your proposal for an extension. This is what he said. Listen.
I think it is crazy that we would allow an adversary of the United States to control such a major news outlet. This is not about the content on TikTok. Listen, I get it. People are hungry for their goofy dance videos. There are lots of places they can get that. This is about the fact that we would allow the Chinese Communist Party this kind of access to propaganda channels. We would never have let the Soviet Union buy up the CBS Evening News and the Wall Street Journal. The fact that some are okay with the Chinese Communist Party running TikTok is hard for me to understand.
He suggests that you're okay with the Chinese Communist Party running TikTok.
The intelligence community produced absolutely no evidence that the Chinese government is compromising this information. It provided no information whatsoever. What we have right now is something completely different. It's a lot more than just cat videos. It's 7 million businesses who use it. It's 170 million Americans who use it every single day, and in many ways, very dependent upon it as part of their lives to make a living. There are people in California on Sunday, if this gets cut off, they won't have a way to make a living. They won't.
Deeply embedded in the culture, my TikTok is literally MTG cooking and cut cute pet videos my girlfriend sends
have a way
me.
to generate income for themselves. That's what we're talking about. We need the Supreme Court.
I mean, how else would we have gotten, such bangers as, are you silly? I'm still going to send it. Just going to send it.
Have more time in order to decide.
One of my favorites.
To create an extension. Donald Trump is asking for an extension for more time so that he can work on this issue as well. That's what my legislation intends on attempting to achieve, and I'm going to do that with Senator Booker and Senator Wyden today.
All right, let me just jump in for a little context here. Number one, the Supreme Court in this questioning seemed to indicate they were going to let this congressionally passed law, a bipartisan law, go through, which would mean the ban would go into effect on Sunday. We think that's where the Supreme Court is going. And I just want to point out, there are Republicans who agree with you, but there are plenty of Democrats who agree with Dusty Johnson. This law was passed by a bipartisan majority and signed in both houses, and signed into law, I should say, by President Biden. You said that President Trump has indicated that he doesn't really want TikTok to go away. Have you had any communication?
I mean, you can literally just see, he should be wearing a TikTok pin right here just to show that they gave him a special pin when they met with him and they paid him all the money and said, hey.
With the incoming Trump administration on this?
Well, he filed a brief at the Supreme Court.
I haven't seen you in chat in a minute, so.
America's brief. So we know that's there. We also know there's an American company, Project Liberty, that has, in fact, made a proffer to buy TikTok just last week. But there isn't enough time between last Thursday and this coming Sunday in order to finish that deal. So we just need more time. That's what legislation calls for. Just give them more time to work this out so we don't see...
Gamer Jame. What it says in the Bible is true in Matthew 6:10, King James Version. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows.
Harm that is...
Every time I read a Bible verse, I'm just like, my brain, it's like taking me back to elementary school. I'm like, I want to do this.
In fact, inflicted upon American small businesses.
Paid by TikTok or paid by Zuckerberg. Yep.
On individuals in our country.
How would you...
oh, yeah, this guy loves some Zucky bucks.
There's a report that Chinese officials are musing about selling TikTok to Elon Musk. How would you feel about Elon Musk in charge of TikTok?
Well, obviously, I don't like what TikTok would look like if Elon Musk made it in any way have a resemblance to what he's done with.
It'd be very red, white, and black if you're catching my drift.
But I don't know that. I can't project out what Elon Musk might be doing or whether or not he's even going to win. All I know is that right now there is an offer on the table.
Gonna win what? What? Dude, my man's already talking like they're gonna actually have
Project Liberty,
what?
Which is a good.
Does he have some inside news on this one? Because I think he might have just let that one slip. It's slipping just as bad as your hairline there, guy.
A great group led by Frank McCourt. We should give them time in order to negotiate.
I don't use TikTok,
And
but
then
if they
we can avoid
banned
the
it,
harm which
I would start using it for sure.
inflicted upon the small businesses. And again, I'm going to say this, especially those in California. Right now, TikTok is an integral part of the economy. People don't understand that. There's 220,000 jobs in our country that are related to TikTok right now. 7 million businesses use it. Let's let that continue. Let's give them the time right now while the negotiations continue.
Senator Ed Markey from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, thank you so much for your time.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Hold on, give me 1 second. I got one more thing here I wanted to watch.
For Elon Musk, it is a wonderful day for the rest of America. And fortunately, today is one of those days because one of our two very unfortunate co-presidents in Elon Musk was just rocked by a lawsuit regarding his acquisition of the platform most important to his influence over this past election. Yes, Elon Musk's illegal activity in his acquisition of Twitter is being brought forth in a lawsuit by the SEC. And of course, Elon is not very happy about that. And we are going to get into it all. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video. And if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button. It goes a long way and it really means the world to me. Now, before we get into this lawsuit against Elon Musk, I want to talk about the ways that not only are his business ventures causing him some problems lately, of course, with this lawsuit against Elon Musk and his acquisition of Twitter, but some of his personal issues within MAGA, because this is all going to connect in a bit. So before we get into the lawsuit, let's check out some thoughts that Steve Bannon has about Elon Musk.
I walked through the perfect storm of stories around these three different social media platforms, Zuckerberg running both Facebook and Instagram. And there's technology there, but it seems now to be much more than a tech story. It seems to affect information and democracy. Your thoughts on what we just laid out above?
Look, you connected some pretty big dots here that run the gamut of the ultimate suppression of information, the elevation of conspiracy and mis and disinformation, and more importantly, mainstreaming it in such a way that, as you noted at various points in your lead, it's hard to tell. People can't tell necessarily what the storyline is, what the truth is. And Zuckerberg himself, was fancy. We talked about, we're sitting here, we're looking at this, and we're seeing that people can't necessarily see or hear or understand this a certain way or
Star Bright Night. Also, welcome to chat.
A different way. So we're just going to take out the
If you guys haven't followed over on Twitch yet, please do.
Guardrails. And just let them interpret for themselves. Let's redefine what facts are. So yeah, this is a setup for the second term. It has been part of a series of narratives and storylines along the way. Steve Bannon has largely been orchestrating it. It's a little bit laughable to kind of watch the dance between him and Elon Musk right now, which has been going on for quite some time, because Steve, game recognizes game, baby. All right.
Don't say that.
He knows exactly what Elon was up
Don't ever say that again.
to. He's like, hey, man,
Especially with that weird cheeky smile you did it with. It was creepy.
you going to move in on my turf? You're going to move on my ground? That's why he's suddenly such an evil person. Now, if he just stayed in his lane and just, continue to use his money and authority that he has to benefit Donald Trump, while all the other, players got to do their thing, that's a different story. But yeah, these three pieces do connect in a way that I think is very telling about how this incoming second term for Trump is likely to play out. It's not just the bending of the knee by Bezos and Musk and others. And it's about what they do once they bend the knee. And that's the part that comes next.
Yeah, I think that's well put. And the difference between journalism, which has plenty of criticism and some of it's valid, and these businesses is that the businesses never said they were trying to do fact check.
A friend of mine is constantly deleting IG because People spend 5 hours a day just scrolling. Yep.
Anyway, I mean,
it's meant to do that. The reason that I stopped using it is because I started recognizing that I was getting like the same like dopamine fixes that I was getting with cigarettes.
Take even an
okay,
outlet that people might not like.
I'll literally just I'll toss my phone down. There are occasions where I will throw it across the room and just be like, "What am I doing?"
Think of your outlet you don't
of course,
like. If it's a
like
reputable
couch or
outlet,
something.
it would never announce we're not fact checking anymore. It wouldn't even make sense. Where some of these businesses can do that. While I have you to start the week, and I reminded viewers, Michael, that inauguration's now 1 week away.
Yeah, if I didn't have other addictions like annoying Mr. Pepper, I would do that.
Everyone can kind of shake off a few things and cobwebs and begin anew. Hopefully people got some rest or replenishment. We like to look at it big, and I wanted to get your view on the larger picture of how America looks in the mirror and where we go in the weeks ahead. Teeing off the culture, where we heard from Jeff Daniels, whom people know from all kinds of work, but he's been in a bunch of political films, as some folks might know. And we just heard from him. I just had him on the program on one of my series, and he said something really interesting. I want to play for your reaction on the other side.
Yeah, they've won for now. I mean, I've always said November 5th was we're going to find out who we are. And we did. But maybe it's, if you want to have some hope, maybe it's who we are now.
Michael?
I agree with that. I've been saying it for 3 cycles now. We are.
I mean, people using TikTok for news or X for news is unsettling. Yep.
Who we are where we are because this is where we want to be.
All right there, Popeye.
America doesn't move itself into the throes of MAGA and Trumpism unless it wants to be there. You don't make yourself into that space unless there's an underlying thread that you are pulling that pulls you closer or more into it. So I think Jeff is exactly right about that analysis. I'm a little bit skeptical about the other side of it. That, for now, the question is, how long is for now? And we'll see. I can tell you this, 1 week from this hour, America will already begin to look and feel very differently because the executive orders that will be implemented at 12:01 p.m. That day will begin to set in motion a different reality for a lot of people who think this is where they want to be. And that's...
It'll be at least 12:10, because he's not going to go right to the desk.
That will then answer...
I wonder if he's going to use the same tiny desk he used the first time.
Both I'm
trying not to scroll when I get home, but I scroll at work. I have nothing to do for hours and bring my laptop and do other stuff. Just seems
and Jeff's point about...
When I was a teenager, I raved a lot about... and tried to... Well, sorry. What the hell? Your comment just disappeared. Oh, here it is. When I was a teenager, I raved a lot and tried most everything other than, the big two. Never touched a needle and stopped partying by the time I was 21. Nice.
Where we are and who we are, because our response to those executive actions, our response to this leveling up of authoritarianism, in whatever form, meek and mild, it may first appear.
It's Trump. It won't be until that evening, or if ever. Yeah. I mean, he's assigned a lot of executive orders, but I have a feeling the funniest part is his base is the one who better be prepared to be very, very disappointed, because he promised so much to the point where if he doesn't deliver on some of the big ones, they're going to do it again. Because, remember, they fooled themselves into thinking he built the wall. It's like, no, he didn't.
Will tell us
they need something. They need something of physical substance to look at and go, oh, look, Trump did that.
What America looks like 2 Mondays from now.
Now, I first wanted to start with that reporting about Bannon's relationship to Elon Musk, because, of course, we understand the close friendship and connection between
My fear is there's not enough
Donald
of us
Trump, and now
in
that's
this
kind of
country
getting
to do
in the way
anything about all
of
this.
Donald Trump's relationship with Elon. But there are so many.
When you look at the map now, it seems like most of the country is eating out of Trump's hands and wouldn't take it action. Yeah, but that's if you're looking at the electoral map, then honestly, you're not looking at it for the numbers. Everybody keeps forgetting that. Yeah, for all of those people in the center of the country that make that country, our country, red, it's because it's. Think of it this way. So you spill like I use contrast paints, right? So contrast paints, they kind of mix certain colors to also create like an effect, like a shadow effect, right? So you spill the contrast paint and you got the dark pools on the edge, and that's where the cities are, and then you have it spread out, but it's not as much paint all over. That's
on the right, who will make the claim.
I petered out halfway through that and just went, I'm done.
falsely, that Elon is in the government, that he's working in
LD craft projects,
Doge, that he's alongside Donald Trump out of the goodness of his heart, or because he wants to save America, or some other ridiculous lie. That Elon Musk couldn't possibly be in this for the money or the corruption, because he already has so much money as it is. But that's not true. And this lawsuit we're about to get into is a perfect example of why Elon Musk wants to be in Donald Trump's pocket, or have Donald Trump in his pocket as co-president, because he wants to make all the lawsuits go away, and he wants to put all the government dollars in his checkbook. That is what Elon is focused on, not the goodness of his...
Yeah, Duke, I was pretty much the same. Once I turned 18, I had so much experience with the law that I was just like, oh, okay, so I'm 18 now. I could actually get hit with big time. Let's not do that.
We have yet to see. But it'll all make a little bit more sense when we check out this
lawsuit.
Mine's just the SEC
40K and Age of
sues Elon
Sigmar.
Musk, saying he didn't disclose Twitter ownership on time before buying it. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission has sued billionaire Elon Musk, saying he failed to disclose his ownership of Twitter stock in a timely manner in early 2022 before buying the social media site. As a result, the SEC alleges Musk was able to underpay by at least $150 million for shares he bought after he should have disclosed his ownership of more than 5% of Twitter shares. Musk bought Twitter in October 2022 and later renamed it X. Musk started amassing Twitter shares in early 2022, and by March of that year,
I think they would. Because the thing is, all it takes is the wrong ones to get round up. I'm sorry. Like, this is far-reaching example, but what if news came out that they were rounding up American citizens along with illegals? Do you think his supporters would take to the streets in outrage? Yes. I honestly do, because as I was saying, it's going to take, like, they're going to round up the wrong ones. Like, you can't vet everybody's political agenda, like, leanings even. Like, do you understand the manpower that this is like going to take? And also the fact that you have to convince these people that are making under $100,000 a year that they need to start rounding up their neighbors. Like, yes, this has happened. Yes, historically, there's a lot of context for this. But in America, like, I hate to say it, this is going to be a little bit harder for them, because even though you have a lot of these hate-filled idiots, the other side of that is most of them are going to just naturally, like, either die off, or they're not going to be able to participate. Like, because for every Trump supporter out there, they're not going to, like, think about this. The Gestapo isn't going to be that big, because honestly, there aren't that many Trump supporters really in this country. There's a lot of apathetic people who just don't give a fuck about politics. Why is this not working? What the hell just happened?
Owned more than 5%. At this point, the complaint says he was required by law to disclose his ownership, but he failed to do so until April 4th, 11 days after the report was due. Musk's lawyer, Alex Spiro,
what Elon was talking about during Trump's campaign when he said to Trump, "You don't win, I'm going to jail."
Posted in a statement that the lawsuit is an admission by the SEC that they cannot bring an actual case since Musk has done nothing wrong. He called the lawsuit a sham. Now, once again, this is why Elon Musk wants to get involved in government, so he can skim an extra 150 mil off the top without the SEC having any problems with Elon, because when he makes a call, things all get cleared up. And it's also so he can dump as many dollars into his businesses as he'd like without any possible risk and all of the possible upside. That is what Elon is about. This is not about the goodness of his heart or saving America or cutting the red tape. No. Elon Musk is focused on himself, and he is focused on causing chaos so he can have more entertainment on his news, and I'm putting that in quotes, platform in Twitter, or I guess X. And that's why he continues to lie and push misinformation about the wildfires in Los Angeles, and that's why he's being called out by Governor Gavin Newsom, as we can see in this clip right here.
I'm more interested from you and how damaging it is when you have somebody with that type of a platform who is next week going to be the president of the United States is injecting inaccurate information about the worst wildfires in American history?
Let me answer that by thanking President of the United States, Joe Biden, who within 36 hours.
Oh yeah, no, he's right about that. Most documented immigrants are. I love to call them the door slammers because they just want to slam that door shut. They don't want anybody coming and fucking it up for them.
Supported a major disaster declaration by text. Within a few minutes later, committed 100. He could have just committed 75%, 90. He said 100% of all the costs for disaster recovery. That took the time to meet with first responders. Was here on the ground. I want to thank President Joe Biden. And then I want to offer...
He looks like if you just 3D printed a politician.
That as an example to the incoming president of presidential leadership, a president of the United States of America, being here for the American citizen. He didn't ask me, is this a conservative part of California, Altadena? Did they vote for me? What? He didn't ask for his staff to look at the last election and see how many were for Kamala or how many were for Donald Trump. He said, pal, you got it. We have their backs. Express empathy. I have firefighters that went up to him and they had tears in his eyes after meeting Joe Biden.
It looks like Gustavo Fring's boyfriend. Yeah. You ever watch current TV, Pat? Yeah, why?
For the incoming president. What's not, I think, helpful or beneficial.
Are you talking like current television?
The string of consciousness. These wild-eyed fantasies that somehow the State Water Project, we have reservoirs that are at or near historic highs, full, completely full, that somehow there's a magical spigot in California, in Northern California, that just can be turned on and all of a sudden there'll be rain or water flowing everywhere. It's not helpful. It's damaging to the very foundation of the notion of what are facts, what are truths. And the fact of that asymmetry, that's profound and consequential, amplified by people like, let's be candid.
No, so you're talking about the, you're talking, wait, Gavin, like Gavin McGinnis Gavin?
If there was any goodness in Elon Musk's heart, we wouldn't see him pushing misinformation about the fires in Los Angeles. We'd be seeing him use his massive wealth to actually help the victims rather than cause chaos at the lowest point in their lives. But that's not what Elon is ever going to do. Elon will always help Elon.
Yeah, immigrant voters aren't as monolithic as Democratic voters expect them to be. Exactly.
Trump will always help Donald Trump.
I was a Proud Boy for a long time, so you get it.
That's what these people are about. That's what this administration
and you come a long way.
It's not about lowering costs. It's about lowering the corporate tax rate and making sure Elon Musk, with his $400 billion, is up $400 billion more by the end of Donald Trump's administration. That is what this will always be about. And I have to call them out for that every single day. And if you want to support that, we're going to be doing it on this show. And you can hit that subscribe button. You can leave a like on this video. And if you stuck around to the end, you can drop a blue heart in the comments. And until next time, I'll see you soon.
Bro, the homeless are doing it. They're more inclined. Bro, the homeless are doing it. They're more inclined to use fire to get their anger out.
And this theory that some homeless guy without a car went from Altadena all the way to the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, no.
And then
all right,
we
cool.
have a hang
I appreciate you, dude.
Comedian Bill Burr has his finger on the pulse in a way that many comedians simply do not. So I'm going to get to a couple of clips here from his interview with Jimmy Kimmel last night, as well as some quotes from his interview with Variety that touch on many topics, including the wildfires as well, but also Gaza, CEOs, and his thoughts on comedians complaining about not being able to say things. And we'll get to some comments that he makes about the wildfires that appeared to... I'm not sure if he was aware of Joe Rogan's comments, but they are clearly completely in
I thought Elon was a genius, figure out how to get more water from the ocean. He has more money than the people, but he won't even try because he doesn't care.
Contrast to what Joe Rogan is saying, which, again, Rogan is completely out of touch. Bill Burr, one of the few that actually, I should say, one of the few in that sort of status that know what is actually going on. So let me first get to the first clip with Jimmy Kimmel.
I heard you had to evacuate your home.
Yes, like most people I had to. I got lucky, the winds moved, but, the fire was coming and all that stuff. So I feel lucky.
Are you guys back in?
And I think everybody did a great job.
Yeah.
Unlike the internet, you know?
Yeah, right. I know. It's right.
Oh, my God. All of these fire experts. Why didn't you just fly a helicopter into the ocean? And then just, I don't know, because there was 100-knot winds? You want to do that? You want to do that at night, you lunatic?
How are you?
This was
I love how he just breaks it down. Okay. All right.
That's a big word we're hearing now.
Mismanaged, like some idiot on the internet knows how to manage the worst fire in LA, sitting there in his underwear. Yep. You know what? Looking at the footage on the internet, I have determined that this here was mismanaged.
All right, this gets to a topic that I have wanted to discuss concerning these wildfires, and that is how some people.
Gavin starts fighting Trump over fire relief. He'll be the front runner for the Dems in 2028. Yeah. Unfortunately, you might be right about that.
The local politicians in California, as if they're
Don't give them any ideas,
and not the fact that a massive climate disaster hit the state. So, Bill Burr goes deeper on this topic in his interview with Variety. I'll link to this below the video as well. But he has a new special coming out, which is why he's doing all these interviews now. But he goes on to say he's disgusted by the fact that the natural disasters, some of the worst in California's history, have already become politicized online. Quote, what kills me is a lot of it is just bots. I think it's treasonous behavior to politicize everything, keeping regular working people at each other's throats. That is only good for one group of people, and it's not working people. So that, I think, is speaking to how some of the complaints, particularly from the right, have been focused on, you know, the firefighters and DEI, and oh my God, the fire department's led by a lesbian woman, as if the firefighters are the focus of your ire from a fire that is happening. Like, it's so stupid. These are the people, these are the first responders. These are the ones actually trying to save lives, and some have been blaming them for these disasters. But he goes on to say, if I'm going to make fun of CNN, I've got to make fun of Fox. I make fun of the whole thing because I don't feel that politicians work for us. They work for the super rich, and they're grossly underpaid, so they're open to bribery. It gives regular people something to get mad at. Like with these fires, people are blaming Governor Newsom. It doesn't make a difference. That was going to happen no matter who was governor.
Hello, fellow lawbreakers. I am also a lawbreaker, totally not a cop. Detroit PD.
Also goes to the fact that many of these wildfires have hit people that are more well off. If let's say Governor Newsom only worked for the rich, and you could argue in many ways he does, but let's say that's his focus. Why
not a cop? Oops, this is the account I was meant to.
Wouldn't he
I was supposed to use?
Do what he could to stop the fires if he could do that? Clearly,
nice.
There's a greater issue here, and that is the climate crisis that has exacerbated these sorts of disasters. So,
guys, careful. There's no illegal activities happening here.
As Vox writes here, firefighters are working desperately to corral the flames and keep them away from people's homes, but there's little they can do to halt the combination of ample fuel, dry weather, and high winds. And that speaks to just the historically low rainfall in LA this winter. So if you
I work for Forest Services in Colorado every summer. I've fought wildfires here. I know what those guys are going through, but I can also say that if they had taken the same steps out mountain communities did in preparing for wildfires, this wouldn't be as bad.
Remember about a year ago, there was record high rainfall. There were floods in and around LA. This year, there hasn't been rain in LA since May, and that has led to incredibly dry conditions. And look where they're sitting at here in terms of, you know, the low rainfall.
Totally
2.2% compared to, you know, where the average is or where the record high is. This has led to conditions on the ground that are insane. And as The Guardian writes, these fires are an especially acute example of something climate scientists have been warning about for decades: compound climate disasters that, when they occur simultaneously, produce much more damage than they would individually. If your focus in response to these fires are on local politicians as opposed to the greater issue of the climate crisis, then you're missing the point. It's like getting angry at the waiter for the restaurant closing down. Maybe aim a little higher. The issue aren't the politicians on the ground in this situation. You could, argue the response could be a little better. You could argue about funding and where more funding should be. But the mass of the disaster would have happened regardless because of the conditions on the ground and because of the conditions of the climate crisis that created those conditions. So let me get to the next clip.
No, man, these guys were out there clearing the trees, getting the wires back up and everything. You know, I mean, it was like the perfect awful thing that could have happened, and it did. And I love how all the chatter out there is about bands of illegal immigrants and homeless people lighting fires. They light fires every day. They're living outside. They're cold. And this theory that some homeless guy without a car went from Altadena all the way to the Pacific Palisades, and then we have a hang glider. You know, and they're talking about looting. But CNN and Fox News are not going to bring up the insurance companies that are just going to keep everybody's premiums and still give themselves a bonus. Yeah. Yes. Free Luigi. I love how they acted surprised. Why did that happen? I have no idea. He wrote on the bullets why it happened.
Oh, we're back to Luigi. Okay, yeah.
I never left Luigi.
He wrote on the bullets why it happened.
All right, I got to get to his comments there on Luigi and the CEOs with another quote that he has in the Variety interview, as well as I'll get to his comments on Gaza. But first, I want to touch on these comments that he made about both the homeless apparently starting the fires and the looting as well, because these are two topics that were just recently touched on in an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, which many are now calling the Joe Rogan Billionaire Bootlicking Experience, as this is apparently where billionaires now go to recycle their
These
image.
are like...
But God, Rogan
what's
has
he doing?
Completely lost his way.
Yeah, what's he doing? Why would he even take these bookings? Like, okay, Trump, maybe. Kamala, even, maybe. But these billionaires, what the fuck is he doing? Like Elon, even, I'll give him cultural, like, significance. Zuckerberg, though, that's where I'm going to start drawing the line. And then these two nudge.
The podcast that was enjoyable.
These guys?
5-10 years ago, but
Netscape
it's
guy?
completely
Great.
just useless now. But let me get to some of these comments, because this is amazing. As the Tennessee Holler writes here, Rogan mocks the idea that climate change is a factor, blames the fires on homeless people, says LA lets looters go.
This is a whiny liberal. It's fucking climate change. Wake up. No, it's arson, you fucking idiots.
I think it's Mr. Beast. He's setting up a new video.
Wow. That's a strong accusation.
Bold.
No, just kidding.
But
they've been trying to get rid of the homeless for a while.
Hey, yeah, that
Bro,
moment.
the homeless are doing it.
Well, they're flammable.
Everyone is, but they're more inclined to use fire to get their anger out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Freebase.
Huberman actually caught people lighting things on fire. He filmed it. He put it up on his Instagram.
Really?
Yeah. In the middle of the firestorm, people were lighting things on fire to contribute to the fire.
Wow.
You've got losers.
Whoa.
You have 100,000 losers that are just camping on your street. What do you think's going to happen?
Or yes,
What do you
always
think's
blame
gonna happen
the
when the people with the
homeless.
houses
It's got to be the people who
are
have
in
nothing and
jeopardy?
live in darkness every day. Exactly. They have nothing. And it's still they didn't contribute enough to society, guys. They deserve it.
What do you think is going to happen?
Like, dude, that's the people who honestly think like that about homeless people are the ones that immediately I'm like, oh, I need to write you out of my life. Cool.
When these people that are living in $50 million houses and you're camping out a block away, which is exactly what's going on over there.
And the looting.
Well, they looted people's houses when they found out that places were getting evacuated. Swarms of organized gangs were showing up. This lady said 100 guys showed up in front of this house, and she thought they were helping her neighbor move. They just broke down the door and started stealing TVs, stealing everything.
This man is just deep-throating right-wing talking points and regurgitating it for the rest of us. It is so amazing to watch. Now, yes, of course, arson likely was one of the factors in sparking it, but arson exists all over the world.
Don't do the leftist thing where just because somebody on the right or someone we disagree with said it.
Rarely.
No. If it was arson, that's fucked up. We already did this with the lab leak theory stuff too, where it's just well, I mean, now it's coming out that it was maybe from a lab. No, I'm tired of the egg on my face for fucking just going, guys, how ridiculous.
Entire state catching fire. It's
like, no, if there's an arsonist, then that guy sucks.
There are other factors at play here when it comes to just how dry the LA area has been. So
yes, that's still a factor, and that's where he's missing. Is like, okay, yes, this could have been started by arson, but realistically, climate change does still actually like play a factor in this. And even if you had like the best forestry divisions, they would not be able to get to some of these areas and take care of this. Like it's unrealistic, guys. Realistically, what is happening here is just a bunch of people finally feeling powerless to Mother Nature. It happens, guys. Mother Nature don't give a you want to talk about facts don't care about your feelings? Mother Nature don't give two craps about yours.
What sparked the California wildfires? Experts consider power lines, fireworks, and arson. So many things could have sparked it. But
what is my current lab leak odds for COVID? I think they were pretty high.
Continuing as long
I don't know. The more and more information that came out about it, I don't think it was where I draw the line is that it was a purposeful thing and that it was somehow some like bioweapon. No. When you find out the boring factor of it, it's like, oh yes, Wuhan, that's where they were studying this. Okay. Oh, and then it just happened to break out in Wuhan. Okay.
High winds, the incredibly dry conditions on the ground.
I don't know why people need conspiracies to do that too. Where again, well, actually, maybe I do because I was just saying it. Where it's like, no, it's just the feeling of powerlessness, and you just need that answer. And like, what I don't understand is people ignoring blatant information that like comes from other sources that obviously know about this stuff, but just because it doesn't fit their preconceived notion of what was happening, because they smarter apparently, they just ignore it.
Obviously, our factors
that's
here,
the main problem we've been running into online now.
Is because
everyone
of the conditions
has
of the
that
climate.
problem.
It's just, this is a guy that, what is this, back in 2018 was clowning Candace Owens for not believing in climate change. And now here he is in 2025 being the clown, being the absolute dipshit and making fun of people who discuss climate change. It's been so sad to watch. Now, let me get to Bill Burr's comments on CEOs here. So in Variety,
it was sad at the beginning, but now it's just kind of funny where I'm like, oh, he's just doubling down. But what sucks is who he's taking down with him, because like seeing Mark Norman, seeing even Shane Gillis, who's now becoming big enough that he's even starting to see the writing on the wall where he might not be able to party with the Joe Rogan and Mark Norman and I'm going to just go out on a limb here. I know that like he's popular amongst he's a comics comic is what they call him, but I do not like Ari Shaffir.
He says the funny thing when the CEO got whacked was watching CEOs have to be uncomfortable.
He's uncomfortable and he's anything, just
but it's this is how you make
like the whole like, oh yeah, he showed up naked. And he's one of those guys that would be exhausting to be around.
Everybody feel day to day as you apply pressure.
Although my friends might say the same thing about me.
Is done. How you leave this burning wreckage of destroyed lives as you restructure or consolidate. It was fun for them to worry. And I've discussed other comments that he made on the CEO in the past as well. He has been one of the few voices in this sort of, celebrity status willing to say this sort of thing. He also goes on, I was going to watch a special anyway.
The vast majority of epidemiologists believe wet markets. See, I thought that was even like somehow more racist. When people just were like, they eat weird shit over there.
Anyways, but I
was like,
really want to see it day one, considering it.
But then they were like, yeah, it came from a bat. I was like, oh. And then it became this. I don't understand the people who are making or breaking their belief system on it, where it's just like, wait, so.
One of the first topics he gets into is Israel and Palestine. So he says, I'm just saying we need to come up with a way to solve our differences without dropping bombs on children. I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. So, he claims it's apolitical. Bill Burr tries to hit both sides. He tries to, you could argue, be apolitical, but everything is political. That's the reality of the world. So it's good to see that, he's against dropping bombs on children. I know it's sort of a low bar here, but it's a bar that
animal exploitation is responsible.
Not many people.
Bro, as much as I want to be like, yes, because I am all for calling out animal exploitation. You are so far off with that. Yes, because like the plague was caused by animal exploitation.
The kind of platform he has been willing to eat.
We exploited those poor rats with the fleas.
And discuss. And
please, dude, come on.
This is on the idea
again.
Comedians like Joe Rogan complaining about, oh, you can't say anything anymore. People are acting like when you can...
Things get out of hand. Has nobody seen Alien?
People are acting like what you can say...
Dude, you've barely seen it. You're so scared of that movie.
Now in America, you could say 50 or 60 years ago.
Sorry.
When I was born, that was right after Lenny Bruce was arrested for obscenity in San Francisco, and George Carlin repeatedly for his 7 dirty words routine. People were really nervous that you couldn't say certain things. That doesn't exist anymore. I guess it exists online in a phony way. This goes, again, to how Bill Burr is so much more in tune with culture and society than the vast majority of comedians in his space, or at least comedians that have his level of popularity. I love to see it. It's been wonderful to watch Bill Burr touch on these issues in a way that very few people are willing to do, and speak truth in a way that I think is able to get in the minds, in the heads of more people across political spectrums in a way that many comedians simply are not able, and that many people generally simply are not able to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the vein of Bill Hicks a little bit. Sorry, it's in the middle of something.
Taking the jobs that are created, 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens.
It's hard to believe so many people can just be swindled with words from a career con man, but here we are.
So many people that came out and they were like, look,
this is how it goes.
The whole reason that we joined this MAGA movement, the whole reason that we thought Trump being in office was a good thing is because it would mean more good jobs for Americans. And look, if you genuinely believed that, then I don't. You know what I mean? Like.
What a beautiful man.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not being a. I'm saying like if you genuinely believe that, then like.
It's funny, actually. I was looking up his tour dates, and when you type in his name. I think it's like the second or third one it's asking, is he trans?
That's
it's like,
bad.
no.
You know how
And as comedian Josh Johnson tries to tell it, the fact MAGA is surprised that they were lied to is quite telling. But again, not at all surprising, because we warned y'all.
I know that you've said before that you...
Yeah, it's usually found in small mammals and their fleas. I don't understand how that, no, I understand that's where I was bringing that up. You said exploitation of animals can be traced. I don't see the exploitation in animals there.
been sustained by the prayers of lots of Americans.
In the 1700s, or 1700s, the whatever.
I've seen pictures of people praying over you.
1100s?
It's
incredible, actually.
Her question is, she says, you've been faced with so much adversity and persecution for years. What's your relationship with God like, and how do you pray?
I think it's good. I do very well with the evangelicals. I love the
What a beautiful man.
evangelicals.
Look at him. He's so pretty. He's got very pretty eyes.
And
Not as pretty as mine, though. Sometimes I catch myself looking at myself in the mirror going, Donald, you can really get him, Donald. Look at you.
More people
I'm
saying they pray
mesmerized
for
by
me.
myself. Did you know the story behind Mesmerize? It's actually named after somebody named Mesmer. Did you know that? I knew that.
Even believe it. And they are so committed, and they're so believing. They say, sir, you're
Didn't
going to be
wanna
okay. I pray for you every night. I mean, everybody, almost.
Didn't want to watch Biden's final speech tonight. Don't you want more
Can't say
viewers?
everybody, but
I'm pretty sure that I would watch my viewers tank on that one. Thank you.
almost everybody that sees me, they say it. It's such a beautiful thing.
Keep this in mind because Johnson is not only about to tell a hilarious story, but one that involves religion, politics, MAGA, and the man himself, of course, Donald Trump.
But one thing that happens in my mind, what I think of when I think of MAGA, is a story from when I was just getting out of high school. It might have even been my first year of college. So I would leave college, I'd come back home, work a shift, and then spend the weekend with my friends. Now, my second friend in the car is about to go away to seminary. we get to where we're going, and it's a strip club. And so my one buddy had decided that because our second friend was about to go be a priest, he should at least see, just to be sure. Just in case. And so then our buddy who took us, who was driving, buys my friend who's going to seminary lap dance. And so it's not just any lap dance, it's a lap dance in the private room. This dude walks out of the room like he had to do all the dancing. He walked out the room disheveled. And he goes up to our friend and he's like, do you have money for one more dance? Do you have money for one more dance? He walk out like, we get in the car, we're headed back. He's like, I don't know if I can go to seminary. I think Cherry loves me. I think I love her too. And so when I think about MAGA, it feels like they love this dude, and he thinks, oh, I have their love, I'm good. And they think we love him and he loves us. But he's just up there dancing.
Could not be more spot on. They really think he loves them and they cannot see through it. He uses them for the same reasons a stripper uses their clientele. Money. The oddest thing, though, for keeping it real, is how awkward of a dancer this man is. He has trouble moving his hips, and it looks like he's JOing two people simultaneously.
I'm even doing too much head movement.
It's not necessarily enjoyable, if we're being blunt.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. He is good at dancing. He is. Like when you watch him dance, you're like, that was at least funny, or it was like, oh, it's so weird. But no matter what, no matter how he dances, everybody talks about it. You know?
A fair point, but then again, he's not some random guy on the street. He's the leader of an entire party that is purely fascist, and he's also the...
Fine. I will find the Biden speech. Sorry, guys. Enough people in chat have finally gone, hey, I want to watch the Biden speech, so we're going to find it.
That is the president you see there with the vice president and the secretary.
Does anywhere actually have it? Guys. All right. C-SPAN. Oh, it's 18 minutes. Oh, it's already happened. Here, it's not even live, guys. Sorry about that. I'm going to finish this freaking video then. Here, we'll watch it.
President-elect. It almost has to be talked about.
Tonight, an immigration cyber battle brewing among supporters of President-elect Donald Trump. Far-right activist Laura Loomer taking to X to slam Trump's new artificial intelligence advisor, Sriram Krishnan, for his past support of easing restrictions on skilled foreign workers coming to the U.S. Loomer launching a series of posts such as, our country was built by white Europeans, actually, not third-world invaders from India. Other MAGA figures like Steve Bannon joining in.
It's about taking American jobs and bringing over essential have become indentured servants at lower wages.
The controversy is over H-1B visas, a program that lets foreigners with highly coveted tech skills work in the U.S. for up to 6 years. A program applauded and defended by some of Mr. Trump's closest advisors, including Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, and others in the tech industry, which is heavily reliant on foreign skilled workers. Musk responding to the online barrage by saying if you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be.
On that front.
And I think that with Vivek and with Elon,
it's Jova.
You know, they.
I mean, I got
they're real businessmen.
Sunglasses, at least.
And so they think about their business and how to improve it, how to make more money, how to make sure that they have people that aren't going to unionize, aren't going to stir up trouble or anything. And MAGA is genuinely in this place. You don't get to MAGA in a vacuum, you know?
Musk, Ramaswamy, and Trump understand how they can take advantage of these workers. Look no further than Elon's first days of owning Twitter as a starting point, if you wish. Lastly, and more importantly, from Johnson.
I would like to believe that empathy, compassion, and kindness are the way forward and will get us somewhere. I don't know if that's true. I want that to be true. I think if you make your obsessions community, culture, connection, and compassion, then I think that there's a way forward.
Right there. Actually, that cannot be go understated. That's
you know.
I want to just put that down.
I don't know if that is right. It might be incorrect. It's what I've chosen my best to do, and I'm human, so I'm probably going to mess it up a lot.
Head over to Josh Johnson's YouTube channel, which can be found at youtube.com/@JoshJohnsonComedy for more of his stand-up. His Instagram, which has the exact same handle. TikTok and more short-form content, of course, while you still can. Plus his website for tour updates. That URL is...
Oh, yeah. Josh Johnson's great. All right, here we go. All right, guys. It's Jova. I know. It's like the most overstated thing on the internet, but it is actually Jova. So let's say goodbye to Mr. Joe.
American and Israeli hostages in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, and an end to all hostility.
They turn live chat off.
And
Probably
waiting to
smart.
hear from President Biden in what will be his final address to the nation, live on C-SPAN.
Wait, what? I can't use
My
C-SPAN?
fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from the Oval Office. Before I begin, let me speak to important news from earlier today. After 8 months of nonstop negotiation,
It's government funded. What the fuck?
by my administration, a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached by Israel and Hamas. The elements of which I laid out in great detail.
Hold on, guys. I gotta watch this. I might have to stop it abruptly.
This plan was developed and negotiated by my team and will be largely implemented by the incoming administration. That's why I told my team to keep the incoming administration fully informed, because that's how it should be, working together as Americans. This will be my final address to you from the American people from the Oval Office, from this desk as president. And I've been thinking a lot about who we are.
Yep.
And maybe...
Sorry. Hold on, guys. I gotta find a different one. Hold on. Oh, no, it's fine. Okay, I got a little worried there. My bad. I had to look at a permission there.
More importantly, who we should be. Long ago in New York Harbor, an iron worker installed beam after beam, day after day. He was joined by steel workers, stonemasons, engineers. They built not just a single structure, but a beacon of freedom. The very
Guess
idea
what?
of America
And
was
by the
so
way,
big, we felt the entire world needed to see. The Statue of Liberty, a gift from France after our Civil War.
What happened to his chin?
Like the very idea of
He did have a
America
bike
was built not by one
accident.
person, but by many people from every background and from around the world. Like America, the Statue of Liberty is not standing still. Her foot literally steps forward atop a broken chain of human bondage. She's on the march, and she literally moves. She was built to sway back and forth to withstand the fury of stormy weather. To stand the test.
Dude, now instead of like Obama, we're going from like, we went from Obama with charisma to Trump with like charisma, but also like, holy crap, like, is he going to ruin this for all of us? And then we have Joe Biden, who's just, he's there. He's a guy. He's there. Very boring. Just back to Trump. This is gonna be jarring, guys. This summer's gonna be freaking.
Time because storms are always coming. She sways a few inches, but she never falls into the current below.
Bring out the heel in me.
The Statue of Liberty is also an enduring symbol of the soul of our nation. A soul shaped by forces that bring us together and by forces that pull us apart. And yet, through good times and tough times, we've withstood it all. A nation of pioneers and explorers, of dreamers and doers, of ancestors native to this land, of ancestors who came by force. A nation of immigrants who came to build a better life. A nation holding the torch of the most powerful idea ever in the history of the world. All of us.
Yeah, Joe Biden. Say goodbye.
All of us deserve
Night, Grandpa.
dignity, justice, and fairness. That
Joe
democracy
Biden getting the elbow drop out of office. Yeah.
be defined and be imposed, moved in every way possible. Our rights, our freedoms, our dreams. But we know the idea of America, our institution, our people, our values that uphold it are constantly being tested.
Trump coming in with the steel chair. Oh, yeah. That one hurts, I know from experience.
Our power or the power of our example. Whether we show the courage to stand up to the abuse of power. Or we yield to
Good night, Grandpa.
After 50 years at the center of all of this, I know that believing in the idea of America means respecting the institutions that govern a free society.
All jokes aside, guys, he does seem like a very just bland old man that honestly seems like he would be very pleasant to meet, but also you're kind of like me where you're just so angry at him where you're like, Joe, you messed up, Joe. Why, Joe?
The presidency, the Congress, the courts, a free and independent press, institutions that are rooted.
Oh, start right now.
They just not reflect the timeless words, but they echo the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
Oh my God, that would actually be a baller ass move to do. Just do the thing like, hi, guys, I'm Joe Biden. I just want to welcome you to my retirement porch. It's a great place. It's almost like out of a Bob Ross painting, you know. And by the way,
rooted in the timeless words of the Constitution.
There we go.
The people. Our system of separate.
This quilt, it's something that I find very, very pleasant. It feels kind of like my cat. My cat's fuzzy. Did you know that I have a cat? Yeah. I also have a dog. He's kind of a good dog, even though he's bit like 18 people. But yeah. And by the way,
Power. Checks and balances. It may not be perfect, but it's maintained our democracy for nearly 250 years. Longer than any other nation in history that's ever tried such a bold.
I don't see that because unfortunately after this I just see Joe Biden sitting creepily in a rocking chair where you're not sure if he's alive or not, where you're just like, are you okay, Joe? And he's just staring off like,
in the past 4 years, our democracy is held strong. And every day
got that little bit of spittle.
To be president for all Americans through one of the toughest periods in our nation's history. I've had a great partner in Vice President Kamala Harris. It's been the honor of my life to see the resilience of essential workers getting us through a once-in-a-century pandemic. The heroism of service members and first responders keeping us safe. The determination of advocates standing up for our rights and our freedoms instead of losing their jobs to an economic
By the way,
crisis.
pardon my son. Why do people care about that? You do know it's not the first time that a family member's been pardoned by a president, right?
Inherited millions
Like, for real.
of Americans now have the dignity of work.
Look up the
Millions of
Clinton
entrepreneurs
one.
and
Damn.
companies creating new businesses and industries. Hiring American workers.
Just because it's the only, just because it's the first one in your lifetime doesn't mean that it's as egregious as you think it is.
Together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernizations of infrastructure in
All
our
right.
entire history.
Okay, that one was more. That was more of a. That was a joke. No more malarkey now.
From new roads,
And by the way,
bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American.
I can tell you right now that I just got an affinity for split pea soup. It's really good.
We invented the semiconductor, smaller than the tip of my little finger, and now is bringing those chip factories and those jobs back to
Speaking of chip factories, do you know that I actually kind of smell like a chip factory? Frito-Lays. Yeah, a little bit of corn.
America where they belong, creating thousands of jobs. Finally,
I smell like a dog's paws. My grandkids think I'm creepy.
giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for millions of seniors. And finally,
My grandchildren don't like coming over. They always...
doing something to protect our children.
I overheard them once by accident when I actually could hear. They said I stink.
Families by passing the most significant gun safety law in 30 years
Joe Biden invented the semiconductor? Nah, but he definitely knew the guy that did.
and bringing violent crime to a 50-year low, meeting our sacred obligation to over 1
My
million
roommate, Thomas Edison. You know, when he was thinking up the light bulb.
So far, we're exposed to toxic materials and to their families, providing medical care and education benefits and more for their families.
No, it's more like, I tried to fix the ice cream truck, except did you know that ice cream trucks are just refrigerators that we have to try and keep cold?
You know,
The ice cream melts. It's a race against time. We have to sell the ice cream. Do you know how much ice cream you have to sell in a matter of 2 hours? It was very impressive. Once, this guy Timmy, he was a little boy, but he had his daddy's money, so he came and he bought the contents of the ice cream truck. Where was I going with this?
it will take time to feel the full impact of all we've done together. But
Biden invented dirt.
the seeds are planted, and they'll grow and they'll bloom for decades to come. At home, we've created nearly 17 million new jobs, more than any other single administration, a single term. More people have health care than ever
Dude, at that point, he'd be so old, he would actually be like a Viking shaman.
before.
Yeah, how much for corn? Corn pop, you know? The one that I just said I kind of smell like. You like a dog's paws.
Ukraine is still free.
I still can't get over that. Somebody said I smell like a Frito chip.
Ahead of our competition with China, and so much more. I'm so proud of how much.
Speaking of
we've
Frito
accomplished
chip,
together
what are you
for the
doing?
American people. And I wish the incoming administration
Are you okay?
success, because I want America to succeed. That's why I've upheld my duty to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition of power.
All right, my dog's back there just...
To ensure we lead by the power of our example. I have no doubt
good?
that America's in a position to continue to succeed.
What'd you get into?
That's why my farewell address tonight.
Want to talk to me?
I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern. This is a dangerous and that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. And the dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked.
I was there for the Big Bang. I said, God, hey, I got this really good idea.
Today, an oligarchy is
Oh, man, that's almost not... Like, no, that'd be too cool, actually. That'd make him like Galactus-level god. Like, come on now.
Wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms.
I knew this mutant once. His name was Apocalypse. And we called him Ansiber Na.
And a fair shot for everyone to get ahead.
You might know him. Has really big. He's got this big lip. I hope that you don't take that wrong.
Consequences all across America. And we've seen it before. More than a century ago. But the American people stood up to the robber barons back then and busted the trusts. They didn't punish the wealthy. Just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. Workers want rights to earn their fair share. You know, they were dealt into the deal. And it helped put us on a path of building the largest middle class.
When I rode my first dinosaur onto the job, there was this guy. He was rather boisterous. Would always go yabba dabba doo. But then he'd ruin it for the rest of us because the boss was onto our game. This guy, Fred Flintstone, he was kind of a knucklehead.
The most prosperous century any nation in the world.
His wife was pretty hot though.
Has ever seen. We've got to do that again. In the last 4 years, that's exactly what we've done.
Cheers.
People should be able to make as much as they can, but play by the same rules. Pay their fair share of taxes.
I love when he does that. Pay their fair share of taxes. That's how you know he does actually believe it, because he's like, oh, they put that in. Or he doesn't believe it so much, or he's just like, wait, oh no, we're still on the, wait, I'm in that tax bracket.
So much is at stake. Right now, the existential threat of climate change has never been clearer. Just look across the country, from California to North Carolina. That's why I signed the most significant climate and clean energy law ever in the history of the world.
He did. Wait, you know what? Hold on. I just caught my own look in my camera there where I was like, hey. No, he did.
It's working. Creating jobs and industries.
That was perfectly timed, too. I was just like,
no, we've proven we don't have to choose between protecting the environment and growing the economy. We're doing both. The powerful forces
this bit my lip on
wield
that
their unchecked influence to eliminate the steps we've taken to tackle the climate crisis, to serve their own interest for power and profit. We must not be bullied into sacrificing the future of our children and our grandchildren. We must keep pushing forward and push faster. There's no time to waste. It's also clear that American leadership in technology.
Biden should narrate bedtime stories. Why? Just put on his speeches if you need to go to sleep. For real.
Is unparalleled. An unparalleled
I mean, dude, I'm having a hard time. I'm having to make jokes. I was gonna watch this clean and just, but literally, once he started just going, we're really resilient. I'm just going.
Innovation that can transform lives.
I mean,
we see the same dangers. The concentration of
I was pulling Biden, if you will.
Technology, power, and wealth. You know, his farewell address, President Eisenhower spoke of the
while Adam and Eve were picking the apple, Joe was asleep in the bushes.
Dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of missiles.
Oh my God, that would actually be a really funny comic. Biden through time. He just turns out to be kind of like, oh, what's his name? Oh my God. Savage. Not Adam Savage. Fuck. What's his name? He was from DC Comics, where he's just the he ages as a caveman, and he's Vandal Savage. There we go. Yeah, he ages throughout time, and he just watches it, like, and he's always frozen at the same age. It'd just be funny that, like, he stops aging at 80, but it's just like, you're immortal now, Joe. It's just like, oh, come on.
6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise.
Immortal Joe. How did we not do that?
Complex.
Ooh, yeah, Randy Savage. He's savage, yeah. No more savages, yeah.
Well.
Put an extinction level of it.
Americans are being
I should have put the glasses on for that one, damn it.
An avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are disappearing.
Biden ruined America. Don't ask why. He just did. Hashtag Democrats cause people.
Social media is giving up on fact-checking.
Okay, man.
The truth is smothered by lies, told for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our families.
Wait, is he justifying getting rid of TikTok right here?
Very democracy from the abuse of power.
What?
Meanwhile, artificial intelligence.
I'm gonna clip, or Kirk, can you clip that? Meanwhile,
is the most consequential technology of our time, perhaps of all time. Nothing.
God, he's got a little bit of Ronald. Well, you don't understand. Just me and Nancy, we were sitting in bed, and I told her, I don't think I remember what you were just talking about. And she was like, oh, Ronald, you never remember what I'm talking about. Little did she know I was just making it up. But this was the first time where I actually didn't remember. And I actually had to go to my head of security and go, uh-oh. That was a little too real because I'm like, that actually could have been how it happened.
It offers more profound possibilities.
If you guys don't know, Ronald Reagan was like really bad into dementia, especially like that's one of my first political memories was his goodbye speech. It was rough.
For our economy and our security, our society. For humanity.
Again, he's doing the thing.
Artificial intelligence.
He gets excited.
To help us answer.
I love excited Joe Biden. Wait a minute. How have I watched him for the last 4 years? Well, Jesus, longer than that, and not notice that he does that when he gets excited.
I call to end cancer as we know it. But unless safeguards are in place, AI could spawn new threats to our rights, our way of life, to our privacy.
I'm guessing we're scrapping Philharmonic now that Voldemort is gone.
We must make sure
Oh, right. Yeah.
is safe and
Damn.
trustworthy.
Yeah, it sounds funny without
For
him.
all humankind.
No, I'm not scrapping it.
In the age of AI, it's more important than ever
God. Guys, actually, Kirk, he showed up in MR chat,
that the people must govern.
by the way.
And as the
We
land
had
of
a
liberty,
problematic chatter that
America,
started showing up. Oh, actually, I'll cover it after this
lead the
video.
world in the development of AI. You know, in the years ahead, it'll help to be. It's going to be up to the.
Does Joe have early onset? Early Parkinson's? Early Parkinson's. Did you just say early Parkinson's on a dude that's 80? Excuse me? No. Michael J. Fox has early Parkinson's. No. This would be Parkinson's catching up, dude. Come on.
The presidency.
Wow, that was mean.
Court, the free press, and the American people to confront these powerful forces. We must reform the tax code. Not by giving
I feel so bad.
the biggest tax cut to billionaires, but by making them begin to pay.
Oh my God, if I said that about my grandmother. I just feel like I got hit by her spirit where she was just like, what's the matter with you?
To get dark money. That's that hidden funding behind too many campaign contributions. We need to get it out of our
Oh,
pocket.
God.
We need to enact an 18-year time limit. Term
You ever surprise yourself?
term for the strongest ethics and the strongest ethics reforms for our Supreme Court. We need to ban.
Just in wrestling mode, a little bit.
From trading stock while they're in
It's
the Congress.
coming up.
We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune
Biden buddy
from
slip.
crimes that he or she commits while in office.
I don't know, my man. If he came out with the luchador mask and the name Corn Pop, oh, dude, I think that Biden would actually. He could throw it out.
Power is not limited. It's not absolute. And it shouldn't be.
He would just have to start going like this though, because he'd do old timey like me. Yeah.
To the concentration of power and wealth. It erodes a sense of unity and common purpose. It causes distrust and division. Participating in our democracy becomes
He
exhausting.
looks like he's always straining to push out a turd. It's so much funnier because
And even disillusioning. And people don't feel like they have a fair shot. We have to stay engaged in the process. I know it's frustrating. A fair shot is what makes America America. Everyone's entitled to a fair shot. Not a guarantee, but just a fair shot.
Early Parkinson's is practically dead. I should not be having this much fun with this video. What's happening?
Even playing field. Going as far as your hard work and talent can take you.
Oh, man.
We can never lose that essential truth. Remain who we are. I've always believed, and I've told other world leaders, America can be defined by one word.
There's a toilet under the desk. He has no pants, and he's like, dude, look at the paws. The paws face me. Yes. I'm sorry, guys. I just saw somebody. I saw somebody in chat just be like, "I'm out. That's a bridge too far, brother."
Only in America do we believe anything is possible.
Holy crap.
Like a kid with a stutter from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Oh God.
Claremont, Delaware, sitting behind this desk in the
that was
Oval
funny.
Office as President of the United States. That's the magic of America. It's all around us. Upstairs in the residence of the White House, I've walked by a painting.
He's not Bill Clinton, LOL. I wasn't saying he was getting a Blumpkin. Ew. What the hell? You're the ones who took that there.
In the painting, there's several workers climbing on the outstretched arm of the statue that holds the torch. It reminds me every day I pass it of the story and soul of our nation. And the power of the American people.
I know, dude. I know. The fact that he said that. Oh, God.
The story of a veteran. This is a veteran, the son of an immigrant.
I'm laughing so hard my watch just thought I was working out. That's hilarious.
That torch.
It's just like, hey, good for you.
Pains, so rays of light could reach out as far as possible.
Oh, God.
He was known as the keeper of the flame.
Here we go.
He once said of the Statue of Liberty, quote,
I was there while she was standing there as a model. And she was just like, how long do I have to stand with that flame? And I said, if you move, I'm going to hit you in the knees. Because back then, that's what we did.
Speaks a silent universal language, one of hope.
Sorry, that one was also me. She's just looking at him like,
yeah.
Hey, I'm going to take that face.
Yes, we sway back and forth to withstand the fury of the storm.
The Statue of Liberty.
To stand the test of time. A constant.
I mean, I think that's what he was called in his tribe. Back when, the the advent of man.
Constant struggle.
Why is Biden constantly mean mugging us, bro? Actually, perfect. Right here. I'm actually really pissed off at you guys.
A short distance between peril and possibility.
Listen here, Jack. I just and listen here, Jack. I pooped my pants. Did I want to? No, but I did.
Is the America of our dreams is always closer than we think. It's up to us to make our dreams come true.
Dude, it's up to us. Like he's straying there.
By stating my gratitude to so many people.
Oh, God.
To the members of my administration, as well as public service.
We have fun here, guys. If you're not already subbed to the channel, please do. This is fun.
And around the world.
Also, like the stream if you haven't already. It really helps me out in the algorithm. And yeah, I wasn't kidding. Sub to the channel. I really appreciate it.
World, thank you for stepping up to serve. To our service members and your families, it's been the highest honor of my life to lead you as Commander-in-Chief. And of course to Kamala and our incredible partner, the historic Vice President. She and Doug have become like family.
I'm going to miss this. We had a ton of fun with Joe. Yeah.
Me,
dude, I mean, this is, I think, the first time that I've watched a full Joe Biden video on stream. First and last.
family's everything.
Kind of cathartic, but at the same time, like you just said, I could have had a lot more fun with this. Well, ain't that a bitch?
My deepest appreciation.
He was a meme maker's dream. He really was. smelling the hair. The ice cream. Yo, I wasn't sure if I just paused or if that was Biden.
entire family.
That just happened.
You're the love of my life and the life of my life. My eternal thanks to you, the American people.
Maybe he can still pass a statue.
After 50
Wait,
years
what?
of public service.
Last time I watched Joe,
Give
he
you my
was
word. I still believe in the idea.
just a bunch of dead birds.
Nation where the strength of our institutions and the character of our people matter and must endure. Now it's your turn to stand guard.
It is.
May you all be the keeper of the flame. May you keep the faith.
You know what, Joe? Not bad. This last bit, I'll give him that. No jokes.
I love
just
America.
not bad.
You love it too. God bless you all. And may God protect our troops. Thank you for.
Stop with the troops. Just say us. God protect us all. How about? Okay. Joe, we're out. We're out, Joe. Joe? All right. Well, wrap it up, everybody. I think it was just 5-minute first pep talks. Listen here, Jack. I heard you making fun of me. I don't like it when people make fun of me. Again, we have fun here. Oh, God. Oh, man. All right. Whoever suggested that in chat, thank you. I really appreciate that. That was actually pretty funny. There we go. Then watch more Brandon. I don't know, man. I don't know. I had fun doing commentary for it. That was a missed opportunity on my end. I didn't realize that I could actually, like, in real time, just make fun of them. I never tried that before. So you guys brought something. You brought a new joy to my life, and it only. I'm just picturing him sleep. He's sleeping on a jet plane. Don't know if he'll be back again. Man, I feel like I was a little mean, but Corn Pop, I'm gonna miss you, Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe. He was everybody's creepy uncle, liked to smell the hair, but now everybody gets to deal with a different kind of sexual assault. I mean, SA. Oops. What do you mean? Oh, wait, they actually convicted me of that, so I don't have to say it. You don't have to say allegedly. That's how that works. Oh, boy. Watch him try to run again in 28. He has a skeleton. Just run a fucking metal skeleton like a Terminator. It's Joe Biden, guys. I'm going to take back the White House. It's like, that sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like, no, I'm Joe Biden. Oh, we are way... Are we past funny? Oh, man. Bye. What's the debate on... Oh my god, no, he's the Emperor. Oh my god, he's the Emperor from Warhammer 40k. Okay, if you guys don't get this reference, the Emperor in 40k, it's so dark and desolate that when he gets put into a coma, he like becomes essentially a skeleton. But they need to feed over, I think it's 40,000, or is it 1 million? I can't remember. I just know a lot of dead people. Like, a lot of people are born and are just literally cattle to die to give their blood to the Emperor to make sure that his carcass remains alive because he has psyker powers, right? His mind is kind of alive-ish. They don't really know, but yeah, that's what this is. Like, did I not just describe Joe Biden? Oh my god, guys, all the memes of God Emperor Trump. This whole time it was actually God Emperor Biden. Again, there's like 4 people in my audience right now that get this. So. Biden can come back with the Elon brain implant. Well, I mean, let's put it this way: if he could come back via brain implant, only conservatives would get it because they're the only ones that want like, Brandon. That's how they want to do it, right? Again, we have fun here. I really hope that you guys appreciated that, and also leave a like and subscribe. So, yeah, just if you haven't already, and follow over on Twitch. No, he comes down like the Emperor in the last Star Wars movie. I see that you have come into your hate. Yes. Give in to your darkness. Dark Brandon is here. And what little solace you can take that your rebel friends are about to fall. Sorry. I have died before. You cannot kill me through the Force. Wait a minute. Was it his... Yeah, it was his Force essence or whatever? Uh-oh. No, don't make me do Star Wars lore, especially the bad Star Wars. Like, God. I still go back to, like, the old stuff. Dank Brandon smokes. Hey. Dank Brandon smokes. Wait, how's no... Is there a Dank Brandon in this community? There should be a Dank Brandon in this community. I like, oh, now I'm dictating. I'm like, no, there needs to be this specific screen name. Dank Brandon. He smokes mid. He sees the old brickweed and he's just like, oh, the memories. I mean, I see that and I think, oh, the memories. And then I go, oh, it's so much better now. One of the, the actual, like, oh no, things are way better now, guys. I hope you understand that as far as, goes. I don't know why I did it like that. God, that was fun, though. I hope you guys had fun with the, with saying goodbye to Joe Biden, guys. I mean, wow. I'll be completely honest, I was not expecting to do that, and I had way more fun with that than I thought I would. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Smoke vegan pick. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's my favorite one about Macho Man. Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't do the dig it. Dig it. Yeah. Because unfortunately they kind of ruined that with Dig'em. Have you seen Darth Jar Jar videos? Oh yeah. Yeah. Have you seen the one where he actually got murked? Like it actually showed like how he died. Have fun while you can. The fun police are taking over in 5 days. I'm actually like, I'm not even gonna lie, guys. I am a little bit like worried about that. So if you guys need would like to support this stream and help me out, you guys can do so through Twitch and YouTube right now. So that'd be awesome. Otherwise, just follow and let's boost this in the algorithm so I can maintain some momentum and hopefully not get buried because and then on top of it I have to watch just because it's like I'm very open with my politics. Why did I do this again? Literally, I could have made a wrestling channel, I could have made a Godzilla channel, I could have made just a geeks channel, but nope, I had to go and make a politics channel because So, was that a fake Fox LA report about citizen arresting a dark-skinned dude going around? Yes, it was. It was very fake. It was very, very fake. Yes. It was a prank video. The fact you even have to worry about that is an outrage. Yeah, I know. It's real. Bandit. Oh, thank you, Bandit, for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Awesome. God damn it. I'm trying to press you guys. Damn, now I feel bad. Thank you. Wow. Almost choked. So Amani, Unknown Variable, Anthony J, Grasshopper, Sean Baker, and yeah, man. Jay Sands, I hope your planet or what? You hope my channel blows up this year? Really? Thank you, man. You say such nice things. I really appreciate that. I hope I mean, it'd be nice. I'll be honest, guys. I kind of like where I'm at. Like, I kind of like I didn't do this to get famous. Like, I really didn't. Like, I would like to make a living doing this and entertain you guys, but I don't want to, like, oh my god, I don't want that kind of smoke like the way that some of these guys have it. I don't know, man. Like, it's a lot, but I appreciate it, guys. I really do. Make me bashful. It's Christmas in January. Oh, thank you, Kirk. Oh, you figured out your little look at that. Explodes. Explodes. That would be cool, man. No, I mean, it'd be cool. It's just, I don't know. I kind of ran into this problem, like, when I was, like, attempting to do comedy. Well, attempting. That's the thing. Like, I went from, like, open mics. Like, the first time that I got booked, I was like, oh. I legit surprised myself where I was like, oh, I was doing this for fun. But it's kind of what happened with this, where I was like, I did this for fun. But I really appreciate all the support. I really do. Goes viral. There we go. That would, no, you're not using a bad term of phrase. Trust me. I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm more so just like, oh, YouTube fame. Like, trust me. This was kind of one of those things where, like, I started this channel and I've had other friends, you know, they got Twitch channels and they got, like, they've tried YouTube before, and they only got, like, so much traction in the algorithm and just kind of either petered out, or they just were like, yeah, this isn't, like, fun for me anymore. And I was like, oh, okay. So I wasn't sure that, you know, thered be any traction there or anything, but yeah. Here we are, guys. Here we are. I hope you guys really understand how much I appreciate it. Really not. I'm not kidding. Also, when I, like, started making videos, like, yeah, it was a little, like, one of my my first Joe Rogan one broke it broke a 1K, and then my second one broke 14,000, and I was like, what the hell? Yeah, I have one video in my my YouTube library that broke over 14K. This is crazy. But it's a good video, so definitely give it a watch. It's one that people critique a little bit more because they're just like, oh, so you just watched another dude's video? And the funniest part about it is I made it on a whim because I was gonna watch that video anyway. And I was like, hey, why don't I just record this one of me watching it and reacting to it? So, like, whatever. Too much inside baseball, but I appreciate you guys. Oh, man. Oh, Biden. We will miss you. Oh, my God. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go let my dog out. She is barking up a storm. That means she's gotta pee, so... Oh, nice. Holy crap, I haven't seen that kind of font in a long time. I read that font with the, like, the way that the printer used to sound, that... It's just like, what the... All right, I'll be right back. All right. Hey. No. No. I just said no. Come on, buddy. Oh, excuse me. What's up, dude? He was having himself a little bit of a breakout upstairs. He's just like, can I come? Can I come? I bet no one else will put out Biden's final speech commentary short, so yours will be out. Silly Rogan vids. Certainly. Oh, hey. Cool. I mean, yeah. I'll put it out tomorrow. Yeah, look at him. It's my boo-boos. What do I call him? He actually responds to that more than he actually responds to his name. Yeah, you know, when you have a puppy. I got him as a little boy. He was so cute. Oh, man. Brown Danusi. 15 kings. Man. That'd be nice. That'd be not, man. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. What am I drinking? As long as I don't say, I think we're good. It's a Chicago, but yeah, Chicago brew. So. I honestly, I try not to have more than one or two on stream, so. But we're at 7 hours, and I'll be completely honest. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. We're 2 hours over. That's why I did that. We're 2 hours over time. Jesus. As I'm explaining, it's just like, yeah, that's why, you know. Whatever. Oh my god. Guys, let's see. I can't believe that I have to do Trump impressions for the next 4 years. This sucks. I mean, at least I got good at doing something. This was the one thing that I wasn't sure that, like, dude, I had to retire it, like, too. Like, he would pop up occasionally. And now it's just, hey, I had to ask my mom the name of the hot dog stand we used to go to. It was Flat. Oof. No shit. Yeah. Oh my god, Flukies, dude. Dude. It's not there anymore, but dude. It might be, actually. Here, let me see. Without going too into detail, my family, we had to go all around, so. Niles. Yep. It is. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's still there. Yeah, here you go. Let's see. Where's the dog? Oh, shit. They actually got their own, like, hot dogs that you can buy? Ooh. I always like that. Here's a Fluky Red Hot. That is a hot dog. Oh. Yeah, baby. Look at perfect distribution of tomatoes, hot peppers, mustard. You got... Oh, you can tell that's that Vienna. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. A red snapper hot dog? No, I've never had that. What's that? Like, what's on it? Chicago dogs are amazing. Fuck yeah, they are. One of my buddies who's from New York, he was just like, yeah, dude, I love a Chicago dog, but it's also, it's like you went and made it a sandwich. I was like, that's a fair assessment. He's like, what's with you guys? You guys can't just have normal food. He's like, you got to go make your pizza fucking casseroles, and then you got to go make your hot dogs into sandwiches. It's like, all right. That's fair criticism. There's Red Hots with the... Yeah, that's what we got. We got, yeah, Viennas. We keep the skin on. We have uncircumcised dogs. What's up? Actually, a Portillo's. That's like a... It has to be... Because it's that snap back, though. Hot dish pizza? I mean, deep dish pizza. The deep. Yeah, we call it. I mean, no, like red. Like, look. Oh, God damn it. All right. Here we go. I'm going. Oh, yeah. The Red Hots. Yeah, we call those Red Hots. Yeah. Yeah, we got a place here called Sammy's that does them. Here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Here. Sammy's Red Hots. West Ales. That's not a good picture of it. Are you serious? You're gonna call yourself Sammy's Red Hots, but you don't have any pictures of the fucking Red Hot? Come on, man. There we go. That's not a good picture. Wait a minute. There we go. It's called... Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, we got Chicago... Fat Johnny's Red Hots. And we got the Chicago Red Hot. Here's the Chicago Red Hot. There you go. So it's same thing. Done on a grill. No, like reds. Yeah. I got you. No, that's what these are. Why is it when we talk about food, I'm always like, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I get like aggressive. I'm getting aggressively Chicago. I need to go get my Cubs hat for any of these segments where it's just like, hey, no, we're about to talk about food, and I'm about to teach you a lesson on why your food is bullshit. I think I'm going to try and get to Chi-Town for St. Patty's. Oh, good luck. Have fun, man. Oh, I mean, it is cool. They paint the river green, but oh boy, the bars. God, don't go to Clark Street. Avoid Clark Street with your life. For real. Visit my cousin, check out the old neighborhood, give me a dog or three. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Definitely post some pictures of that on Discord. I'll definitely like that. I'll like that, and I'll also give you a little wink and a nod of where it's like, hey. It should be the color of the... Yeah. Yeah, it should be the color of the pig. Okay, so we don't cook them like that. Although this fucking place. Oh. Dude. Look at the caramelized onions. Sorry, guys. This turned into a food segment really fast. I am so sorry. Google Red. All right. I will. Here. Google. That insinuate that my computer is just like, hey, I like you, and I'm not going to make you use Bing. Oh, holy crap. Yeah, those are red. What the hell? You guys put food coloring in this crap? What is this? Is that white bread? That's not white bread. That's white bread. That's white bread. Red food dyes, yes. You know it's bad for you, right? As we're talking about hot dogs. Never mind. You know what? I'm going to just eat my words on that one. I'm going to shut up right now. Oh my god, fried cabbage and sausage. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. We call that a good old Polish. Let's Know My Stars. It used to be a hot dog place near me, and I miss it. Hot dogs are delicious. You don't have a hot... Wait. What? Used to... Wait, what? You don't... What? People don't just have hot dog places near them? Wait. No, for real. You guys don't have... You don't have hot dog places. You just... Stop calling them glizzies. They're hot dogs. I'm telling you, if I had a kid that's just like, give me a glizzy, I'd be like, give him a hamburger. And I mean a hamburger, not a cheeseburger. He doesn't even deserve the cheese. He's gonna learn today. I'll do that to my... you know what? I will... Yeah, I'm not even... Like, that's not an open threat. I will do that to my nephew if he does that crap. Glizzy. It's not called... Glizzy. We have a place in Boulder called Mustard's Last Stand. Joey Diaz talks about it in some of his bits. I actually know Mustard's Last Stand. It's alright. You're in Boulder? No shit. Oh, I didn't know you were in Boulder, dude. Like, yeah. I actually got I got history there. I almost moved there. God, I wonder if this guy... There's this dude that I was looking into buying a VW bus from him. But, he turned out to be full of shit, so... Just wondering if he's still there. The fuck? I got this one hair that will not go away. What the hell? Yeah! Don't grow your hair out, guys. Otherwise it attacks you like it is me. Gluck glucks. Wait, is stream broken? What happened? Oh, you're in Boulder County, okay. It's a big city. What are you worried about? Oh. Ah, okay. I guess in relative... Alright. As I'm sitting here in my metropolis, just like, yeah, good luck. Is everything cool on stream there, Kirk? I hope so, because I'm about to... What the hell is that? Oh. That's Vienna beef. Oh. My little Chicago brain just went, I want that. That looks delicious. Guys, I just realized I'm really hungry. I just had that moment where I'm like, ooh. I haven't eaten really, like, in full disclosure, like, I'm not sure if you guys saw it earlier, like, when I am eating, like, I'm kind of trying to keep on a diet, you know, try and be good to myself. Man, I like cheat days. And it's not just cheat days. Like, I got so many good restaurants around me that it's so hard for me not to just, like, give in and just go, yeah, you know what? We got this taco place near us. Oh, you know what? We got this We got this hot dog stand by us. We actually have a few hot dog stands by us. Stands. I mean, you call them those in New York. We don't have hot dog stands. We got them just, placed all over. I gotta go. Love you all. Good night. Hey, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good night. I'm probably going to be hopping off here in a little bit. We got time, guys. We got time. As I said, this is all overtime for me on a Wednesday. Like, God. You know what really sucks? I'm not sure how many of you have this problem where you ever sorted something, whether it be comic books or albums, where if you're into collecting, vinyl, where you're not sure if you have it, so you buy it, but then you go to sort it and you find out that you not only have 2, now you have 3. So, yeah. The Tower of Long Mountain, just north of Boulder, was founded by rich fucks from Chicago. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, a lot of transplants. I could see that. I don't know, man. I like where I live. I'm one of those weird dudes. Anytime I see memes talking about oh, this guy didn't leave his hometown. Oh, this I left my hometown, guys. I just didn't leave my city. I was more nah, I want to stay here forever. I like it here. So, Old Town Architect, the Old Town Architect of the town is very old school, Chi-town, I feel. It is. I think that's why, actually, you just said it right there. It feels like Old Town. Actually, I need to look that up. Did Old Town Chicago have the same architect as Old Town in Boulder? Great Pearl Streets. Hold on. Burling. That's who Burlington is named after. Don't know that. Jenny. Oh, yeah. Hey. Yeah, looks like Jenny went out to Boulder, Colorado. He built the giant Marshall Fields. It's now a Target, which is weird. Not gonna lie. Every time I see it, I'm like, that doesn't seem right. It feels off. It feels very off. Jeez. Okay. We got some follows over on Twitch tonight. That's nice. All right. Let's see where we're at on YouTube. Still 2 away. All right. Whatever. I'm not going to get mad about it. Boulder is a trip, man. Trip. I know. I spent 2 summers in Colorado Springs, and I traveled to Boulder and Fort Collins while I was there. Yeah. That's fun. I needed that. Weirdos galore. I felt very accepted. This is why I love going to Comic-Con, my man. Like, dude, I love going to Comic-Cons. Like, there's no better vibe than a Comic-Con. And I when people make fun of them, I'm just like, whatever. Cool. Go ahead. Like, you guys don't understand that kind of acceptance, and you don't understand that kind of vibe. Unless you're MAGA, maybe. Like, wait a minute, that's what it is. MAGA's their Comic-Con. Oh my god, I just realized that. Huh? That's... Huh. Okay. Joe Biden cosplay for next Comic-Con? Nah. Oh god, who would I cosplay? I already do Eddie from Stranger Things. I got a really good Eddie costume, by the way. I don't know. I don't know who I do. I've done my man. Like, actually, so Penta El Ciro Miro, or Penta, he just debuted on WWE this week on Raw. I actually met him at a C2E2 without even knowing it. Or I was just like, I looked at the pictures and I showed my buddy. He's like, you know that was him, right? I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, that's exactly what he was wearing like before he went on for his match, because they were in town that night. And I was like, oh. And he's not dead. He's just chilling in the Upside Down. I mean, if the lore of D&D is correct, then he's going to be. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Don't do this. My brain's doing this thing. Oh my god, fuck. Vecna's henchman. Name. What is his name? Fuck. I can't find it. God. It's the guy that was literally like, he was killed by bats and he becomes Vecna's lieutenant. That's what it was. Thank you. Kaz. Yeah, that. Oh, all right, I knew I'd get it. All right, so his whole thing is, after many years of loyal service to Vecna, Kaz eventually betrayed his master. It is said that the sword itself whispered to Kaz, convincing him to slay his master and usurp his power. So the whole theory is that when he was bitten by the bats, you know how Vecna had like his whole like alive armor look, that all of a sudden that like transfers to, well, or Eddie's still alive and he's being used as a lieutenant for Vecna. Sorry if that went a little too nerdy for you guys. All right, we're gonna check the wildfires. I feel like we need a little bit more politics in our blood here, or something that's not me nerding out about something else. Although we're in overtime, so let's be honest. Wait a minute. He's crashing out. Ethan is crashing out hard. Oh, hey, no comment chick is live. That's cool.
Not only this fire, but other fires now burning here across Southern California.
I was getting more and more frantic as you
Trump is
call
bringing
at
peace to the Middle
least
East day one. Jealous
4 or 5
libtard.
times, and I had to like basically.
Hold on, I'll address this one. Guy, did you not, like, you just dropped in, so I can't really be, like, mad at that, but the fact is, I just spent the last hour making fun of Joe Biden. I also made fun of the fact that it's perceived as Trump bringing peace in the Middle East is kind of hilarious because it was Joe Biden's plan that was like, yeah, you know what? This would make me look really good. Hey, Bibi, I need you to do me a favor. So yeah, sure. All right. Take the win. Go ahead. The fact that you guys now care about, like, the fact that it took you this long to care about Palestinian lives is kind of funny. And this is what it did. Like, this is what did it.
Level with them and say, we are stuck here.
Canyon that was on fire, that was in the middle of the road where people had to abandon their cars.
Hold that
I know
L.
people that live
I will hold that
in
L.
that gated community right there.
What is with you guys? And just like, I need to feel like I trolled somebody, otherwise I can't go to bed happy.
On Sunset and Palisades, the hillside
Okay, dude.
behind my house.
Okay. It's not an L when the Palestinian people are objectively in a better position, so okay. I'm holding that W. Plus, I'm a Cubs fan, so if you don't understand that I don't know the difference between an L and a W, then that's on you, my friend. Looks like Reagan taking credit for all the work Jimmy did to get those hostages released. History repeats itself. Scary as fuck. Yep. The left is over. Your side is even talking about how wokeness is dead and how to appeal to normal people. That's literally what... It's not about how wokeness is dead. You're the one who got... Like, honestly, the only one talking about wokeness is you guys. Like, you guys, like, you just went and you took, like, hey, you know how, like, people like to be decent humans? Well, we're going to call that woke. And we're going to make fun of it. And we're going to troll because we're such trolls. Oh, isn't it fun being a just reprehensible piece of shit? Oh, it's so much fun. It makes me feel the jollies. Look at the left. They're just eating themselves. You guys are such clowns, dude. Like, for real. You do realize that we live in the same damn country and, like, you're just, like, you're cheering for oligarchs to take over and just go, yeah! These people are talking about all the bad things all the time? Yeah. The opinion guy. Wrong! I feel like I need to just get the clip of Jim Carrey going, Wrongo! Alright, here we go. We're gonna have fun with you. Back to the Reichstag with you. Oh, so you're one of those. So you actually are, so you're actually a Nazi. Cool. No, my friend. Well, not my friend, actually. I'd say my dude. So you actually think that it's cool to lock up people that you just happen to disagree with. So you are, in fact, I mean, if you're a troll, you're kind of bad at it because you already buried the lead. Like, you already did the thing where you're just like, oh, Reichstag. You're going to the camps. Like, really? Like, who's Nazi? Read the screen name. The opinion guy. You just called me a retard? Really? Yes. Oh, ad opinion guy. Back to the rush. My bad. Do you not? You really don't. Okay, that's fine. Who's a Nazi? Read the screen name. You. I can only say 2 of those every 2 minutes before YouTube decides to be like, nah, that's one too many. Are you saying I'm something that's used on fires? The opinion guy. Oh, you guys don't need to delete any. Oh, Squish, come on. You didn't need to delete it. Rome Dog agree, I think the same. Whatever. I've never seen someone display so much idiocy in real time. He's never been to a Trump rally. Whatever, man. Nah, dude, I love these 13-year-olds that grew up on Trump that think speaking like him and doing the Andrew. Dude, my man, I grew up with real trolls. You do realize that before this time, we had to say this to each other's faces, and this was something that was actually dealt with. So, okay. But have fun, man. Have fun. You love 13-year-olds? No. Did I say that? Did I say that? No, but the way you're arguing with me, or the way that you're trying, is dude, you literally argue like a 9-year-old on Call of Duty, freaking Grand Theft Auto. I'll even give you that one. Ah, did I? All right. Oh, okay. No, no, that's what I'm saying, dude. The fact I grew up with a brother that he fancied himself a online troll, kind of like this idiot, and it was fun. Yeah. Why are you in spaces where you're interacting with little kids? Did you not just hear that I had a brother that acted like you? Weird how you guys can't conceptualize, bro. See, you guys always go why are you around little kids? It's weird. You might have nephews, or you might oh my god, you might have family. Whoa, weird. Oh my god, pedophile. What? Okay, dude. Dude's mommy didn't hug him enough. I mean, honestly, that really is. Why is he in here trying to make himself feel relevant? Trying to make himself feel relevant with a YouTuber that has under 2,000 fucking followers? You're fun. And why does your shirt say Macho Man? You're not... Oh, yeah, he doesn't get it, yeah. Doesn't know I'm actually son of Macho Man. Look it up, yeah. No children reported, yeah. Illegitimate child. Randy Poffo, my man. Trying to hit low. Talking about my daddy like that, yeah. Don't think so, Cream of the crop in this business is my father. Macho Madness, yeah. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You're fun. Randy would never approve of this? Yeah. Did you not know that Randy was actually a pretty based-ass guy? Funny part is, one of my friends was friends with Randy, and yeah, I would. No, you're mixing up your wrestlers. Hulk Hogan wouldn't. All Tros do is expose how socially inept they are, and leaning into it does them no favors. Oh, yeah. Oh, trust me, I've had plenty of the "don't feed the trolls." It's like, whatever. Yeah. Hogan is a bitch. Hey, look, we can agree on something. Dudes. This dude's profile is new as fuck. True troll here. Wow, he's commenting about the background following the handbook. Wait, what did you say about my, you have twig arms and a bunch of toys behind you? Doesn't know you. All right. Maybe I measured my pythons in centimeters. My bad. I forgot that, I forgot the whole metric thing, and yeah, whatever. I screwed up with the ruler. My bad. As I said, son of macho. Ultimate Warrior was the best anyway. No, he wasn't. Go fuck yourself. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No. Do you realize, I sense that Ultimate Warrior didn't want to be there when I was a kid. Sorry, you actually just made me mad with that. He's mad that Santa never bought him toys. Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, legit. Those are all my, those are all the toys that I was able to save through all the garage sales and the stepmother that decided to sell all my crap. Ultimate Warrior was the best anyways? No. No. He wasn't. I'm sorry. He wasn't. No, for real. No, number one. Number two. 90s. Number two. I'd say Undertaker. I gotta say I like Shawn Michaels. Man, that guy who said Ultimate Warrior was the best. Opinion guy, you were pissing me off until you said that. I was like, he's out of line, but he's right. I actually just got to live that moment. That was awesome. It's like, nah, dude. May not, opinion guy, you may be trolling me, but that's one of the things that you actually said where I'm like, all right. But you have no Super X to go with Godzilla. I have the models of all three Super. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got a statue. I got a kawaii statue of Godzilla. Yeah, you know what? The wife kind of put a hard nix on getting Godzilla statues. Okay, guys? Okay? Once you get married, you can only have so many hobbies, and you can only... at one point, they're just like, hey, those things are expensive, and no. I have one that I actually need to bring down here. I got the Bandai one. The first one was the best, yeah. No, it was. It was the one that shot fire. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Actually, there's a comic shop near me that has reprints of those. I'm thinking about buying one. That is too funny, though. I'm not kidding about the Ultimate Warrior sucking. I'm dead serious that, even back when I was a kid, I could sense that he was not into the business, man. He always felt like he was just going through the frickin', his script, and then he would just get it. He had the task. He looked like my sister's bicycle. Cool. Oh, that was Super X2 with the fire mirror. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, it had the little... Yeah, you're right. I love that I got Godzilla. See, I love being a nerd. I love this shit. I've been collecting comics and Godzilla for a long time, so the first one was the one from 1985 Godzilla, which was kind of cheap movie, but still. Yeah, I liked it. Actually, I haven't bought Funko Pops in a long time, but yeah, here. Check it out. We got 84, 54. Hell yeah. Honestly, Undertaker was the best all around from front to back. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He couldn't. No, he barely worked. He was great. All right. He was great for the gimmick that he had. He played into it so well. Because even early into his career, they kind of, like, I'm not sure if he realized how lucky he was that they kind of built his character around scarcity, so he didn't have to work all that often. No. Guys like I didn't even like Shawn Michaels, but I have to say Shawn Michaels put in the work way more. And all around best in the business? Ooh. I mean, I loved Eddie Guerrero, but he wasn't best in the business. Best in the business. Best in the business. John Cena currently, and like, because I'm torn with this one. Like, CM Punk became best in the business on the back of John Cena, so I'm kind of like, well, when was John Cena the best? I'd say right before he lost to to CM Punk. So he still uplifted his peers. Rare. Yeah, it's called put over. But yes, he put over his peers. I'm old enough to remember Andre the Giant and the Road Warriors and the Four Horsemen. All right. Me too. Me too. Undertaker was best in the biz simply because of his, yeah. No, because like with all seriousness, this is why I liked Owen Hart and Bret Hart. Like I liked the Hart like dungeon because they were all about putting people over. Guys like Ric Flair, like I always got the feeling that they were just trying to put themselves over. Those were the good old WWF days. Yep. Or days of WWF. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Trust me, man. It's like, dude, it's like all I cared about when I was that age. I was pretty big into that crap. I liked Mr. Perfect. Like, as far as like my obscure guys, like Mr. Perfect was always like one of my favorites. Then to find out that like he was just like legitimately a good dude backstage was kind of cool. Let's see. CM Punk is like my, like if I have to go like modern guys, CM Punk, Seth Rollins. Those are my two moderns. Did you know Ric Flair was an abducted baby from a famous? Yeah. From a crime family, and then he was adopted. Yeah. No, I know. He also stole his entire gimmick, like including the name. Jake the Snake Roberts. I actually met him. He's a really nice guy. He was super nice to me and my wife. He signed a picture of Macho getting his bicep bitten. It was really cool, man. Like he was, oh my God. Like, yeah, he was such a nice guy. Met CM Punk too. We talked hockey. I've had a few of those. Gotten lucky. There's a few of them that like legit paid for, where it was like the meet and greet kind of thing, but whatever. Oh, did my troll already leave? Was he just like, I'm done. This isn't fun. He doesn't get triggered. Like, dude. That's the one thing I can say about this Trump era. It ain't gonna be as easy, guys. Have fun. Maybe for the Kamala crowd. Ugh. Oh, actually, here, guys. I don't know why I'm playing this. I should just play this in the background. Give me 1 second. You just ignored the troll. They can't stand that. That's why I pivoted the conversation. Oh, cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you guys haven't noticed that Brian's not in the chat anymore, he's been taken care of. He took care of himself. He got himself banned from this chat from somebody that actually like rooted for him. And then, yeah, I actually found out that one of my original trolls, the one that actually had my like OG death threat, he's been becoming a problem to other leftist streamers. So this is fun. Yeah, if you guys ever see a, you know what, here. Just so I don't give it to the audio here, so. Actually, no. You know what? I probably shouldn't. If he pops up, then I'll handle it. But yeah, my original troll. I was just like, yeah, you know, if this is about not feeding the trolls, then I probably shouldn't even mention his name. Even in, like, typing it. But Duke of Bread. I know you know who I'm talking about. He showed up in MR chat and apparently got, like, hard banned. Oh, did you know that his wife is legitimately, like, crazier than he is? And she was supposed to fight my wife. Ugh. I love the fact that trolls are just like, feed me. Feed me. This is a new song by Kirk. This is really good. You guys have any recommendations for what I should do for just kind of preparing for these next 4 years? I'll be honest, guys, this is why I've like kind of made it my, like, if I have a mission for this channel, it's to make it kind of a nice place that we can cohabitate, but also realize that all of this is stupid and that we're being worked and that we really do need to come together as a class. Like, this isn't about party politics anymore, man. Like, they are really trying to come after us. And they fooled a large amount of people into just going, you're part of us. And they're like, yeah. Crazy people find love. I bet their relationship is weird and toxic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. 2000%. Although Duke, the fact that he like claimed Duke, get the shit. Alright, so fuck it. I'm gonna just let it go. I found out that his FO1C3 or whatever, his it's not even his wife. His wife's parents are the ones who own it. So,
yeah. We used to be so close, eh? Gave you my love always. Scared of sudden changes. Now we losing static.
oh man, Scott Walters on Jimmy Church. I don't know either of those people. If you can provide some context, that'd be good. I don't know those people. All right. I think we got another song, and then yep, got another one.
Why you do me like this? I went and gave up everything that I had all for a bitch. She broke my heart and I threw in the wrench. She doubled down, caught her fooling with him. Gave me nothing in return.
Oh, yeah. No, I did. Yeah. No, I really like him. So is he a YouTuber or like what's his deal? Cause yeah, Sean, I really like that. I liked his voice. Do they know how weird they are? The parent freak? Are the parent freaks or parents freaks? They must be, man. They must be. Oh, he's on Coast to Coast. Okay, cool. No, dude. So forgot his fucking name. Hold on. He's an independent singer. Okay, cool. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to trying to remember this. Oh, that's cool. Is he the Unearthed show? No. Gave me nothing in return. She left me ice in my burn. She left me crying on her. Wait, so Jesse Wells is like a bigger artist, or like? I had never heard of him before you had sent that to me, and then when I checked out the video, I really enjoyed it. So that was cool. Everything that I had all for a bitch. She broke my heart and I threw in the wrench. She doubled down, caught her fooling with him. Gave me nothing in return. She left me ice in my burn. She left me crying on her. She flipped my whole damn world. No, I can't take it. I just lost all of my patience. Got my whole entire fate inside my pocket for the day. That's cool, man. Glad he's blowing up. I mean, I really enjoy his music, so. She broke my heart and I threw in the wrench. She doubled down, caught her fooling with him. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the Cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, listen, I love all types of music. I really do. Like, I don't care what it is. If it's good, then I'll listen to it and I'll enjoy it. So yeah. But I do love hip hop. So. Although, he calls this trap. I don't consider this trap. But he does, so.
Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. No, I ain't a pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot so I open the window. Giving me Arthur Penn, Bonnie and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night ride. Stolen Bugatti, a Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister. Making a whole lot of dough, senoritas. Business as always, she walking sideways. She wanted different, but it's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando.
Yeah, I'm the same with music because I used to dislike country because of my experience in the South. Yeah, I'm slowly coming around to it. Like, I don't know. My parents, they moved to Nashville, so, like, I'm coming around to some country music. Like, once you see it live, it does help, but, Country music is the one that I still, like, I hear it and I'm like, do we have to do this?
Fuck your mama, what it do? Roger test 1, 2, black out sneaking in your room. Cut you up and make examples for the homies in your crew. I gotta chill with the evidence, losing
Chris Christopherson. Duke, if you don't already listen to Chris Christopherson, please do. His music is awesome and he is bass as fuck. Was. He played Whistler in Blade.
Still lit, so I'm still in the scene. If you need it, I got it. I'm always around. If I front and you duck, you gon' be in the ground. Playing funny with money and make you a clown. And funny with money and make you a clown. Realist in the business, I'm a savage. Not the one that cap your homies, but the one that kill your daddy. Yeah, I'm all up in your crib. I'm straight up fucking on your baddie. Eat the food up out your fridge. You know they calling me the Maverick. Well, I'm a top-notch boy with them top-notch bitches.
Hip hop, rock, country are sigh up to death and most fell for hook lines. What? Yo, dude, that's that's taking a shit on creativity that I'm just not gonna stand for. What? I hope you're joking. I really do. I hope you're joking about that, where it's like, all these music genres I don't understand. No, I know you're. All right. Where we at? All right, we're gonna do one more, and then then I'm going to go eat. So got pretty drunk and ended up on the bar at Coyote Ugly in Nashville. Them gals had my shirt off and pouring me shots on my throat. Ooh. Yeah, I went there with my stepmom, so I didn't have fun.
mix it up and then repeat it. I tell you there ain't nothing better than this feeling. Calling you up is not a problem. Give you everything. I got you, got desires. I'ma solve them. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the
Ha ha ha. Wait, what? What did I misunderstand?
watching comments in the sky, whizzing by us all night, smoking OG, getting high, feeling like we about to fly. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead. Show you
I like
what
this.
you wanna see. There's something about the way
Should have ended this one. I should have ended it a half hour ago. Man.
you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see.
Finish this one off together, I guess.
There's something about the way you
No, but for real. All right, here, let's go. Stanky Danky. Ziploc Baggy. For real, man. You got one of the best names. I'm really happy that you followed me. Also happy that you joined me for the stream. Simply Steve. You know that I appreciate you. Opinion guy. I know that you followed me, but cool. Whatever. Squishmallow. I appreciate you doing the mod stuff over on Twitch. Now to move over to Face. Keep doing that. YouTube. Yeah, I'm not talking about the genre itself. I'm talking about what's put on a pedestal. I get you. I got you. Yeah. Man, I got some stories of inebriation across the nation. We'll do that one. We'll make that like a Patreon episode or something where we can just talk about like drunk stories and oh god, that'll be fun. I got so many more. Like honestly, you guys don't even have like 10% of like stuff that I have. Not even 10% is being liberal with that. All right, guys. Let's see what do we got. Where's the first one up here? I don't even remember. Such a banger of a line, dude. I think like this. I'm not sure if that's like he understands just like how good of a line that is. So. Also, oh wait, you know what? I'm gonna do that real quick. Here. Follow Kirk. This is the song we're listening to. Please sub to his channel if you have not already. He's about to blow up, guys. So I'm telling you right now, if you want to be on that whole, ooh, I heard this guy way before he was famous type of thing. Here it is. Definitely get in on this because I'm not even kidding. Like, dude's meeting with record companies and he deserves to. He definitely has like the right sound. He's very, very, very well produced. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go make dinner. So, going to. I think I already shouted out Twitch. Duke of Bread, you're awesome. Sean Smith, I appreciate you. Robin B, appreciate you. Rome Dog, always appreciate you. Squishmallow, I always appreciate you. You're awesome. Bandit. Bandit, I appreciate the gifted subs. Stephen Colbert Cheese, appreciate you. And then Bloodstone by Stars. Jay Sands, I appreciate you too. All right, guys. I'm gonna take off. I will see you guys. Just keep your notifications on. Might be on tomorrow. We'll see. I kind of have to figure that one out. Tomorrow's D&D day, so it makes things a little bit wonky for me. So I appreciate you all. But Friday, no matter what, look out for me. I will be on live 4 o'clock Central Standard Time. So As I said, keep the notifications on. I'll see